Good morning. So I'm Ari Schwartz. I'm Executive Coordinator of the Cybersecurity Coalition. It's my pleasure to welcome you here to Venable, where I'm also Managing Director for Cybersecurity Services, and welcome you to the CyberNext DC conference for 2023. We're very happy to be doing this again with our partners, the Cyber Threat Alliance, who have been great to work with on a wide range of areas in cybersecurity over time, and building the CyberNext DC conference. Really a great synergy between the operational side, policy side, and being able to work together to bring good content like this to you. So I know all of you braved the traffic from the convention center over there, and you are the early birds that got here in time to get some breakfast. I'm sure people will be filtering in throughout the day. So, but we do want to get started. And so rather than go into more details about Cybersecurity Coalition, I'm going to just read the bio for our first speaker, who is Air Marshal Darren Goldie from Australia. Air Marshal Goldie was appointed as the inaugural National Cybersecurity Coordinator on July 3rd, 2023. As the National Cybersecurity Coordinator, he's responsible for Australia's strategic response to cybersecurity threats and enhancing Australia's cyber resilience across business, critical infrastructure, and the broader community. Air Marshal Goldie has an extensive 30-year career with the Royal Australian Air Force, joining in 1993 and attending the Australian Defence Force Academy. He's held a range of strategic roles, including military strategic commitments, where he helped defense and whole-of-government crisis arrangements. He also seconded the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet in 2021, where he was responsible for providing strategic foreign policy advice to government. It's our pleasure to have Air Marshal Goldie give the opening keynote, which was recorded earlier since the timing in Australia, and we thank our friends from Australia for getting them for us as well, who are sitting back there as well. So I'll kick it off the video here.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. G'day from Australia, and g'day from a true ally in the fight against cybercrime and the inappropriate conduct in cyberspace by state and by non-state actors. I'd like to start by saying thank you for your patience in allowing me to pre-record these remarks. My speaking window was something like 12:30 in the morning in Canberra time, so I figured you'd be better off getting me feeling fresh rather than looking dishevelled, fueled by caffeine or worse. Thanks also to the Cybersecurity Coalition for arranging today, allowing us to share cybersecurity insights and perspectives as a community. It's a solid array of speakers, and I always feel like a bit of an imposter appearing on any ticket where Anne Neuberger is giving a fireside chat. I genuinely believe there are a few things more important than listening, learning, and planning as a group. All the best to do it with your closest international partners. Let me start this morning with a slightly self-indulgent story. When I was around 8 years old, I remember coming home from school and seeing a large white book sitting on the veranda or front porch of my parents' house, near the beaches of Australia's version of Miami called the Gold Coast. The book was the White Pages and included almost all of my community's personal information, conveniently in alphabetical order for ease of reference. Names, addresses, and phone numbers for everyone. My dad had a corner store or a grocery store where I saw people coming in and signing checks, a promise on paper with a signature unique to the customer. Of course, society functioned on trust. But so much of this has changed. We are fearful of our information being public and are continuing to refine and evolve the concepts of digital trust. This is the great irony of the information age. The very technologies that empower us to create incredible things also benefit those that seek to disrupt and destroy. One of our greatest strengths, our ability to communicate through the internet, is also one of our greatest vulnerabilities. It's this vulnerability I've been asked to work to mitigate. I'm Australia's inaugural National Cybersecurity Coordinator. Today, I want to convey my initial perspectives and update you on what I've been doing since the Prime Minister of Australia announced my appointment at a national press conference on June 23 this year. I speak to you as we await final government consideration of Australia's new national cybersecurity strategy that takes us out to 2030, which has a DNA recognisable to Americans, but one which is unashamedly couched in an Australian context, culturally and geostrategically. I'll dedicate some time later in this presentation to the 6 shields announced by our Cybersecurity Minister recently, which form the framework on which this strategy is based. Without sounding too much like a military thinker, the desired end state of our strategy is clear. In just 7 years, Australia will be a world-leading cybersecure nation. But we know it won't be easy. When things are challenging like they are in cybersecurity, you need to think big, pull lead, take measured risk, and keep your eye on the end game. Getting collectively caught in the now will see us fall hopelessly short. But as much as I like helping with strategies and talking about our future, my priority to date as the National Cybersecurity Coordinator has been grounded in what's happening in our systems recently, what is occurring literally as I speak, as threat actors crawl through as yet undiscovered vulnerabilities across our 2 great nations. My first months in this role have largely been focused on listening and learning, tapping into the network of cyber professionals across a range of sectors, including federal, state and local government, our universities, our think tanks, and industry big and small, and of course, everyday Australians. I like to think that everyone needs to play their part. This month, I'm pivoting towards our international agenda, commencing with this talk, before I head to Singapore International Cyber Week, and then on to DC for the International Counter-Ransomware Initiative and the Quad Cyber meetings. I'm devoting a significant portion of my time towards engaging our allies and partners, ensuring we are learning cyber lessons in parallel and sharing best practice. From our strongest bilateral relationship to our multilateral groupings such as the Five Eyes, the Quad, and of course the Pacific family, we'll work wherever we have common interests and wherever we can deliver common benefits. Countries in Australia's region look to us as a leader in cybersecurity and resilience and want to hear how we protected our critical infrastructure and responded to major cyber incidents. The lessons we learn are also equipping our partners to be better prepared and better positioned to bounce back. Cyber knows no borders, and our Department of Foreign Affairs is crossing the physical ones every day, seeking to build capacity and promote cyber norms and standards. Whether it's cyber crime or hostile state activity, we are stronger when we stand and respond with our partners. And our partners are stronger when Australia plays a confident and assertive role in standing up for a safe and secure global cyberspace. As I said, part of my early focus has been on our process of incident management. This aspect of the role is relatively familiar, with strong parallels with the processes for preparedness undertaken by our militaries and in our emergency management agencies. We should rehearse and practice, sharing lessons and improving our readiness in the modern cyber threat landscape. If we don't, we're doomed to a never-ending spiral of consequences when we inevitably encounter our cyber foes who are plying their trade on equally unprepared victims around the world. Nicholas Taleb would call this anti-fragile. He posits that anti-fragile means that when something hurts you, it makes you stronger than before. In other words, we are strengthened by disorder. Cyber is the poster child when it comes to disorder in modern society, full of inequality and power imbalances. Through our response to cyber incidents, I suggest we'll become stronger as nations and as a global community. In Australia, like almost everywhere in the world, we have iterated our cyber landscape and responsibilities to end up with a system that is at times disjointed and confusing. This is one of the reasons the Australian government has established my role, to pull together stakeholders as diverse as our police, our cybersecurity agency, the Australian Signals Directorate, our Privacy Commissioner, our financial and critical infrastructure regulators. This provides a more congruent management and preparedness system and will be vital if our worst fears are realised and we have a multi-day, nationally significant cyber incident that requires all members of society to be involved. I'm Australia's cyber spokesperson, both on behalf of the public service when it comes to giving advice up to government, and on behalf of the government when it comes to giving advice out to the Australian people. While the management of each individual incident may differ, planning for and mitigating consequences requires a coordinated response to ensure that harm is minimised. Effective cybersecurity is the antithesis of a solo sport. Collaboration, coordination, and partnerships are the key to advancing and protecting our cybersecurity and our national interests. In the last 12 months, Australia has been rocked by some massive breaches. Almost every Australian has been the victim through a succession of data expils involving our telecommunications, our health, our financial, and our legal sectors. As a percentage of the nation, the largest of them was at least the size of the 2017 Equifax breach, and they tested our system. If I'm honest with you, we hadn't kept up. The events caused enormous distress and highlighted deficiencies in our cyber defences and the coordination of response in both the private and the public sectors. So it's been my role to look at how we can streamline this incident management process and how we can better position our nation's cyber preparedness. Of course, we need to identify gaps, but we need to understand our overlaps and the seams and work hard to fix them, despite the friction this may sometimes cause between well-meaning professionals. We also need to look at the legislative impost or the red tape and determine if it's unnecessarily holding us back. One of the biggest observations I've had since coming into the role is the rapid change of mindset over the last 12 months in Australia. Cybersecurity is an immense operational challenge at every level of society, but also one of diffused yet genuine responsibility, just not for the target of the attack, but also for our nation. Cybersecurity in Australia is a whole of society conversation. It is a fundamental and underpinning part of our national security. Australia has some of the best cyber practitioners in the world across industry and government. Ultimately, I will serve as the focal point to ensure a centrally coordinated approach in preparing for and managing the consequences of cybersecurity incidents. Now, let me take you back to the strategy and what you can expect from the Australian government. Helpfully, our Cybersecurity Minister, the Honourable Claire O'Neill, spoke publicly about the key elements at our recent Cybersecurity Summit in Sydney. So for those particularly interested, I'd recommend her specific remarks at the AFR Summit in Sydney last month, and they're available online. At the summit, Minister O'Neill announced the pursuance of our 2030 goal through 6 cyber shields encircling the nation. The shields will help protect our business, our organisations, and our citizens. They'll mean a cohesive, planned national response that builds to a more protected Australia. Now, if the IT works, you should have a depiction of the shields on the screen, and I'll talk you through them quickly. From the bottom, the first shield is strong citizens and businesses that understand that they actually do have the power to protect themselves. By 2030, we want citizens and businesses who understand the cyber threat, understand the actions they can take to protect themselves, and have proper supports in place so that when they are the victims of a cyber attack, they're able to get back off the mat quickly. Of course, we want to protect our citizens and businesses with a layer of safe products, and that's why our second shield is safe technology. Why do we continue to allow digital products for sale when the makers of those products sometimes know them to be cyber insecure? We would never accept this from another type of consumer product. So in 2030, our vision for safe technology is a world where we have clear global standards for digital safety in products that will help us drive the development of security into those products from their very inception. Our third shield is world-class threat sharing and threat blocking. This is without doubt one of the most exciting elements of the strategy, one of the benefits of being an island nation. The detail on this shield is a little more spicy than I can transmit in advance of government consideration, but it's an advancement of some of the excellent initiatives we've seen in the US in terms of ISACs and the role of the telecommunications sector. Our fourth shield will be protecting Australia's access to critical infrastructure. Collectively, we're all concerned about attacks on infrastructure we rely on every day, on our water systems, on our electricity, on the provision of the internet, and of course our energy grid. So what we need to do is make sure that we're addressing not only the problems of today, but the problems of the future. Australia now has world-leading critical infrastructure protections and legislative powers, but the strategy seeks them to move them forward again, to build resilience and stay ahead of the threat. Our fifth cyber shield will be sovereign capability. By 2030, Australia wants to be a thriving cyber ecosystem where we have the skills we need, where cybersecurity is a desirable profession for young people around the country. This means innovation, so Australia is at the frontier of emergent technology. And finally, as I said earlier, our cyber challenge is truly global. The sixth shield describes coordinated action with our partners and pushing a more resilient Indo-Pacific region where nations enjoy sovereignty and agency, free from the coercion we see development. And it's about Australian leadership on the global stage. Before I wrap up, a quick word on culture. I've spoken much about my role and the need for a coordinated approach to cyber incidents. But implicit in that approach and overarching it within the cybersecurity strategy is the shift we need in culture. As Australians, we need to evolve our thinking and practices around cybersecurity. We all need to take our responsibility and, as I said, play our part. The government can do a certain amount of the heavy lifting, but the private sector needs to improve their governance, including their audits and their risk assessments, and the developments of their own policies, training, practices, and in the development of their own cybersecurity education and cultures. And this mindset needs to flow down to individuals in Australian society in their uptake of simple home defences. We talk about it all the time, but we still need better take-up for us to succeed collectively going forward. The path forward necessitates everyone lifting their own level of self-sufficiency. That's not to say the government will be vacating the field, far from it, but it will allow us to equally address the big picture, which is the goal of the cybersecurity strategy, creating a cyber-resilient nation. In conclusion, I offer that in industry and government, we have expertise that embraces world's best practice. We have some very tough, very clever cyber professionals who are taking the fight to those that would do us harm. But make no mistake, by 2030, the global cyber threat environment is going to look very different to how it looks today. AI and quantum are coming like a freight train, presenting legislative and security challenges we're seeing play out around the world. The new cybersecurity strategy will put us in the best position to make the most of our opportunities that this next period will have to offer. And that's very good news for every Australian and those we interact with around the world every day. But like all nation-changing pieces of work, government can't do this alone. We're dependent on individuals, all levels of government, business and industry, to make their contributions in keeping us safe, protecting our economy and in preserving our uniquely Australian character. And I don't think anyone would disagree that working together, united in a common cause, all driven by great strategies, is the best way forward. Ladies and gents, thank you for your time. I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference.
Thank you again to the Australians. I think they shut this off so we didn't have the echo, but I'll shout. Thank you again to the Australians and others who got that speech there. Very interesting approach moving forward. I look forward to seeing how those shields come together and some more details on the cooperation pieces of them. So our next panel is a CyberNext favorite. We bring together a group of both technical and policy experts in the space. And they're people that are not afraid to speak their minds. I think there's a special place for these folks on here. So Rob Kanaki is going to moderate this panel, and we're going to do it virtually because we have folks from around the world involved in this one. So, but it is live, and we will be able to do questions during the panel once it comes up here. So.
Thank you, Ari. So, hi, I'm Rob Kanaki, recently of the Office of the National Cyber Director, now underemployed in Portland, Maine. With us today, we have Jaya Balu, who is the CISO at Rapid7, Chris Lovejoy, who is the Global Security and Resilience Leader at Kyndryl, and Josh Corman, who is the founder of I Am the Cavalry. So, we're going to try and mix this up in 45 minutes and cover a wide range of topics, but mostly drawing on the national cyber strategy, what's good, what's bad, what's ugly, what still needs to be done. So I want to jump right in. Chris, let me go to you. I'm going to talk about a couple things. First, I want to talk about the big issues that came out of the strategy: regulation, software liability, workforce, and of course, everybody's perennial favorite right now, AI. So jumping in, Chris, first, I went to the White House in early 22, and I had kind of missed that Kyndryl was like a new thing, a company. So I think I may not be the only person in the room. So first, what is Kyndryl? But then second, you're the global security and resilience leader. I think everybody knows what security is. In the strategy, we used the word resilience 37 times. Ari and I wrote at least 3 or 4 executive orders that said the goal was cyber resilience. What is cyber resilience? So first 2 questions to you.
Okay, so first, what is a Kyndryl? So a Kyndryl, IBM split into 2 pieces exactly 2 years ago. I am part of the other half of IBM. We're like the really cool part. We do all IT services in lots of different areas. Right now, we consider ourselves the biggest startup in the world of about 90,000 people. And I lead both the practice of security, which is a fairly large business for Kyndryl, as well as I look after commercial security. So we do a lot of strategic outsourcing, and I'm responsible for ensuring that we are compliant with the contracts that we sign with our customers. So now, on the subject of resilience, I think, every time we go to RSA, there's a new buzzword. And, last year, the buzzword was resilience. It's on everybody's slide. And I'm talking to, I don't know how many vendors about the subject. And I think the definition is, as many buzzwords, it's kind of in the eye of the beholder. I can tell you what I think of it as and how I'm defining it. And this is more from my experience working particularly with the European Union, who I think with DORA, NIS2, and some of the other legislation that has been passed there is kind of leading the way in what it considers. And what I have derived from those discussions is that, security and resiliency, they really are, they're kind of part of the same family. And in some levels, the words kind of overlap with one another. If you think about it from the European context, cyber resilience is about the ability to anticipate. So this is to predict, to protect against, to withstand, or to recover from any and all cyber-related events, including but not limited to cybersecurity. So there is a thinking that resilience is all about operational resilience of the organization from cyber threats, of which cybersecurity may be one context or threat vector from which one might worry. However, the traditional definition of resilience is backup and disaster recovery. So I think that, where it lands in the future is really, for the academics to determine, but here we go. It's another fuzzy word that we have out there.
Do you think that is there any hope that we could actually figure out how precisely to regulate resilience and achieve that outcome?
So I don't, obviously, we're going to have a long conversation about regulation and the incentive around regulation as an incentive. I thought that was a new one when I heard that we were defining incentive as a regulation. That was eye-opening. But you brought us here to speak our minds. I would say that it is easier for me to get my head around resilience, quite honestly, from a business owner's perspective than it is security. And the reason why is when you sit and talk to a business leader, what they really care about is the ability for their businesses to continue operations. It's to continue to serve their customers, continue to serve their employees, et cetera. At the end of the day, they don't care what takes the business down. Is it a cyber attack? Is it hardware, software failure? Is it a network outage? They don't care. What they care about is that the business continues to run and that they are safe from harm, if whatever that means. They can quantify that. That's easier to quantify. And so, what we're seeing, particularly in Europe, is that by saying you must be resilient, meaning you must understand your minimum viable business, you must have controls in place to protect yourself against any and all cyber-related instances. It's an easier thing for organizations to get their heads around because they can scope that. They know how to measure that. Now, whether or not you can actually regulate it, that's a good question. But it is easier, I think, from a business owner's perspective to get their heads around, which of course is the first key.
So, Jay, I want to go to you. And first, apologies. You are in, I think, the Netherlands. So we were not able to coordinate a time when we could do a prep call. So I'm going to sort of fire shots unexpectedly at you. But let's start with that European perspective. I guess two questions to you. One, right, as the CISO of Rapid7, how much is regulation driving the security decisions you're making internally? And to the degree it is, where are those regulations coming from? US, Europe, business partners? Second, same question for your customers. How much is regulation driving what Rapid7 sells in the market? So give us that perspective, particularly bringing up things like DORA, which everybody in the US is afraid of, but I think nobody quite knows what it is. What are you seeing from Europe?
Well, so let me say that it's not just DORA, right? We had the NIS1, which excluded software and hardware vendors to put everybody else underneath the microscope, except for those folks. And regulation is absolutely, between customers and Rapid7, it's absolutely driving the conversation, but I think it's absolutely driving decisions. And at this moment, more so from the United States than from Europe. And the one from the US that I'm particularly concerned about is the SEC disclosure regulation, that you have to notify within 4 days of a material breach back to the SEC and what exactly happened, but also what you're doing in general around cybersecurity in order to better inform shareholders about how companies are performing. I find the 4 days particularly problematic because it's 4 days within knowledge that breach is material to a company. But what the heck is material? We haven't defined materiality. Just like we used the word resilience, we use the word material. And it reminds me of an episode of Veep where the popular word was robust. Like everything had to be robust. And it sounds like very much like a cybersecurity discussion. But the point that I'm trying to make is that those types of regulations means that in the fog of an incident, while you give yourself and your security teams and your forensics teams and your IT teams a little bit of grace to try to figure out what happened, now we're also going to be reporting right away. And that elevation reporting, because it's so public and has such an impact, I wonder if it's always going to be driving the right kind of behavior. Like imagine this, like there's a CISO that's trying to figure out how to create or demonstrate the value that they bring to the bottom line on all of their incidents, on all of their vulnerability, by showing what's the potential harm of these issues, and let me make that in a document somewhere. I would argue that sometimes these regulations don't drive this good behavior because what they do is they make you hesitant to document and keep all these things because the knowledge that this stuff is discoverable should you have an incident. And hey, the CISO has this list with numbers and money values attached to it. In order to have these security conversations with the board, they're actually going to get penalized for this kind of behavior. Because should they actually have an incident, should there be some discoverability, then these kinds of trackers are not going to be favorable to having that conversation about were we doing all the right things? Were we reporting enough? Were we actually looking at security with that financial lens? And were we doing it right? So I would argue that, that's happening from the SEC. The NIS1 didn't include the right players. The NIS2 is doing that. But the big problem with the NIS2 is the fines. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at that. It's 10 million or 2% of global revenue or 7 million and 1.4% of revenue. And what's good about the NIS2 is they're trying to do a little bit of burden shifting. And you have the Cyber Resilience Act on top of that. That's going to really look at hardware and software vendors. But I would argue that all of these things, these fines, these penalties, are moving us not necessarily in the best place for security yet, but they are trying to change the conversation and the burden from being on the consumer to being on the creator. And those things are in general good.
I love that. I mean, burden shifting was one of the major things that we were trying to do in the national cyber strategy to move away from that. And so I'm going to actually get a question in later about Cybersecurity Awareness Month and whether you guys think it actually should exist. So
is that this month? I wasn't aware.
Exactly. That's not why we're doing this now, Ari, is it? Oh God, I didn't realize. I refuse to do anything associated with Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so I may have to get up and leave if he nods his head. So, Josh, I want to go to you. You and I've had a long-standing debate about the cyber poverty line, the cyber poor, right? And so I think you know where this is going. Hospitals, right? You often point to hospitals as they're getting nailed with ransomware and they're below the cyber poverty line. So here's my very pointed question. I looked these stats up before this. The healthcare sector consumes 18.3% of GDP, some $4.3 trillion, $12,914 per American. Can the healthcare sector really not afford cybersecurity? Or conversely, can it not afford to invest in cybersecurity, given what we're seeing with ransomware incidents? And just to be pointed and to make sure I sound like a communist, Prospect Medical Holdings, a privately held, private equity-backed owner of 17 hospitals, 165 clinics in the US, is still experiencing the effects of a ransomware attack from August. Their PE firm has extracted $400 million. Its CEO has taken home $128 million, and another top executive has taken home $90 million. 80% of their revenue comes from Medicare and Medicaid. So, given these facts, could Prospect Medical, maybe I'll just be really pointed, for $600 million, could you have prevented this ransomware attack?
$600 million. Well, good morning. Thank you for having me here. Easy question to start with. Let me try to pivot from what you asked to what you're asking me. I don't think this firm understands what resilience is. We have too many pocket definitions, and the way, at least for the national security the ONCD strategy that you helped write, I think we need to shift from looking at what's right for a single enterprise or a single entity in the CIA triad to looking what's right for a sector, a region, a service, or national capacity. So a resilient hospital singular could be that they don't go down, or they have 5 nines availability, et cetera. Can you take a punch? Can you fight through the pain? If you get knocked down, can you get back up quickly? But I think it's wrong to look at these as the 16 national critical infrastructure sectors and instead look at the 55 national critical functions. When you turn the lights on, do the lights come on? Do you have drinkable water? Can you provide medical care, timely access to patient care? And regionally, if one hospital goes down, the region is resilient if there's excess capacity and slack to still treat patients, right? To provide medical care. So we have to start looking at resilience more as a service availability, service recovery thing, like when I met you, Chris, with ITIL and service objects, and less like what's right for my enterprise, my reporting. And when you look at the public good versus private interest, we are messing with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We've had disruptions of the water you drink, the food supply you put on your table, the oil and gas pipelines that fuel our cars, homes, and supply chains, the schools your kids attend, the municipalities who run towns and cities, federal agencies, and timely access to patient care with now proven moral consequences. Stuff's on fire, and you're not going to enterprise risk management and risk accept your way out of this problem. It's not going to be about confidentiality of records. It's going to be, can people get timely access to care for heart, brain, and pulmonary, or minutes or hours are the difference between life and death? So we have got to rewire ourselves that when we're talking about private goods and local interests and confidentiality and compliance regimes, we're talking about a different species than do you have resilient, recoverable, maintainable service levels for basic human needs. Because if we continue to mess with Maslow, it's going to be very difficult for us to govern when there's a lack of trust and institutional trust in public health safety and the government's ability to provide these things. So to pivot to healthcare, when I was running the Cystic COVID task force, and I was on the congressional task force prior to that, I want you to zoom out. There's 7,000 HDOs or health delivery organizations in the US. 85% are small, medium, and rural. They're the ones that are target rich but cyber poor. We were hard pressed to find a single qualified security professional at any one of those 85%. Then there's the haves, the large ones. They have 50 to 150 people on staff, and they tend to do the acquiring. And even independent of cyber, you've seen 200 rural closures from financial insolvency over the last 5 years. Another 700 or so have been the victims of predatory acquisitions because they weren't financially solvent enough to stay open, and they were bought into these larger networks like the one you just mentioned. And it's very profitable for their acquirer, but they tend to get strip mined, put on life support in a coma where they have fewer doctors, less equipment, and they shut services down. So they're technically open, but the national capacity and therefore resilience goes way down. So there is money in the system, but we aren't treating IT and IT cybersecurity as an important or mandatory item. And these hospitals look at what's mandatory spend versus discretionary spend. And currently, anything in the form of cyber resilience is discretionary. They have HIPAA regulations and fines that they can get out of. But that's what I said during the congressional task force. I love my privacy. I'd like to be alive to enjoy it. And it's kind of hard to care about the privacy of a patient when you close down your rural hospital forever. And that's happening increasingly.
So I think, and Chris, I saw your two finger there, I think, so I'll go to you next. But Josh, I mean, I think what you're describing here is kind of a market failure, right?
This is absolutely a market failure.
Right? I mean, so let me put a pointed question. Instead of saying, oh, they don't have the money,
yeah,
I think in the $4.3 trillion, there probably is enough money for basic cybersecurity. Is the answer that we just need to regulate this industry and set basic standards and move on?
Every modern industry with potential to affect public safety, human life, or institutional trust has some minimum safety measures and sanitation measures, except for software.
Chris, over to you.
Yeah, and this is a big question, and just want to dive in here. So first and foremost, I think one of the biggest challenges when we say it's a market challenge, and I'm thinking about, sort of the question you asked, Rob, about can we regulate our way out of this by sort of defining standards? I think that could be true. That could work if the market wasn't so fragmented. I think one of the biggest challenges we've got is because it is a compliance or crisis-driven buying occasion, the tools and technologies that have been built are so narrow and so scoped to solve a very, very specific problem that arises and when an auditor comes knocking on the door or there is a crisis, that the tools that everybody has a plethora of tools that they're applying to a plethora of technologies within their organizations, configured in a plethora of ways. So the way in which the how you meet that standard is very, very hard and requires a level of skill and expertise that most organizations cannot afford. So I do think that, my fundamental belief is that we are completely broken from a cyber market perspective, that we do need not necessarily communism, but socialism is in order here. We need to have a publicly supported infrastructure that enables the nonprofit sector, the government sector, other highly regulated sectors like utilities, et cetera, to actually engage more appropriately within this marketplace and get access to systems and services that they need. I actually think that what DHS did with the funding of CIS and the Albert solution around network defense, it was in the right spirit. I'm not 100% sure today whether it got to the right outcome, but it was in the right spirit. So I think we should be looking at opportunities like that, combined with the second thing. So looking, one at public as a quasi semi-public supported infrastructure to support these institutions. Second, funding process. I keep talking about this. Most utilities, for instance, and other critical infrastructure industries, they are on a 5-year funding cycle. If you are waiting, if you're building your strategic plan, you're funding that plan, and then you can't change that plan for 5 years, that means that cybersecurity can't change within that context either. That is a problem. So the CapEx versus OpEx consideration of funding is critically important for us to get our arms around. Third thing, and I love this when we talk about the cyber skills issue. One of the reasons we have skills issue is because we got so much stuff. If you look at a particular organization, they have legacy infrastructure and cloud infrastructure. It's just a mishmash of stuff. You need human beings to secure that stuff. The more tools, the more infrastructure you have, the more people you need. So the other requirement here is incentives for modernization and simplification. Now, modernization and simplification have to go hand in hand. But I kid you not. I was looking just this week at the repository of critical infrastructure institutions that we support. I have companies who are using technology that went end of life 30 years ago.
Yep.
End of life 30 years ago. And I'm not talking about a small percentage. So there has to be some sort of incentive to enable this to occur.
Preach.
So I want to go to Jaya here and get her perspective from the European context in a couple different ways. One, is there a model that is emerging in any way in Europe for addressing some of these issues around critical infrastructure? But second, and I think this is kind of a pivot to the really lightning rod issue, which is secure by design and software liability and product security. We talk a lot about enterprise security. We've been very focused on enterprise security, but for those who are not deep in this, give us an overview of what's going on with the Cyber Resilience Act and what it will potentially mean in the context of this conversation.
Well, let's first talk about that Maslowian pyramid. And we talked about, how you organize your structure of the entity, Rob. So like for your first part of your question. So in the NIS 2, there is a division between essential entities and important entities. And essential entities are like public and private companies, which are in transport, finance, water, energy, space, health. That's all the essential. Those are the ones with the highest fines. And then you have the important entities that are like, and they're also public and private, but they're in food, digital providers, chemicals, research, manufacturing, and those are in that lower category of fines. So there is this effort to try to divide these groups into that Maslowian kind of, who do we consider essential and who do we consider important? And then subsequently, when they screw up, the fines that they're applied there are kind of like justified by how important they are. The argument would be, and this kind of sucks, if you would parlay this into the US, if you are healthcare, you get a bigger fine. So the penalty for noncompliance or not having your security in order would be greater because you're so important. And arguably, these are the same people that don't have the budgets. This is what I meant about my previous answer about perverse incentivization. I don't think that the structure that we've set up always necessarily motivates or can motivate the right behavior amongst these security professionals, as limited or as large of a set they may be to these institutions. So that's the first thing that I find problematic. The second thing that I find problematic in this legislation, like we talked about the Cyber Resilience Act, a bunch of folks, amazing people like Vince Cerf, Katie Masuris, I'm lost with the list of names, all signed a letter to Thierry Breton of the European Commission concerned about the Cyber Resilience Act, because you have to report any exploitable vulnerabilities within 24 hours of knowing about them. This completely screws up coordinated vulnerability disclosure. It completely breaks the incentivization model for how we deal with like ethical hackers and the security community at large. So that means that we would have to give, before there is a patch, before there's remediation, before we even actually fully understand the vulnerability, within 24 hours of knowledge of an exploit, you have to deliver that information over to ENISA. This breaks all these things, but it also provides potentially the ability to create, these exploits for these governments. And in Europe, and you cannot be like, you can't be comforted by this. Oh no, don't worry about it. We've got it. There's a chain of custody. We'll take your vulnerabilities and we'll handle them just right, and no one will know. Even partial information about some of these vulnerabilities would help reconstruct them to full-blown, exploits. And this is a little bit of a nightmare scenario. So what I want to go back to is, I understand what we're trying to do. A lot of this stuff is written with the best intentions in mind, but we're paving a small little pathway to hell by actually breaking the incentive model to do the right thing.
Josh, looks like you want to jump in. So
I have reactions, but I'm trying to decide which ones. If we were doing a good job maintaining trustworthy, resilient operations of national critical functions, we would not be regulated. Like, government doesn't want to regulate us. We don't want to be regulated. We're not doing a good enough job. So we can critique what there's definitely some problems in some of the proposals domestically, internationally. The answer isn't we should just do what we're doing, because it's not working. We're having too many disruptions to lifeline, basic human needs. Instead, I think the answer is, what's the objective? How do we think like an economist, right? I'm not an economist. I don't play one on TV. But when we added software and connectivity things, we added cost. And the job of markets is to be efficient. How do you be efficient? You have to render true costs visible. You have to put the cost burden on the least cost avoider. You're going to get to true costs and true prices, and you bake those things in. We have market failures for two reasons, right? We have information asymmetry, where the person buying the stuff doesn't know how much risk they're inheriting from the person selling it to them. So the supply chain is tons of opacity. And that's why we want things like software transparency and SBOM and possibly liability if you won't go transparent. And we have tragedy commons issues where what's right for Colonial is not right for the Eastern Seaboard, right? Or what's right for all the big hospitals acquiring people is bad for all the little hospitals. So we have both of them present. We should use economic market levers to render true costs visible, put those cost burdens, or if we can't bear the cost of connectivity, connect less, right? If we just cannot afford in these rural hospitals to do any cybersecurity, then you can't afford hyper-connected electronic record systems that, if hit, are down for 6 to 12 weeks. And the cost differential here, because this is an economic issue and a policy issue, is a lot of these small rural hospitals have 1 to 4 weeks of cash flow on hand, 1 to 4 weeks, and a typical ransom knocks them down for 6 to 12. So 700 times a year, we have a chance to have a 6-week outage for a 4-week cash flow. Do the math. They're either going to go out of business like St. Margaret's, or they're going to get predatory acquired into these larger networks where a single attack on one in California hurts hospitals that were acquired in Connecticut and whatnot. So we're at a point where I don't think we should be talking about the equities it might have on software vulnerability. If you take a services look at, do you have resilient performance of your provide medical secure service, then we can de-scope things like coordinated vulnerability disclosure as exploits. And then paradoxically, this room in the Beltway knows that we've been very loath to do SICI, or systemically important critical infrastructure, or to identify the most critical weak links in the supply chain or the delivery of these services. And if everything's important, nothing's important. So if you don't like that CERCIA applies to every little person in these 16 sectors, imagine a world where we had defined that these are the actually critically important players in the supply chain of food or healthcare. And we apply the first wave of CERCIA mandatory reporting only to those systemically important critical infrastructure and support of national critical functions. So we can't have it both ways. We either have to know who's truly lifeline important for national security capacity and aim our remedies at those, or keep everything vague and generic, and then everybody suffers from fitting regulations.
Go Chris and then Jaya.
Yep. Chris, you're on mute.
Sorry, I want to circle back on the root, because that was my dog barking before. So the root question you asked about sort of the supply chain, security, software security. I think it's critically important that there is this focus, right? I do have concerns about the how it's being, sort of the requirements around it, but this is critically important. And the why is not necessarily because we're seeing the delivery of security-related malware, et cetera, within the context of the software that we're procuring. But what I am seeing is that approximately 52% of all outages are related to software hardware failures, of which half of those have no root cause. Now, of the other 25%, a good proportion of those do end up related to some sort of security failure, whether that be a policy failure, configuration, some human being did something wrong, they didn't follow a policy that was in place. And in some cases, you end up finding out that there was some sort of malware that was buried in that code. Now, so I think the focus on secure software development is critically important. That does not happen unless you shift the obligation for security accountability left, right? Because we all know that the CISO really doesn't take the ball until it comes out of the development organization. So there's an organizational piece to this, but there's another piece to it, which is when I see failures, oftentimes it's not the software code per se that failed. It was the integration of one software element with another software element, and it's the failure at the seam, right? Because we don't have a lot of good standards for it. SAP and on top of, VMware, what does that look like? And what is the data? I've got DB2 and I've got, it's how these things come together. And we don't have real good standards for the implementations of sophisticated software applications on top of sophisticated infrastructure today. And so I would say that in order for us to really get the effective benefit of the approach we're taking to SBOM and other kinds of focuses here, we really have to think about how do these things work together. Going back to Josh's point, if you've got critical infrastructure and they've got critical infrastructure implementations like Epic systems that are familiar, we should be really coming up with what are those target implementations and what does good security look like within that context.
And Jai, I want to go to you, but first, Ari, we've got about 15 minutes left. So if there are questions in the room, I don't know how we will do that, but I assume you're going to figure it out. So Jaya, over to you. Jaya, you're on mute, I think.
Yep. So I just want to be really clear. I'm not saying that I'm against all regulation. I just don't think that this is the right way. So this one on the CRA, it's just about changing the time frame or allowing the vendors who know that they have a vulnerability in their systems not having to disclose in 24 hours before there's a patch or any remediation available. I think that needs to be adjusted. I'm not suggesting we throw away the CRA. So it's not that much of an equities balance that you completely, toss the baby with the bathwater, but it does need to be improved. There's a reason that we have the NIST 2 after the NIST 1. I really think that we just need to improve this so that we make sure that the original objectives are actually achieved rather than some completely unintentional consequence.
So yeah, I'm going to just chime in and provide my color commentary here, which is that all these regulatory regimes that are sort of trying to punish companies after the fact, to make markets aware so they can punish companies, they don't seem to work at all, right? Markets don't care about ransomware incidents. Markets don't seem to care about cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So this does seem to be actually quite a flawed approach. The question is, do we have a better one? Can we figure out a way to incentivize or simply require better cybersecurity? And then more to the point that we started to edge into with this, I think, I want to go to Josh on this, right? Are we actually able to say, okay, we're not going to require just security products and investment in that, but secure IT products, to borrow a line from Phil Venables, right? So Josh, where are we? Secure by design is kind of a theme of Cybersecurity Awareness Month now, but do we actually know how to do it? Do we have a pathway for getting there? And can we incentivize it or require it?
Well, I contributed a lot to the executive order, and one of the sentiments I put in there is that this is about, channeling my inner Dan Gear. This is about, in the end, the dependence we place upon digital infrastructure should be proportional to how trustworthy and transparent that infrastructure is, and the consequences we will incur if that trust is misplaced. So it's about the relative dependability and dependence. And we don't know how trustworthy and dependent the digital infrastructure is, the COTS products, the cyber physical systems, the industrial control systems. We're just getting them blindly passed down. To Chris's point, sometimes with end-of-life operating systems, hard-coded passwords, known exploited vulnerabilities. So I think at some point we need a negligence line. When I was at CISA, I said, stop uttering best practices at the cyber poor. And we wrote CISA.gov/bad practices. There's only 3 of them. And one of them is the use of end-of-life unsupported operating systems in service of critical infrastructure is dangerous and elevates risks to public safety, human life, economic, and national security. Similarly, if we don't define what negligence looks like, if you have a water and wastewater facility or an oil and gas pipeline that is compromised through a 10-year-old known exploited vulnerability on CISA's KEV list, the manufacturer should be held responsible for that. You can only defend defensible equipment. And we want to make sure the supply chain into critical infrastructure has done its diligence to either remove known exploited vulnerabilities and material risks, or is transparent about the risks it's passing downstream to you. And then you as an operator can make an informed decision and take precautions. But there's going to be some responsibility upstream that we are defending defensible equipment in critical infrastructure. And then obviously the operator stuff with things like the cyber performance goals. But right now, as you indicated and your colleagues indicated, all the cost burden is on the victim. It's on your grandmother, or it's on the owner and operator, water and wastewater, a small hospital. And they have to do their part for sure, but they have no fighting chance if we have cavalier attitudes towards unpatchable, known exploited vulnerabilities. The focus should not be on make perfect software. No one knows how to do that. That's how I met Jaya, was through the whole OWASP and AppSec community. We've been doing this for most of our career. What we want to do is make sure the egregious material risks are taken out of the system and that we have defensible, resilient architectures and threat models to recover quickly if they are compromised, and things like coordinated disclosure. We're doing a lot of the right things, but we go from completely prone to completely perfect. And we need a much more stepwise and surgical approach to what is expected from a supplier to avoid negligence.
Ari, do we have any burning questions in the room, or should I keep hammering on?
If I could just say, I totally agree with this, but it's both, right? So it's not just the manufacturer and the maker. It's also how the hell did you maintain this thing that you bought? And, let's be honest, that burden shifting between that it was always on the user or the consumer of the thing to indeed expect to do that, and then somehow never placed on the creator, that was where we screwed up completely. And I would argue that we are now taking a turn for the better, but we're not 100% there yet either. So I think it's taking things like the Cyber Resilience Act and trying to find a way to make it still a little bit better so that, when we coordinate the vulnerabilities to actually get them fixed, we have a bit of a more streamlined approach that allows it to actually get fixed. Go ahead.
Well, let's go to Chris and then back to you, Josh.
Yeah.
What?
No, and I was going to bring up a little bit of, just a little bit of an orthogonal point on software supply chain security. I think that, just from a policy perspective, one of the places where we can think about regulatory reciprocity is in this particular area. When we talk about working with our allies, so for instance, I was listening into the Australia, the speech earlier, and thinking about reciprocity with Australia, with Japan, with India on the question of technology, interoperability, et cetera. I do think that establishing standards that each of the allied nations can adhere to, I think, is going to serve us well in the future. So just a little bit of a vote for that.
Let me pause there for a second. Ari, anything in the room?
Yeah, I'll ask a question if you can hear me?
Yes.
Is it working there?
Yeah.
Great. To keep things moving and see if others want to follow up after me. But one of the things that we've seen a lot is the structures of government and the role government plays. And do you feel like people know where to go to in government at this point in the U.S. or internationally? And what can change to help that?
Josh, you shook your head, so you have to talk now.
Oh, sorry. I don't think people yet know who's who in the zoo, in the federal pantheon of cyber players. I don't. And perhaps instead of just saying slogans during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we should give a blueprint and a map. There's quite a bit of infighting. So when I got to CISA for the CISA COVID task force, we did a lot of good things. We had a lot of successes, but we also had a lot of interagency friction. And when the incoming politicals were doing their transition, they said, "What's it like, Josh?" And I said, "Well, we have three problems. One, no one knows who the hell CISA is, what its role is, who's who in the federal zoo, and when to call us versus FBI versus HHS or whatever. Number two, when they do know who to call, we have friendly fire and sabotage and infighting with our siblings who don't want CISA to exist or don't want to share in a shared responsibility model like PPD 21 and other things outlined. And number three is, we're not at our full fighting strength yet. So we're reluctant to assert our statutory responsibilities with our siblings until we get our act together, and we think we have 10 to 15 years. But the barbarians are not just at the gates, they're in the gates. Things are on fire. We've got to accelerate the clarity and precision of the shared responsibility across the federal government, add to it even NSC and ONCD have infighting. We have got to harmonize who's got which roles and have a healthy overlap versus a assumed conflict, because these victims in hospitals want and need help, and they don't know where to get it, and they can't necessarily get it consistently when they ask for it. So I would like to see more awareness on almost like a schoolhouse rocks for how does the government actually approach cybersecurity. Over.
Like the one that they did about how a bill becomes a law. Remember that one? That was so good. But I have to say that this problem is not just an American problem. This is global. And we're seeing this in Europe, but it's really bad to the extent that there are like little organizations that crop up because the institute, like the national CERT, cannot take the role that they were originally intending to take. So finding vulnerabilities, helping organizations figure out what to fix, how to fix. So you see this cropping up of like organizations which, with the best intention and amazing thing, are scanning for the vulnerabilities that are in countries around Europe, and then subsequently helping those organizations fix it. And you see the same type of weird distribution when it comes to like shadow server, for example, working with law enforcement, which is a great example of how to do things, well when they're not being done by someone else. Or even a more extreme example, the fact that, looking for Pegasus didn't come from Apple, but came from, Amnesty and Citizen Lab. I think there are a lot of places where people are genuinely left like, where do I need to go? I think we need to do a lot better job of telling that story.
Can I give just an idea? We're doing something super cool in India right now. Actually, we're hosting something with the Indian government called the Cyber Rack Shack, and so the concept is to make so politics is local. It's that concept, which is find young women. We're focusing on young women right now, almost to the age of 12, and helping them become certified in cyber and payments processing, because this is really important, particularly for the artisans and a lot of the rural communities. But they are becoming kind of the 4-H club for all cyber and digital issues within their communities. And so when something goes wrong, instead of them having to reach out to some global, national government entity, you call somebody next door. And I do think it's actually working really well. Plus, it's giving a lot of very young women agency within these communities and a kind of a real purpose. And we're seeing a lot of economic opportunities kind of arising for them. But in any case, I think that there's an opportunity for us to think differently about this problem and think about it as more of a local problem than a federal problem. And so how do we bind the local communities, the local businesses to the federal government? And I think a different way of thinking is important here.
So I want to pivot off this, and I think bring in two issues that we've alluded to but not quite gotten to yet, which is workforce and AI and the impact that AI will have on workforce. So I'm going to put out a jumble of a question to all three of you. Looking at this issue, do we really have today a cyber workforce problem, at least at the lowest level, right? Do we not have enough people coming into the field? This is a problem. I see Michael Daniel sitting in the audience, so I'm going to quote him here, right? If this had been a problem that had persisted for 20 years, it shouldn't continue to persist, right? If this was really a problem, it would have gone away, and yet it hasn't. Given that, let's also talk about AI, right? What is the prospect of AI of eliminating the need for many of these jobs? And then to just wrap it all in a big bow, let's talk specifically about software security and the ability for AI to generate more secure software more rapidly than humans can today. What are you guys seeing as technologists in the field is the impact of AI on the cyber workforce and the software development workforce today? Are we actually enabling more people to produce more secure software, or more people to just simply produce more insecure software, making the problem worse? Jaya.
Oh, well, so it depends on how you look at this problem. I am a skeptic. I don't think that AI is a panacea, neither to our skill shortage nor to creating something that is fundamentally more secure, simply because, there are still attacks that can be leveraged against AI systems. There's still AI poisoning attacks. You still have hallucination as a foundational almost component around AI systems these days. So I don't think that, I would say, oh, you know what we need for this problem? AI. I don't think it's that simple yet. I maybe one day it will be for cybersecurity. And I think for a very long time we were using machine learning and a lot of cybersecurity tools, but it hasn't spelled to this huge amount of advantage for the defender. It has not. And in terms of AI attacks, I think you're slowly seeing the emergence of little itty bitty things beyond domain generating algorithms. And so I'm wondering what that space is going to bring beyond domain generating algorithms and dark art and some, small things, whether we're really going to see like polymorphic malware that's spun up much quicker, that's much more difficult, with signature based detections to see it. And then I think that, like, if you take examples of companies like Cylance, the company that was spun up by BlackBerry and then subsequently got hacked because the researchers figured out how their AI model worked. I think those are the kinds of things that I worry about. So the use of AI would actually be an additional attack vector and not necessarily the thing that cures some of the other problems that you have. Maybe partially, certainly with needle and haystack kind of problems that we face in cybersecurity sometimes, but not completely.
Josh, Chris, any optimism?
I work in cybersecurity. I can't be an optimist. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Here, Josh, you go first.
So I was trying not to look at AI, but I can't ignore it anymore. I think the conversations we're having about it are the wrong ones. And to zoom out and kind of stitch a few of these together, we definitely have workforce problems, but they're not high end. I think we've not created the crawl, walk, run on ramps for 2-year degrees, cyber informed engineering, cyber informed development, cyber informed. Cyber should be kind of like a part of being a citizen or employee in any of these fields. So we've not created the fit for purpose stratification of roles and contributions to the overall outcomes we desire. But we definitely have a problem with workforce. It's just not the ways we typically describe it. As far as AI, or even if you want to go to post-quantum crypto or whatnot, we are introducing revolutionary game changers faster than we're tackling hard-coded passwords and unsupported things. So even if you wave a magic wand and software could be written in Rust and memory-safe languages with no shared secrets included, and you could have software write better stuff, we wouldn't deploy it. We still have Windows XP and older in clinical environments that can lead to loss of life and have. So we have a real big mismatch between our adoption of disruptions and our deployment where it matters most to the underpinnings of society. So I think we got to reckon with where these things fit for purpose. I do think and want there's some incredible breakthroughs we can make with machine learning and AI to augment human talent in the near term and maybe even replace it in the long term. But I don't think we're approaching it correctly. We're still in buzzword bingo and either a slobbering love affair with what it could do, or with fear tactics as to why it's untrustworthy. We kind of have to lean in, roll up our sleeves and embrace it, have the really good long-term thinkers making sure that this is in service to humans' needs and societies and not disruptive to it. But we have got to show a greater appetite, and I'm speaking specifically to this room and to the Beltway, which is you can't keep saying it's too soon. We got to go slower on taking a GitHub automatically generated SBOM and saying, oh, it's too risky. Oh, it's too risky. We have got to start taking transparency and patchability, basic hygiene measures, or we're going to wonder why we got outclipped, outpaced by our adversaries.
Chris.
Okay, so my lightning round. So on the question, do we have a cyber sort of workforce problem? I think we have a complexity problem, as I mentioned before. We have too much stuff, too much old stuff. We need too many people. It's too expensive. It's too hard to hire them. It's too hard to maintain them, et cetera, et cetera. So that's one issue. Second issue we've got is, and this is a really, for diverse populations in particular, we have a mid-career dropout problem. So while you're getting the numbers inside, if you look at 40% of that population, mainly, where 40 to 50% of that population is women, they're dropping out mid-career. And so that is a problem for us long-term. Another issue we've got is that we don't have like an apprenticeship concept. Mm-hmm. And most organizations want to hire somebody with 2 years of experience. That's very problem. People don't, miraculously get 2 years of experience. Somehow we have to figure that out. As far as AI is concerned, I want to come back to me, the root problem, and having come from a company that actually did this for a living years ago, the problem with AI is the data. And, this mm-hmm. goes back to something, on the question of resilience and the broadening of the scope of what is a cyber professional responsible for. The algorithms that we use are dependent on the data that feeds those models. And if we are not appropriately curating and ensuring the integrity of the data that's feeding those models, it's garbage in, garbage out. And so what I really worry about is, when you come to the question of, can you write good code? I don't know, maybe. What's good code? Who makes that decision? And so that, it's all, again, it's all about the data, and it's all about whether or not we can trust that the data is being used in a correct way, and we can trust the outcomes.
So this is, unfortunately, I'm getting 2 messages in my DM, public service to us. 1, we need to wrap up. 2, our private messages have been displayed on the screen the whole time. So I don't think anybody said anything too bad, but heads up for next time. It's only been 4 years into the pandemic since we've been doing these things remotely. We'll get it right eventually. I want to thank all our panelists and thank Ari and Bree and Venable for the invitation to come and do this today.
And we will go ahead and get started. I hope you are well caffeinated after the coffee break. My name is Heather West. I am a Senior Director of Cybersecurity and Privacy Services here at Venable. I do a lot of work with the Center for Cybersecurity Policy and Law. And I am excited to chat with our panelists today about equity and diversity in the cybersecurity workforce. So one of the reasons that we're here today is I think this is a really hot topic. Everyone cares. It's important. No one argues with that. But really, how you make that happen is something that the folks on the panel today are going to talk about. The things that we've seen work, and the opportunities for the industry. So. The current demand for cybersecurity professionals, as I'm sure the folks in this room know, is high. I'm going to look at my numbers. 3.5 million open cybersecurity roles globally, 700,000 of those in the United States. That's a lot of folks. How do we fill that pipeline? How do we make sure that that pipeline is well qualified? And then how do we make sure that we keep folks in the industry and we keep folks in their jobs after we hire them? So that's really key to make sure that we're well positioned to address the incredible challenges that the cybersecurity industry faces, with diverse perspectives that really create stronger defenses. I will mention a paper that the center recently released called "Diverse Perspectives, Stronger Defenses," which got exactly to that. So we do think progress is being made. We will talk through some of that and get started. So I think I'm going to start with a softball and just go down the line. We're all here clearly because we value this. Can you tell me a little bit about why you think cybersecurity is important for your organization? I will go down the line. First, Michael. You are the Global Chief Human Resources Officer at Trellix. You've had all of these amazing HR leadership roles. Why is this important? Total softball.
It's super softball. Look, I mean, I think for Trellix, we are the combination of two really great cybersecurity companies made up of McAfee Enterprise and FireEye. And we've had a long and storied history working with the federal government as well as other governments across the globe, big companies, big organizations that have large infrastructures. And the key for us, I think, is when you take a look at those 700,000 roles that are open, is that if we continue doing the same things that we've been doing, we're never actually going to meet that requirement. Our products have a tremendous amount of AI embedded in it, but there's going to be no amount of AI that's actually going to solve this problem. There is no magic bullet. So for us, it's really looking at the DNA of our organization and saying, what do we need to do to both hire, retain, and grow diverse talent, which actually fills part of that gap for the 700,000 open roles in the U.S.
Love it. I think as we look at this, thank you for mentioning AI. It's going to make some of our jobs easier. It does not replace the people. Corey, you're Senior Manager of Global Government Affairs at Tenable, which is not Venable, but we're buds. And you have experience across USAID, Department of Treasury. Tell me why this is important for you and for Tenable.
Yeah, and so me personally, I think I really truly believe that diversity is a strength, and I think it's one that companies and organizations should take advantage of. Which is why in most of the jobs that I've had throughout my career, I've been a strong advocate for diversity. I think when it comes to cybersecurity, I think about it in two ways. I think, diversity leads to better cybersecurity outcomes. And I think diversity also leads to better business outcomes. When it comes to cybersecurity, I know this was mentioned in the white paper, the cyber workforce really is the first line of defense against cyber attacks and threats. And so it really is important to have a diverse set of perspectives and approaches to tackling the solution or tackling the problem. I think we're seeing a lot of attacks being launched from different parts of the world. So having cybersecurity professionals with those language skills, cultural skills, cultural knowledge that can help provide some insight into, what motivates attackers, what type of attack paths are being used, et cetera, could really help sort of attack the problem. I think also, technology is used in different ways by different cultures. And so having people who understand that will just create a sort of a more holistic security solution. From a business perspective, we're seeing investors and customers demand that companies be more diverse and inclusive. And I think those who follow that trend will be more competitive, and that kind of flows down to the bottom line. There's been research that shows that companies that are more diverse and inclusive are more innovative and therefore more profitable. So it's not just a moral imperative. There's a business case and a cybersecurity case to diversity, which is why I think companies should really lean in to diversity. And Tenable, we understand that diversity is key to innovation and it's key to protecting ourselves against cyber threats. So we have a couple of initiatives that we have undertaken to really lean in there.
I love it. Thank you. And bringing in both a government and an international perspective, Irfan, can you talk a little bit about your work at the UK's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology and your perspective here?
Yeah, very happy to. Thank you for having me on the panel and for explaining that Tenable and Venable are not the same company. I did actually think
oddly
it was,
enough
the same company.
It's only a small typo away.
So I think the international perspective on this is not too different from what people are seeing in the US, right? I think in the US, you're seeing a skills gap of around 700,000 people a year. Before I heard that number, we in the UK used to talk about a massive skills shortage of 10,000 people a year. So when we heard the US one, we thought, well, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this in US circles, but it's the same problem, right? It's that there are 10,000 jobs in the UK out there at a time of quite difficult economic circumstances, which pays double the national average salary. And we can't get people into these roles. There's 10,000 people a year. It's 50% of businesses in the UK say that they have a basic cybersecurity skill shortage, a basic one, not doing anything super sophisticated, just the nuts and bolts of what the company needs for cybersecurity. And it's all going to get bigger. The last panel, we heard a lot about regulation. We heard a lot about things like secure by design. You can't demand that companies do these things and then not provide and not have the skills base for people to draw on. So that 10,000 in the UK, 700,000 in the US, 3.5 million in the world is going to get much bigger, and it's going to get bigger quickly, not just because of what governments are demanding, but also what customers are demanding, and actually where the threat environment's going in the UK. So it's a big issue for us. I think the diversity and inclusion perspective, I have to say, it's great that Venable and CyberNext DC is looking at it from this perspective. It is a diversity and inclusion issue, not just because, like Corey said, we're talking about quality and having a stronger workforce if we have more diverse perspectives, but also we need 10,000 extra people in the UK. So we need to go outside those traditional groups that we're going to, because there's just not enough of them. We have to go outside the usual circles, the usual clubs, the usual kind of communities, and say, how do we get a broader pool of people interested in this stuff and pull them in? So for us, diversity inclusion, diversity is not just a strength; it's a necessity for how we actually broaden the pool.
Awesome, thank you. And Nicole, you have this amazing organization called Advocacy Blueprint, building on your experience at the National Security Council and the House Committee on Homeland Security, and a really fun perspective on all of this. I will say I had the chance to chat with everyone beforehand, and it was the most fun to prep for this panel. Nicole, talk about why it's important for you.
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you, Heather, and everybody here at CyberNext for doing the DEI panel. I talk to people, I'm like, you can't have a cyber conference without a DEI panel. You have to have one. But one of the things that I've noticed, especially as I've gotten invited to talk to them, sometimes people are just doing it as a placeholder to be like, well, of course, we have to talk about DEI. And I like the intention behind this panel, but also the research and really driving this conversation to the forefront. So thank you all for that. I always, when I talk about DEI, I want to just like share a story from the Hill that just kind of puts it in context for me and why I think it's important to work on this. So when I was on the Hill, not only did I work on cybersecurity issues, I also worked on counterterrorism issues. And at the height of ISIS recruitment in the US, there was a lot of money that was being sent via PayPal, and kind of like PayPal, but not traditional wire transfers through a bank. And so I'm sure everybody in this room loves Congress and wouldn't say anything bad about Congress. But one of the things that happens when the public opinion is at the height, like Congress has to do something. And we needed a bill. And I remember the administration came to us and they had a legislative proposal that was basically we needed to stop instant transfers from non-traditional banks. So people would still be able to send money through traditional banks through a regular wire service in the time period that it took. But making sure that places like PayPal, we didn't have Cash App at the time, but making sure they couldn't do instant transfers. The legislative proposal was like, this is how we stop terror financing that is happening so quickly. And as we were questioning them, I'm just like, they said, because there's no legitimate reason that people need to send money and they can't wait 24 hours or 48 hours. And I just kind of sat in that room and I was like, what? People are underbanked. People are also dealing with emergencies. Like a flat tire, if you are low income, will ruin your day, will ruin your week. You may not be able to get home. But as someone who grew up in a rural community that has one bank, and to this day, we can't figure out why it opens at 10 and closes at 4, you may not be able to get to the bank depending on what time your emergency happens. And that for me, like even giving those examples in the room, like the people that were in that position of authority all kind of sat back and were like, we should probably come with a different proposal. And I'm like, yeah, you think? But that what to me was just a lack of diversity and the groupthink that happens when you don't have people in spaces that have different backgrounds. And when we talk about this, and we'll get a little bit more into this, when I think about DEI, I am talking about people from the rural South. I am talking about Black and brown people. I am talking about women because your perspective and your background helps you to see things in a very different way than some of the other folks. And especially in a space like cyber, where we're doing so much innovation, we are moving fast. We are in a place where we are setting policy, not trying to correct policy from 100 years ago. You need to be intentional about how it's being built so that you don't have to be in a constant place of correction.
Thank you. Excellent. One of the themes that has really come out to me over the last year as we worked on this has been that this is a win-win. This is something that really helps the industry, helps people across the board. Let's start really briefly by talking about education and hiring. That's an important part of this. You can't build your workforce without folks with the right skills. And then we're going to move to retention for the bulk of the panel. I think, there's one piece of the puzzle, but part of this is making sure that folks know that this is an opportunity for them, and helping them position themselves in a way that makes it clear why they're going to be an awesome team member. Nicole, we talked a little bit about how to make sure folks know that cybersecurity is an option for them. You want to talk a little bit about your work there?
Yeah, people who've heard me on panels, the example I always use is we have to make sure people can see themselves in cyber the same way that a child doesn't know they want to be an astronaut until they know space exists. And so much of my work is just showing people that there are all these places and spaces that we need people. I think Heather and I talked a little bit about this when we talk about the education. I think there's been a lot of progress in the cyber community to say, hey, we're going to lower the standards of what the qualification is to get this job, because you don't need a 4-year degree for this job. You don't need an advanced degree for this job. But there is still a disconnect in getting that message to the people who are in a position or who are in the positions that they need to hear that. And so one of the things that what I like about this community and the work that I've done at Aspen as well is just reimagining these jobs. I think sometimes these jobs feel like a wish list of a perfect employee, rather than what is actually needed. And I know we're going to get to this a little bit on the retention side, but I think if we can get clear about the education requirements and the real requirements for a job, not the wish list, that is going to help us fill in some of these gaps, but also make sure we're retaining people. And I think for the folks in this room, especially coming from a policy standpoint, I really do think what we have to realize too when we're doing some of these job announcements and we're making these education requirements, make sure you're not advancing barriers that were set up to make sure that women, people of color, low-income people, people of different disabilities are not in that room. Because I always tell people, I'm like, if you're using what was based on your job description, was your job description right? Did it include everything? Were there some things that you could have left off, or some things that could be phrased in a way that is not going to create this, it's not an invisible barrier, but create this intangible barrier to even getting people to think about a career or thinking that they can apply for that job?
I think it creates a very real, tangible barrier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Michael, one of the things that we chatted about too was how you have over time kind of changed what you are looking for when you're hiring. And I mean that very broadly.
Sure.
When you're thinking about building a cybersecurity workforce.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I think, Nicole, what you're saying is absolutely right. Having been in big data companies, understanding that you have a variety of opportunities to hire folks. You need to actually make sure that the job descriptions match and all of that. But when I entered into the cybersecurity industry, I realized that we had job descriptions where 10 years was one of the requirements. To be honest with you, 10 years ago, half the technologies didn't exist. And there were no people of color, quite frankly, in the industry at that time. So you were perpetuating these barriers, as Nicole had mentioned. And so, I took a traditional view to say, okay, we'll mess with that, the job descriptions, but let's go hire the right candidate for the role. And what I soon realized that as we were doing these skills-based hiring, that I was hiring one person. And when that person left, I'd have to get the next one. And that wasn't going to work long-term for us. So one of the things we did is said, okay, we're going to have to change the DNA of this company and how we think about talent and how we think about progression. And so we looked at every job description. We changed the job descriptions so that they were more actually applicable to the jobs that they were going to assume. And the truth is, the research that we've done, speaking to CISOs across the globe, is that about 75% of them learn most of their skills on the job. So there was an opportunity there to rethink it. So one of the things we did, right, we changed those job descriptions. We also said to ourselves, we have an even better opportunity, which is to hire folks at a lower level in other jobs that were less technical, but get them in our ecosystem and then move them up. So you start them off in roles like customer success, which tend to be less technical, but you start understanding the issues that our client face. You start understanding the adversarial relationships that are occurring, and then move them up through training and other opportunities. And when you do that, you start getting really great throughput, and the retention rates go up. So I remember when I joined, it was around 26% attrition. It's fairly high, but not uncommon. Our attrition rate's down to about 12% now. Now that fluctuates, depending on the economy and the things that we're doing. But some of it is because we got them early, we grew them, we're keeping them, we're retaining them, right?
They're loyal.
They're loyal.
They're loyal. They know your systems. They're well established. I love it. I think one of the things that's really critical to me is that we not treat diversity, equity, and inclusion as a checklist. This segued into the rest of what I wanted to talk about very well. I think, we need to address the whole life cycle. That was actually a theme for each of you. Is the idea of building career pathways and the way that you're talking about, Michael, the idea that we need to be more flexible. We need to think about what the job really needs. We need to support folks once we hire them. Corey, I think we've had some discussion about whether we're looking for the right things. I'd love to hear what you think the skills that make a candidate really successful are, and whether it's a certification in technical knowledge or maybe something else.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think it's one that the cybersecurity industry is kind of grappling with. I think traditionally there's been a lot of emphasis on hard skills, technical skills, and I think that kind of plays into the prototype of a cybersecurity professional. And I think that also turns some people away from the field and it kind of intimidates them. I think when you think of a cybersecurity professional, you're thinking of the white guy in a hoodie with like 5 screens in front of him tapping away at a computer. We need those engineers. We need those, we need people who understand code and software and how to configure networks and systems. But there's also a set of soft skills that I think are equally important in the cybersecurity field. We're in the middle of Cybersecurity Awareness Month. CISA just launched their public awareness campaign. Cybersecurity is a whole of society issue, and we need people to reach out to the public and educate them about why cybersecurity is important, convince them to do their part. So some of those marketing skills, communication skills, interpersonal skills are equally important, I think, to the hard technical skills. And I think they become even more important as you rise up the ranks in cybersecurity. When you're a senior level official, a senior executive, or you're a CISO, you need to really influence sort of the business leaders and sort of, influence the decision-making process and, convince them why this is important and what, impacts that these cybersecurity either vulnerabilities or risks have on the business. And me personally, I didn't have a cybersecurity background before I joined Tenable, but I think the company realized the skills that I did bring to the table. And as Michael mentioned, a lot of cybersecurity is learning on the job. The technology is constantly changing. Things are changing. So I think the bottom line is that there's no one set of skills that makes a successful cybersecurity professional. And I think we need to do a better job of sort of marketing that. And we can, that can help broaden the aperture of applicants that we can attract to the field.
I wish I had a statistic on hand, but I have found a surprising number of folks who've been in the field for 20, 25 years who have, for example, physics backgrounds. It teaches you something about thinking that's really intangible, that transfers really well. So I think some of those, but yes, the idea that we're humans, we communicate, we collaborate, like those skills are critical. Irfan, you were mentioning a cool program earlier. Can you tell us? I think it's the Cybersecurity Council. Did I miss a word?
Yeah. Which conjures up, images of people in cloaks with staffs and making big decisions. But it's a lot kind of more straightforward to that, and probably speaks to people in the room. So I guess when the UK started looking at how do we do something about the UK skills gap and the quality of the people that are in the profession, the things that kind of struck out were that actually businesses didn't know what they were buying when they were recruiting a cybersecurity professional, because there was no standard set of things that a cybersecurity professional must do. There's all kinds of things that we would like cybersecurity professionals to do. And then, Corey talked about some of the soft skills in there. But there was nothing that said, if a person can do X, Y, and Z, then they are a cybersecurity professional and their salary should be such and such. And then after year 2, and then after year 3 and 4 and all of that. And that made it really difficult for businesses to know what they were buying. and who they were buying. But it also made it really difficult for individuals to say, I want to be a cyber professional. Well, what is it that you want to be? Do you want to be designing a software architecture in a secure way? Do you want to be a cybersecurity auditor? Are you in the risk management? Are you an incident responder? What is it in the cyber threat? It's so broad, and we talk about it like it's one job. But in a company that has a cyber team, there'll be 8 or 9 different things that they're doing. And so one of the things that the UK set out to do was to look at develop something called the cyber body of knowledge, which looked to set out what is it that the cyber profession entails. And it came out with 16 different specialisms within the profession, which lets you say, okay, I'm going to be a cyber professional and I will be I kind of hope everyone goes down the cyber auditor route, because I did a lot of cyber auditing and I never knew that I would have been a cyber professional. So, it's great that all of that's included. But the other thing that really did was it started then appealing, that then makes the cyber profession appeal to people who are less likely to take a risk. We talked about the way job descriptions are written, and who would go for kind of, if you see 80% of what you can do on a job description, are you going to apply for it? Well, probably if you're a man, not if you're a woman. And so one of the things about defining the professions was that we know that women are more drawn to careers that have structure and transparency rather than jobs that take you for the next 3 or 4 years. And certainly, in my household, if we had talked about joining anything other than a profession, my Indian parents would have said, definitely not. You need to be a doctor or an accountant or a lawyer. And as it turns out, I trained to be an accountant and then went way off course, which they still don't forgive me for. But at least that was a progression into a career that they could see and say, yeah, okay, well, we know what you're doing. And similarly with the cyber profession, you can now, the UK is trying to set out these 16 different ways in and standards for progression through, so that you can now have people that say, we want to join the profession. We don't want to be a coder. We don't want to be a cyber responder. We want to be a cybersecurity professional. And there is a whole career path that sits in there. I mean, in the UK, we have some stats on ethnic minority participation and female participation. It's 22% of the cyber workforce is from ethnic minority backgrounds, and 17% of the profession is a female, which is I think it's around less than half of the tech sector more broadly. And so, the cybersecurity sector then, we're looking to demystify it, structure it, and the UK Cybersecurity Council is then trying to do that, and actually had its first graduation of the first 100 chartered cyber professionals in the UK just last week. So it kind of gives the profession a bit of stature. It's got a charter from our last Queen, and so you can actually say, I am a chartered cyber professional. And say that you are going into a career that you can recognize, and that's not just about recruitment and getting people in. That's then also about changing the DNA, as you were saying earlier, the DNA of the profession itself, and saying actually we want to stick in, we can move around, and it gives buyers that visibility of okay, this person has been a chartered professional for 3 years, and they're then under the specialism of cyber incident responder. So I know that if we have a cyber incident, this person can do what we need them to do. So it's trying to correct that transparency issue as well.
One of the ways you were talking about it, I think, was making sure that folks who are particularly methodical and strategic have a path and they see how to get from point A to point B, which I thought was very, very appealing. I personally like to have a plan. I then abandon the plan, so I'm only a little bit of your use case, but it's so useful to have people be able to say, aha, I know what that is. So to pivot a little bit, I think one of the things that's very prevalent for folks who might not be well represented in the industry is that it's a little bit more challenging to retain, and it's a little bit harder to make sure they're supported. And all of you brought that one up too. The idea that we need to figure out how best to support folks, and it might be a little bit different. Nicole, you were talking about burnout and what might make this a little bit harder for our diverse professionals.
Yeah, so one of the things, and I will say I'm challenging the room to help us come up with the term that we're going to use to describe this. One of the things I don't think people take into consideration when they're hiring diverse employees is the mental load that it takes to be. I literally see a whole bunch of diverse people nodding. So for folks to explain that, you take the job and you're now responsible for pushing forward all of the diversity around you, being the voice for the people who are not in the room. So if you're a woman, you need to speak up for all women, and you need to always make sure you're keeping women forward in the conversation. If you're a person of color, every issue that impacts communities of color is your responsibility. And if you are not that voice, that conversation doesn't happen. There is a mental load that when you hire employees, you're getting more than just the person that is on that resume that fits that job description. And I find that so many programs within companies, also within government, they just don't acknowledge the whole of person that they have hired. And so we talked a little bit about this, and I think it's timely that we have someone from Trellix on the panel, but Trellix did a survey of 1,000 cybersecurity professionals and found that 30% of those folks do not think that they will be in cybersecurity within 2 years. And to visualize that, it's literally this whole side of the room. It's just not going to be here in 2 years. They're not going to be in our industry. They're not going to be at this conference. And I think about that when we talk about the diversity. I will challenge Trellix. I would love to know how many of those folks that in the 30% identify from a diverse background, because I think all of the issues, so lack of career advancement or clear career advancement, but also feeling undervalued, I think that stuff feels heavier for us. I know it feels heavier for me, where if you are in a place where you feel like you are doing the work, you are also the diverse voice, and you don't feel like that is valued, y'all, that makes you not want to do it. And like that stuff sits on you and it wears on you. And over time, I think you see a lot of people experience burnout more than their less diverse peers because they have even more of a load that they are carrying around. And so I think when we're talking about setting up structures and programming, you really do have to be intentional about what is the retention program and does it look different for diverse candidates? Like, is there a real mentorship program? Not a like, we're going to meet for wine and vent. Those are important. But like, is there going to be a structured program? And when we talk about clear career paths, you know, is it taken into account what the person, their skill set, but also kind of what they want to do? I think when we talk about earlier when I mentioned the barriers to some of these like racist, misogynistic classes, barriers to the job description, they also happen with the career paths in the company. It's like, well, it turns out everybody doesn't want to be the CEO, right? And I think about it when I worked on the Hill, it was like, don't you want to be staff third? Don't you want to be in charge of the whole committee? And I'm like, no, because I don't want to talk to people about their vacation. I don't want to negotiate salaries. I just want to do the policy. And I think as we're reimagining the job descriptions, once people get into these companies, you have to have a level of awareness too. And how do you share the load? Like I think about this because a couple of these folks I'm about to call y'all out are in the room, but like Jeff is here, Megan is here, Suzanne is here, Michael is here. They don't make me carry the load. I'm not responsible of all DEI when they are in the room. I know that, like, all right, I feel like I got to bring this up because now we're talking about Iran hackers. Like, I should acknowledge that the Black community has been targeted a little bit more than everybody else. Jeff will say it first, right? And it's like, oh, yeah, now I get to just be a +1. I don't have to like now speak up and say the thing that everybody in the room already knows, but I have to say it because I'm the Black woman. And so as you're thinking about the tangible things you can do with these programs, also, what are you doing on a personal level to help carry that mental load?
I love that so much. The idea that you're hiring the whole person, but you don't have to place the whole burden on them. So I want to talk about that support for everybody on the panel and how we think about growing training, making sure folks have access to professional development, stretch projects and opportunities, and that mentorship. We're not, even if someone does want to be CISO, and to be clear, like I don't want to be CEO or CISO or any of those. That does sound like a lot of late nights. But how do we make sure that we're not dropping someone into a role where they are not set up for success? How do we set folks up for success? Michael?
Sure. First of all, I'm glad you brought up the research that Trellix did. We did it about a year and a half, 2 years ago. We had a follow-up, a bit of research on it, simply because we wanted to inform our practices, right? You can't manage what you don't measure. We wanted to get some real data around it. And what you're saying is absolutely right. One of the things that we did was we looked at it in three ways. When you hire someone in, they need a network. One thing that people don't realize is when you're a person of color, you don't naturally have a network in cybersecurity because it doesn't exist. You're one, usually the only one in a room. And so we built the ERGs and we gave them real employee resource groups, affinity groups, and we really built those up with what I would say the development of power skills. You said it's also, but we call them power skills. The ability to sort of understand what's it like working at a specific company. These are the things that you do. If you need help, there's who you contact. We have mentorship programs that's more than just wine, but I do like wine. So, feel free to.
We can have both.
We can have both. It's not mutually exclusive. And then what we set out to do is say, we're going to have to develop some ongoing programming that is relatively inexpensive, but that will allow certain underrepresented professionals to have an outside voice to help them develop their skills and the way they think about their own careers. There was one such company, and we've used a few. I'm just going to mention one. It's GoTara. They are an organization that's focused on providing STEM plus skills to women. And they create just-in-time learning opportunities in short bursts, micro-learning, that allows women that have re-entered the workforce or that are new entrants to the workforce, or quite frankly, folks that have been a bit burned out in their existing careers and have a set of courses or a set of learnings that they then can take and put into place in the office within 2 weeks. So an example of that would be, how to have a difficult conversation. Sometimes you're a woman engineer in a room of all male engineers. And if you're outspoken, then you're labeled. If you don't speak up, you're labeled. And so you have to figure out a way of how to sort of breach that barrier that is unconscious to folks, right? It's not something that everyone else in the room thinks about. I may be trained, Nicole may be trained, Corey may be trained on listening to the quietest voice in the room. That's not how engineers are trained. It's just not. And so those are some of the skills that GoTara has. And it's a whole year. Now, why do I say it that way? The attrition rate for women that have gone through that program at our company is less than 4%. That is, look, we talk about DE&I as being just a good thing to do, but it is a financial imperative. It makes sense. Corey talked about diverse teams. There's a lot of research that actually proves that. Some research in my prior company did, and some research we're seeing now. Teams that are led by diverse leaders perform better. Fact. You perform better, you make more money. That is a fact. Right. And so it was a very easy conversation to have within our organization to do the math and say, if we do this and we reduce attrition, I don't have to pay an agency. I don't have to hire more recruiters. I can get people to stay. Right. Working with an organization like ASE, which is the Hispanic Alliance for Career Enhancement, you can actually get nonprofits that create a curriculum for these power skills that allow you to bring people in and then have them help you throughout their career. So it's both internal and external things that we can do. I saw this great paper around it had nothing to do with cybersecurity. It had to do around forestry, and it was a green ideal. And the research basically said that yes, we're planting a lot of trees, and that's fantastic. But the fastest way to get to a better environmental outcome is to save the trees you have. And that's how I like to think about what we do.
Don't churn through your good folks. Seems logical. Other folks, I have one more like curveball question for the end, but how do we support folks? Irfan?
I mean, yeah. The one of the things that it's been mentioned a couple of times on the panel, but I think part of this stems from when women or ethnic minorities are the only one of their kind in the room, right? When you are the absolute minority, and not by a margin, but 1 in 20 rather than what should be maybe 1 in 5. And so I talked a little bit about the structure of the profession and the kind of strategic approach, but the other one is that we absolutely have to ram that pipeline with people of all kinds, and we need to do it from an early stage. If you start talking to people about cyber careers when they're 25, it's too late. So certainly in the UK, we're going in at the age of 7 to start talking about not just careers in the digital economy, but in cybersecurity specifically, and then seeing that through 7 to 11, and then boot camps for 11 to 14-year-olds, and then up to those years where you're selecting what your future career is going to be by taking certain subjects. That pipeline has to start early, and it has to be full of people from all kinds of backgrounds. Kids groups and community groups and not-for-profits being involved. But then also, people do leave their professions and they do change. And when they do, they should be thinking of cybersecurity professions as well. So retraining adults that have the soft skills or the power skills that are needed to do these things well, and know enough and are eager enough is really important as well.
I would jump in. Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to touch on ERGs. I know Michael mentioned them, and they may seem trivial, but they actually do a really good job of helping sort of lighten the mental load that Nicole was talking about. Because sometimes when you're the only one in your group on your team, having an ERG in place provides a platform to connect with other folks like you, and you can kind of vent, which is sometimes needed, bounce ideas off of each other, and really have that safe space, that community that you can kind of go reach out to, and you can, deal with some of the challenges that you all are facing together, and not be ashamed to celebrate your culture and your uniqueness. So I think ERGs are a really good tool, and I think they are best used or best implemented when they have the support and participation of senior executives. So I think, if companies, if you don't have ERGs, you should definitely look into it, because I think it's a good tool to help people feel supported. From a professional development standpoint, I think it takes a cultural shift in thinking, and managers and companies need to take an active participation role in seeking out opportunities for employees. I feel like the traditional corporate America's kind of the method of doing things is like, the employee comes in and it's up to them to chart their own path and create their own opportunities. But it doesn't have to be that way. I think there can be, investment from the company itself in the professional development of particularly diverse employees, and helping them get those skills that are needed. One program that we're proud of at Tenable is we are partnering with Cybersecurity, which is a nonprofit organization, and we're sponsoring, we're providing scholarships for diverse employees to obtain their CISSP certification. And so, breaking down barriers that, to access that, some people may not have had, and providing those opportunities to get those skills that are needed to advance in a cybersecurity career.
Yeah, I will also +1 on the employee resource groups. I think those are really important. And I also was just confused about why we get people to a certain space when we decide that they don't need that level of community, right? Like, you're in law school, you have the Black Law Students Association, you have the Law Association for Women. I always joke with people, I'm like, I'm a part of the Mississippi Society because I live in DC and I miss Southern people. And sometimes it feels like at work, people are afraid to say we know you need community. We know you identify in different ways. So I will +1 on the ERGs. But one of the things when we talked about, or Heather, your prompt about empowerment, I would really challenge people to think about how you are empowering people and if you are really doing it or if it's like a check the box. So I know everyone at this point has heard like, people want a seat at the table. And I'm always like, I don't really want a seat at the table because I think we're just past that. Like, it's not about me being in the room. I want to be on the agenda, right? And I think so much of the time we expect our diverse employees to be a part of the output, but we're not taking their inputs. So it's like, I always joke with people, I'm like, well, I didn't have anything to do with the inputs. So no, I'm not going to go talk to Congress about it and tell them how great it is. I'm not going to go talk to the civil rights organizations because you didn't take the inputs so that they can see their fingerprints on this, so that they can see that this reflects them. So I think when we talk about empowerment programs, it has to be more than, okay, we got the ratio right. We have half as many women in this room as we do men. It's like, but are the women leading the agenda? Are the issues that the women have said should be on the agenda, are they there? Are they present? And I think as we talk about this with retention, y'all, people will stay. Like, people will stay when they feel that. I was used as an example. I'm like, I started getting job offers at my 4th year on the Hill, and I stayed 6 more years because I felt valued. There was a place for me to continue to grow and to progress. Same thing, like working at the National Security Council, there are no perks to working at the National Security Council other than your work. You feel value from your work and you have a sense of community where your inputs are being taken. Otherwise, why would you be at work for 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, dealing with the worst issues of the world? There are these things that are there, those intangibles make you figure out how you can stay there. And so as we're talking about the retention, I know some of this stuff feels like a lot of like, well, I don't know if we're going to be able to measure that. You will, because you will be celebrating the anniversaries of your employees. They will figure out how to stay with your company and your organization.
I love it. Thank you. So I want to ask one more question that I did not preview because it's in response to the Luminaries panel. But let's be really quick because we stand between this room and lunch. One of the topics that folks are talking about is the impact of artificial intelligence on the workforce. And I think that it's relevant to a lot of the things that we're talking about today, but hasn't been, like, that nexus has not been explored as much. Do you think AI will help the cybersecurity workforce? And do you think AI could help us create a more diverse field?
I think, I look at it holistically as an organization. I will say that AI is not a magic bullet. What it is the ability to extend our capabilities. And so if I think about our threat research organization, our ARC, Advanced Research Center, they use AI tools. It helps them identify issues, but the creativity behind that is very much human.
Great.
I think AI has the potential to, reduce the gap, the 700,000 job gap in cybersecurity. I think AI has the potential to sort of take on some of the lower level analysis within cybersecurity and kind of automate those and reduce the need for actual people in those seats. But it also worries me at the same time from a diversity perspective, because I think traditionally, you see more diversity at the entry level and at the junior level. So I think there could be some competition that AI sort of places with some of those lower level jobs where we're typically hiring some more diverse professionals.
So if AI is the curveball, I'm coming back to a panel in this conference next time because I can
I know it's for you. It's not exactly a curveball.
No, it is. Look, I mean, I think people in the room have been dealing with. I mean, anyone in the cyber sector has been dealing with AI as part of cyber defense since it all started. I think it's going to change in cyber. The way people do their jobs, it's going to change the nature of the nuts and bolts of the daily tasks that people are doing. I think one of the things that we've certainly seen in the UK is that people come into a profession in cyber and don't realize some of what those nuts and bolts are. It's quite hard work. It is laborious. It can be really, really grueling. And AI, like with any other sector, has the potential to take some of that burden away from the person doing the job. And so I think what we'll see, like with everywhere else, we'll see the nature of what a cyber professional is changing. And then it will bring in different kinds of people. If you're not having to do as much coding or do as much kind of fine detail auditing, your skill set, there's a skill set required for that sector will be different, and the kind of person that the job appeals to will be different. So I think it could be a huge opportunity for diversity in the sector. It's going to depend on how we use it, I think, which is the caveat for any AI conversation at the moment.
True.
Yeah, I would. I could keep +1 on people's stuff, but this is like a really good panel, y'all. Yes, I always tell people the answer to what will AI do is it just amplifies. It's going to amplify the good and it's going to amplify the bad. I'm sure everybody in this room is now really popular with your friends and family who, for the most part, have no idea what you do in cyber, because now they just get to ask you about AI all the time. And so the fun exercise I do, I'm like, well, tell me something you're afraid of AI. Or that you're afraid of today. And we'll go through the process of like how AI could make it better, but also how AI could make it worse. The things that we've described about today, those disparities are only going to get bigger if you don't figure out at a foundational level how to address it. If we're talking about the descriptions of jobs and how people are overestimating what they need and then people are devaluing what they bring, that's only going to get worse when you start adding all of these AI requirements to that same job description, right? And when we talk about what is needed in the cyber workforce from a technical standpoint, I love to geek out about open source software. And I think about like, oh, if we have AI that can help us write this code in a place, in a space where it's less vulnerable, that's going to be great. But one of the issues that we have on OSS issues right now is we don't have enough people that are doing the work, and the people who are doing the work are not very diverse. That's not going to get better when we talk about the biases that are already existed in algorithms, in our technology, in our digital lives. That's only going to get amplified when we use AI. So I appreciate this was not the hardball question, because I don't think you're allowed to have a panel these days and not have an AI question. But I would just say AI is going to amplify. And if we don't address these issues at a foundational level, they're not going to get better. They're going to get worse.
Turns out it was a curveball because you got 4 totally different answers.
No, that's fantastic. And I actually think that maybe next time we have a whole panel on that. Thank you all. That was phenomenal. And I know we're going to lunch. What time do folks come back? Is it 12:45? 12:45 for Ann Newberger. Thank you all. Enjoy lunch.
It's my pleasure to introduce the Deputy National Security Advisor, Ann Newberger, who those of you who are longtime CyberNext folks will know that Ann was actually at the 2020 CyberNext virtually when she was still working at NSA. And we wanted her back the next year, but she was at the NSC, and she's not allowed to get out much these days. And we finally were able to wrangle our way this year. So we really appreciate you coming back.
It's my pleasure. A funny story. You remind me about 2020. So it was the height of COVID. And I was working at the agency because it was a small group of us who were there full time, essentially running the agency when most folks were working virtually. And I remember at the time, NSA was still considering how to do Zoom from within the NSA building. So it took, actually, now that I think about it, that particular setup was a big deal. And then it ended up being reused again and again and again as the agency adjusted to having so much of a workforce working virtually and the need to communicate and do virtual town halls. So you broke new ground for NSA.
That was great. That's great. And I remember at the time that we really appreciated it because we knew a lot of work went into it. I remember saying something about like our taxpayer dollars are being well spent here organizing something like this. So we appreciate it. Yeah. So I did briefly want to touch on the events in Israel over the weekend. I was at Cyber Week with you, and I know you have family there, and I know that it's close to you. And I also know that have been at the NSC during French attacks and others that would make for a very long weekend for those at the NSC. So just wanted to see if there's words that you had to say about it in general, and cyber oriented specifically. So,
I think if you look at the remarks President Biden made over the weekend, as he talked about the depravity and the brutality of the attacks in Israel, 900 civilians, many shot at point blank, the videos of just the brutal way and the horrible, unprovoked attack. The president asked, the White House was lit up in blue and white last night. And you saw groups coming and just trying to take comfort from the horror of it. I think whether one has family or friends, it doesn't matter. It's, as humans, you see that kind of brutal behavior and you're hurt. And I think there's a great deal of pain. The United States is fully committed to our ally Israel, has started to make military movements to reinforce the message about third parties not taking this as an opportunity to escalate the conflict. And I think what we see is, Hamas does not have the interests of people of Gaza in mind, because this doesn't serve the people of Gaza in any way. It is just a brutal attack for brutal reasons. And America stands with Israel. Certainly from a cyber perspective, we are already surging support for anything our Israeli partners need. And I think the support of people around the world to say certain things go beyond what is acceptable behavior. There is no reason to shoot civilians. There is no reason to take women and children as hostage. There is no reason to bring civilians into such a horrible situation, and calling for the immediate release of hostages, particularly civilian hostages, is certainly something that, as a community of nations, you may have seen the Quint statement last night as well. So we know this will be difficult next few days, weeks, and months. And we know that the president, and as he's made clear, will stand behind to ensure that our ally Israel has the support needed at this difficult moment.
Thank you for those words. I know that it's rough to talk about too. But appreciate you being there and seeing what we can do moving forward. Well, that makes me want to switch to it. I'll stick on foreign affairs at least, and talk a little bit about what we saw. The working with our allies in Latin America. After the Costa Rica ransomware attack, we've also seen similar attacks in other Latin American countries. I was just at the Latin America CISO event, which had a lot of CISOs there. There was a lot of questions about how the money that Costa Rica has gotten is going to be used, and whether that's going to, whether other allies are, what can they do, and how we can work together with them moving it forward. So I guess the question for you is, how is that money being used? How are you working with the Costa Ricans? What are you seeing with Panama and Colombia that have had similar situations? So start there.
Really great question. So Costa Rica really was a set of firsts. And the U.S. government surged and innovated on a number of things in that way. So first, major ransomware attack against the Costa Rican government. President Chavez believes it was, he said, he felt it was potentially in response to he was the first leader in the region to speak out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and a significant ransomware attack that really disabled government systems across Ukraine, across Costa Rica, prevented Costa Ricans from being able to access medical services, government appointments online, prevented the government being able to function. We quickly surged with a shout out to the amazing team led by Ambassador Tejas on the ground in Costa Rica, who was working actively and made, the request to say we need government support. We surged an FBI team to Costa Rica to help them recover. It was a Russia-based ransomware attacker who we've seen before, and to help with indicators of compromise, all the things that this community here knows so well to help government recover. And then, building on that, took a step back with the Costa Ricans, who are one of our closest, longest-term allies in the country. In fact, Costa Rica was one of the 4 hosts of the President's Summit for Democracy, in the host for the region, and said, what's really needed to position the country to be better positioned for potential future cyber attacks. And based upon that, came up with a set of both near-term, immediate, and longer-term support to stand up a security operations center, to pay for practical licenses, cybersecurity services, to help put that in place for Costa Rica. Along the way as well, we had the longer conversation about telecom and how strategically telecom in a country is the source of the country's cybersecurity posture. I've had the privilege to work both offense and defense, and I can say that if a country's telecom is an untrusted provider, it is incredibly hard, if not impossible, to secure that telecom. And the country's economy rides on that, national security rides on that, both from an adversary ability to spy and an adversary ability potentially to disrupt in a difficult period. So based upon that, we really work closely with the Costa Rican government on both their tender and their auction for their telecom, their 5G telecom, and are continuing to work closely to help ensure they can put in place trusted providers as well. So what was different? And for that, another first, Exim came forward with a $300 million financing grant. So what was really new here? The surging support on the ground quickly to help a close ally recover, working closely, pivoting from that to say what's really needed to set this ally up more strategically. We're having discussions of whether that should then be a regional capability. And then taking a look and saying, well, in trusted telecom, if we want to help countries really be able to put that in place, financing matters. And then working for the first time to have the actual financing and the commitment made. So that's a playbook where we intend to play again and again, working, as you noted, looking at that for Panama, looking at that in other regions around the world. So you'll see more of that playbook moving forward.
That sounds great. And moving this same discussion closer to home, the Cybersecurity Coalition has been writing about U.S. schools and the problems that we saw at U.S. schools, K-12 schools, for the last 5 years, and trying to push the FCC to cover more. You had an event at the White House a few months ago that was, I thought, was a really big success in terms of the people that were there were just so excited to be there and felt like they, they're finally being heard, a lot of them. And I was just wondering what you see coming out of that event and what schools can do now, what this community can do that supports schools to help to move things forward, and what can we, what do you see now the school has begun?
Yep. To your point, the Back to School Safely event, the First Lady as a teacher herself was really committed to it. When we talked with her about what was going on in schools, ransomware attacks, not only disrupting schools in multiple states, but also data being stolen, sensitive kids' data, mental health data, school records, and just being released on the dark web. She got really passionate and said, we need to address this. And that was the Back to School Safely event. And there was a set of government commitments that were announced, and then there were a really powerful set of private sector commitments that were announced. So specifically, two I'll lift up. One was Cloudflare announced a project Cybersecure, essentially deploying free cybersecurity services for schools with less than 2,500 kids. And since that announcement, they've actually deployed the service, and it's protecting 35,000 kids in states around the country, red states, blue states. I think, in fact, Arkansas, was one that said, we're going to deploy this all around the state because they have so many, essentially, small school systems. So literally, from the 2 months ago when the project started, it's protecting 35,000 kids, I think 150 school districts roughly. And it continues. We have schools signing up every day. So that's exciting. Similarly, there was, the FCC announced a $200 million grant that they are working to submit for public notice. I think that's now underway in order to help schools pay for better cybersecurity services, which is exciting. CISA's deploying teams. I think they've already deployed a team in the last 60 days. Another 7 will be deployed this year to help actual schools not just do assessments, but actually help them do the work, which is exciting. And the Department of Education is standing up a convening council to continue to bring together. We brought together school superintendents from around the country. We had a speaker from LA, the school superintendent from LA, tremendous leader, Superintendent Carvalho, who had really led LA's response to the ransomware attack. He talked about his lessons learned, really candid talk. He talked about being a resource for other superintendents. So I think bottom line, really use that Back to School Safely event at the White House to bring together both the folks we want to equip with capabilities. The private sector really stepped up. Government stepped up, and now we're continuing to track that actively. We get a weekly update from the Department of Education of how many schools are protected. We know how many school systems in the country have less than 2,500 kids. That's the mark that we're driving towards. So it's good to see the progress, but there's always more to be done.
Yeah, well, it's a great start. Definitely a great start. On the question of ransomware, just more in general, you've spoken out against to try and stop payments and figure out ways to do that. I was wondering what you think the process to get there is, especially with hospitals or transportation or energy, where lives might actually be at risk if they can't pay, right? So how do we get from today, where, or I guess we already know how we got from 2020 when people were just paying all the time to now when they don't pay all the time, and how do we get to no payments, knowing that there's going to be these kind of edge cases?
So that's really a question that, we've engaged a number of you around the room to get your feedback and input on that. Fundamentally, ransomware is driven by payments. It's a financially driven model. It's a criminal model. So while a given payment may seem like the right thing for a company, it's incentivizing the next attack. And we have some really interesting data that we've now gathered, and more to follow on that, because we'll be really using that data in more detail, which shows that companies that had good backups actually recovered more quickly than companies that paid a ransom. Because companies that paid a ransom got a decryption key. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work, not everything. Versus if you had good, solid backups that you had tested, you could recover from. So there's key data there. I think the second aspect is it's a much better investment to invest in the cybersecurity practices, the backups, and paying off a criminal. But there's no guarantee they won't leak the data or they won't use it again. As we're seeing second line of blackmail, et cetera, of entities who then steal data and then try to leak it online. But I think we want this community's help in thinking about what is a regime that really drives down, disincentivizes ransom payments. Because we understand that for the given entity under a ransom attack, it feels so appealing to pay a ransom. There's a sense that it'll help one rapidly recover. So both the data to show that if you have a backup, it's not going to be faster, but also the sense of take those steps, do what you need to do. We're 2 years in, and we really shouldn't have companies paying ransoms at this point. They should be having the backups. They should be having a way to recover more quickly. And as a community, there's a corporate social responsibility of you may pay, you're incentivizing the next one in your industry, et cetera. One
thing we're finding, though, it's not just about the backups, though, because now they're stealing the data and they're saying they're going to release it, right? So there is other things. I mean, I don't know if I haven't seen the data, whether that's been driving to more payments or not, but they're at least moving in the right direction towards less people paying, which is
positive. And you raise a good point. We probably need to say backup and encrypt the data on the networks, even if it's stolen. So that's a good point. So thank you for that, Ari. We have to update how we're thinking about it.
And then another thing that you've been talking about is the idea of critical infrastructure rating systems, or some way of figuring out what condition critical infrastructure is in, and coming up with a rating system. How do you see that working? And are there sectors that seem more interested in doing that, or that you're more interested in doing it with?
It's a good question. This started when Russia invaded Ukraine. And we were very concerned that Russia would conduct cyber attacks against US critical infrastructure in response to the really strong sanctions that the president, the broader White House team was working to coordinate with key allies and partners to put in place. And when the president turned to us and said, what is the level of risk across critical infrastructure? Truly, the only sector we had visibility into was the pipeline sector. Because when Colonial Pipeline, when the attack occurred in May, in the prior May, Secretary of DHS had exercised his emergency authorities for the first time and put in place required minimum practices. And one of those was that each pipeline had to do a vulnerability assessment and submit it to TSA. And then TSA was able to rate it A, B, C, and D. So that circle of requirement of minimum practices, the company doing the vulnerability assessments and submitting them for TSA staff to review and give a rating, which, oh, by the way, we could then use to determine what kind of capacity help do they need? What kind of support from various agencies do we surge to help these companies for our critical infrastructure? So we've now closed that circle for the pipeline sector and are on the way for the aviation sector and for rail, all those who are essentially regulated for cybersecurity by TSA. So that's the model we're driving towards. And as you can see, that set of appeal, not just saying how secure is critical infrastructure, but saying there are 97 pipelines in this country that transport hazardous materials or are the sole providers for areas of large populations. Are they doing A, B, C, or D in cyber? And what's our plan to work with them to get them to, at the very least, a B+? And I think now with those ratings, we have a sense of where different companies are and building a plan together to get there. So it's not a 1 day or a 1 month journey, but that's the journey we're working to be on, because we fundamentally need to have confidence that that set of critical infrastructure can't be disrupted and that citizens can actively rely on it.
And in that space, I mean, you've also talked a lot about the supply chain risks, obviously there, including the software risk. And in terms of, where does liability fall in that discussion once you've mapped that out? Is there a way that you see that working out, or is that a discussion once we have to first figure out the critical infrastructure, where critical infrastructure is, and then we can worry about what feeds into it?
I think it goes together. As you know, that part of the national cybersecurity strategy got a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And the Office of the National Cyber Director is convening groups to get input on that and to think about approaches of how to approach the question of liability. I think that's also a journey, and we're getting started on that journey, thinking through that carefully.
Okay. Well, following up on that, though, another area that related that I know that you've been looking at a lot is the cloud and how cloud fits into this picture as well. I think a lot of the companies here have gone through FedRAMP and have had a direct experience in, trying to figure out how to demonstrate the work that they put in the security in the cloud. I was wondering if you have thoughts on how we do that, beyond the selling to the government, making it work more broadly, as is in the strategy too. So
yeah, I think that was a very diplomatic way of saying FedRAMP needs reform. FedRAMP needs reform now.
We've done reports on that, so I think I'm pretty clear on that point that we think FedRAMP needs reform. So you're right. I could have been more stronger. Yeah,
and let's be very candid. I think after the Microsoft cybersecurity incident with their private key, when we scrubbed FedRAMP and said, what is in FedRAMP on protections of cryptographic protections for the cloud, there wasn't anything. There wasn't much. And FedRAMP was last updated in 2013. Clearly, much has changed in the cloud. Our reliance on the cloud as a government, as a private sector has changed. So significant reform is needed in that space. We've started those discussions across the USG. We've tasked those first steps to start. That's a good example of we are not where we need to be. More broadly, I think when we look at the cloud, you see the work Commerce is doing on Know Your Customer. That's important work. At the end of the day, cloud infrastructure in the United States is used to lease and conduct attacks on the US, frankly, on countries around the world. I meet sometimes with foreign partners, and they give me a list of the percentage of attacks coming out of US IP space. In many cases, that's cloud environments because there's capacity, right? And it can be rapidly leased and infrastructure, conduct an attack and move off. And I think, our law enforcement community has talked about the fact that their path to prosecuting that, their path to investigating that takes longer than the path of a malicious actor leasing space, conducting an attack and moving on. So that's the thinking behind the Know Your Customer piece, to say the cloud environments have far more data about who their customers are. And much as we have Know Your Customer requirements in the financial sector, if somebody's opening a bank account, much as we're working with the crypto sector to press them to put the same thing in place, we believe that the cloud sector can be a partner in getting to know their customer and helping prevent malicious users using cloud to conduct attacks. And that's the path we're on. Clearly, we're working through ideas, very open to how that's implemented, to get input from the private sector on that.
Great. Well, we don't want to keep you much longer. Our time is up with you, and we know you have a lot to do. But is there any final words you have for the security vendor community on what we should be doing and where we can help out?
Absolutely. So I think you saw loud and clear in the national cybersecurity strategy, there's a partnership between government and the private sector, particularly this community, right? This community has visibility into threats, visibility into what practices are working, visibility, frankly, into how companies at different places across the stack can better work together, share information that enables us to then use AI, use new advanced technologies to detect and block cyber attacks much more quickly. Frankly, to make the job of cybersecurity much more interesting. Because while we talk about the number of open jobs, we don't often say that many cybersecurity jobs have high burnout because they're boring, they're repetitive, they're difficult. So we need your help, both in designing the policies that incentivize using the best tech across critical infrastructure in this country, across the federal government, but also incentivizing companies working together to pool data, whether it's telecom data, whether it's endpoint data, so that we can better detect and block attacks. Everyone deserves to have confidence in the digital infrastructure they use. And I think today, probably if you polled everybody in this room, do they have confidence? The answer would be, I need more. And I think I need more confidence. And I think we can do that together. So ideas for effective policies. The ransom one you asked me about is a great example of that. Ideas for ways to ensure that when we have a heavy reliance on tech like cloud, we're staying up to date on what our requirements need to be so that we're incentivizing industry to build the secure tech we need, incentivizing and requiring it, whether it's through our power of procurement or our regulation. So thank you for the partnership. Thank you, Ari, specifically for the role you've played in government and private sector and on driving that partnership, and look forward to working together on that.
Thank you very much, Al.
Thank you.
Welcome, and I want to just extend my thanks to the panelists who are joining us virtually from several different places around the world. We often talk about the public and private sectors, but there's actually really a third sector. In addition to the public sector and the for-profit sector, the nonprofit sector actually contributes a great deal to cybersecurity. And over the last 30 years, the nonprofit sector in cybersecurity has really exploded in size. And in fact, it's exploded to the point where you need a field guide to actually understand all the different alliances, coalitions, associations, and groupings that are out there. But while we often lump the nonprofits in with the private sector, in truth, nonprofits differ significantly from their for-profit colleagues. They have different missions, they have different funding models, and they often perform critical missions for the global digital ecosystem, but on a completely different funding basis. So it's really important to think about this industry, this sector, and how we actually fund its functions. So to do that today, I'm really excited to have four really cool panelists to join me. We have Jen Ellis of NextGen coming to us from the UK. We have Phil Reidinger of the Global Cyber Alliance, I think coming from somewhere in the DC area. We have Eli Sugarman from the Schmidt Futures and formerly of Hewlett coming to us from the West Coast. And Heli Tiermar Klar coming to us from, I think, Berlin. So it's quite the spread that we have. So thanks all of you for joining us, and we're going to just jump right in. So Phil, I want to start with you. What is the key problem here, and why do we need to address it?
Thank you, Michael. Hello, everybody. Let me just briefly say, with Anne's recent comments, I think we all have a continuing sense of shock and dismay over the terrorist events in Israel. And so my thoughts and all of our thoughts are with the people affected. Moving on, as difficult as the transition is, that is, I don't think the role of the common interest, the public interest in cybersecurity is really adequately understood. You see it pop up in places, right? Like there's a big event where there's a security issue around Log4j, and someone says, well, who was supposed to take care of that, and how were they paid to take care of that? And often the answer is Nobody was paid to take care of that. And so people were doing it out of the goodness of their own heart. And that's how the internet runs. You know, you talked before about governments and the private sector, right? With regard to the internet, you know, there's governments and the government interests, and they're responsible for protecting themselves and protecting their interests, right? And companies also protect themselves and do some things that are in the common good as well. But in between those two things and around the whole space is the whole internet, right? Which is a lot of other things that aren't covered there. You know, things that people don't think about, open source packages that the internet needs to operate on a day-to-day basis. Key services, you know, like Quad 9 or keeping up something like the MITRE ATT&CK framework that a lot of people aren't aware of, but that really depend on, in essence, the charity of one or two people in a lot of cases. And so I don't think people adequately understand how the basic core operations of the internet depend on the voluntary contributions of such a small number of people and places with razor thin resourcing across the board. And so that's the problem. We fund things like the highway infrastructure. We fund the power infrastructure. There are robust government or private sector funding models for that. But that funding model doesn't exist in the case of the internet. It's really, well, it'll probably keep working, and we've always solved the problems we've had before. So we're good to go. So that's the problem, the way I like to describe it.
Yeah, and I think the other piece from my perspective, right, is and that funding model of relying on, or that approach of relying on volunteers or relying on, you know, razor thin margins probably was fine when the internet didn't matter as much, you know, in 1995, but we're still running the internet like it's 1995, but, you know, the dependence on the internet, its criticality is of a completely different nature now. And I think that's the part that we haven't evolved the funding models and the approaches in this area to match the criticality of the internet. And that's a lot of what we're talking about. Jen, I know you're very passionate about this. Well, you're passionate about all the topics that you talk on, but I know that you're passionate on this topic. So, you know, I'm going to turn it over to you for your perspective.
I think opinionated is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
I think you and Phil have done a good job of sort of laying out the problem. And, you know, the way that I view it is that if you are a nonprofit operating the space, actually, if you're a nonprofit operating most spaces, there are only so many funding sources that you have open to you, right? You can go the route of being member driven and get your funding from membership, which often gives you a little bit more security or reliability, but you're also subject to firstly the direction of your members, but also their financial health and continued interest. You can go project route, where again you get funded by the private sector on a per project basis, and sometimes that means people come to you and ask you to do projects that you may not think are part of your core mission. They may feel questionable to you, and basically what you're selling is your brand, and so that has challenges. You can go the route of going to somebody like Eli and saying, please sir, can we have some of your lovely delicious dollars, and hope that they will say yes and will choose you out of the gajillion people saying, please sir, can we have some of your lovely delicious dollars, and that's unreliable, right? Because there is such high demand for it, and you may not get picked, and you don't know how long a funding source will be available, and also you have to jump through a bunch of hoops, and that takes up a lot of time. And probably the reality is that the thing that you were good at, that you got started on, wasn't a load of fundraising admin. So that's a difficulty. Or you can go to the government and you can apply for government grants. So there are like finite numbers of ways of doing this. And the reality is that when you're dealing with volunteer organizations, you've got people who are either like trying to fit work in around a day job. You've got organizations that necessarily are lean on the sort of business management pieces, the back office pieces. So you don't have a lot of that administration stuff because it takes away from core mission. If you look at, so Phil gave an example of an open source project. There's not that many open source projects that have back office functions as part of their project because it's expensive and they'd have to fund it. And actually, in most cases, somebody built an open source project because they built a thing because they wanted it, and then they decided to make it available for other people. And now it's a fundamental part of the internet. And so I think, we have that challenge where we want the good stuff, and yet we don't want to sort of be held accountable for paying for the good stuff. And actually, what's happened is over time, this problem has morphed to a point where it's not just about money anymore. Because now it's also about the fact that we've built such reliance on projects that are unfunded that even if you give them money, it's not like you write the check and it solves the problem, right? A lot of open source projects don't want to become commercial in any aspect. They don't want to be held to that standard and have that as their full-time job. A lot of like threat intel sharing groups, they're they are volunteer by nature, and what they don't want to do necessarily is become a big sort of like high profile thing. They'd rather operate in stealth mode because it makes their jobs easier. So I think there are lots of like added elements of complexity. Funding is a very, very, very important part of the conversation. We've got to understand all the pieces that it impacts around capability and around organization and around gatekeeping and being able to bring more staff in and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think, Jen, you raise a good point about it not just being the funding, but also the very structure of the internet and how it works for these open source activities. And certainly we see that in the information sharing space. And, anytime an event happens, you'll have a sharing group that'll get, spun up, and they'll establish a Slack channel, and then, 6 months later, they're gone. Right. And so that's also part of the challenge of sort of balancing that agility with longevity. Ellie, I know that you bring a different perspective from your time both in Estonia and in the EU and your current position. So how are you sort of looking at this issue?
Yeah. Thank you for asking the question, because I have been dealing with international cybersecurity development funding for a long time. And I know that there are many countries out there which depend on the different funds, the different governmental funding, the non-profit funding, and the funds like the World Bank Multi-Donor Fund for Cybersecurity. And that's the only funding they have for cybersecurity in certain territories. And if we talk about global resilience building, this is a bit scary. There are many countries out there that rely on EU funding or the US funding or the funding of other developed nations. And from my time in the government, so I recall different structural issues what are still unresolved, I believe, when we build up those programs to fund developing nations and emerging nations. So there are, of course, many positive examples, because we have many countries that were able to build computer emergency response teams, cyber strategies, public-private partnerships, critical infrastructure protection systems. But also what we saw is that we still have extreme fragmentation between different funding schemes. We have sometimes lots of duplication, because there are certain donor darlings always in international development context. And then there is insufficient overview, and some countries do not get enough funding, whereas the others sometimes receive funding for the same project from different sources. The clearinghouse function is not working well yet in our international field, and there is very limited quality control over those different funding mechanisms and programs. So my recommendations would be that we should really improve this international coordination on different funding programs. Make the clearinghouse work, finally, whether it's the GFC, the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise, or World Bank, or some other institution that is already active in the field. Also have a better model for recognizing requirements of different nations, because the nations have different levels of maturity. And certainly we need more targeted cyber capacity building models, and make sure that also the countries that are funding get the proper feedback, what happens. So this kind of feedback mechanism is often missing as well. So there are many interesting new ways to look at this after 10, 15 years of being active in the field. And finally, I would also think that the international private sector would benefit to chip into this global cyber capacity building funding. We have not seen a lot of private sector activity in this space yet. And of course, we have seen foundations like Hewlett-Packard and some others, but not the actual tech companies taking some share in this important work to raise the global cyber resilience. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Heli. And I think, so now we're talking about the donor darlings getting all of the delicious dollars. Like, I'm wondering how far we can extend this. But speaking of that, Eli, can you talk to us about sort of how philanthropy, a lot of us we know about philanthropy, right? We know about foundations, but can you talk a little bit about how that sector works and sort of, why in your experience, there hasn't been more sort of philanthropy in the cybersecurity or even the tech sector space?
Yeah, no, and thank you again for the organizers for having me, and Michael for teeing up the conversation the way you did. So I'll get to that. I do want to acknowledge that I think the field has come a long way in the past decade. And so while there are huge structural funding deficiencies, I do think it is worth realizing that if we had this conversation a decade ago, there'd basically be no funders. There wasn't the GFCE. There wasn't really GCA. So just to say, there was a lot of work left to be done, but I also want to recognize the contributions of everybody who's on the panel and in the room to what progress has been achieved over the past 10 years. So the way philanthropy works is it's hard to generalize, because there's a saying that if you know one foundation, you know one foundation. And that's just an acknowledgement that they're all sort of individual, somewhat mercurial institutions. Some, like the Hewlett Foundation that I'm representing today, are much more mature because it's been around 50 some odd years and started as a small family foundation when the Hewlett family started to accumulate wealth as the Hewlett-Packard company grew in revenue and profile. And the Small Family Foundation, which was created to help make the world a better place, slowly amassed and then large amounts of stock, and now is, has an endowment that's over $10 billion. And so that is not unusual of an evolution from sort of a small organization that then over time became massive. And sometimes it happens very quickly. And so when you have that rapid wealth creation, sometimes, there isn't a lot of strategic thinking that aligns with it. Usually the way philanthropies work is the living donor, a billionaire from the tech world or otherwise, is interested in certain areas, as are their family members. And they say, these are the issues, these causes that matter to me. Sometimes there's a strategic process to think about those issues. Is it climate? Is it some other existential or perceived existential issue? Or it could just be something they care about for reasons. And that's, and so again, there's a wide array of how rigorous the process is. And then once there's a broad strategy and sort of prioritization set, some amount of staff are hired who have varying degrees of expertise to then say, okay, if I want to solve for the problem, how do I find the right way to do it? And again, some of those strategy processes are really rigorous and are data-driven. Others are less so. So the challenge with cyber is that I think a lot of people were caught by surprise as the internet became the backbone of society to say, oh, this isn't just a quaint technical thing. This is actually core infrastructure to our lives. And so over the past decade, as Hewlett's been funding on cyber, we have tried to bring other philanthropic funders along. And some, like Craig Newmark, have stood up and really, answered the call. But a lot of the titans who have made billions and billions of dollars from the internet have not. Some of them have become very generous, but focusing more on on charity and responding to the immediate needs of people around the world. And it's hard to say like you shouldn't help with public health causes, but they haven't funded on how do I make this thing that I profited from more secure and beneficial from society. I think the technical dimensions of cybersecurity scare people away. I think sometimes the threat language that we use and the visuals of white men in black hoodies hunched over keyboards doesn't make this accessible. And then they resort to sort of where the conversation started. Oh, government and the private sector will solve it for us. And that just isn't true. And not because they aren't trying, but it's just the level of resources that all of society challenge. You need a strong civil sector voice. And so I think there's still a lot of room to improve there.
Yeah, so thanks for that. And that's very helpful to sort of put that, the philanthropic sector in its, in its context. And I agree too. I mean, just, CTA didn't exist, 10 years ago, right? And so that's what I mean by this explosion in the nonprofit sector, because it's obviously filling a need. And, we have to, I think strategically now about how we keep that sector resourced. But I'll sort of combine the next two questions that I was thinking about, like, why isn't this problem better understood at this point, and why aren't governments actually doing more in this space? I mean, especially outside of the U.S., where there's actually much more of a tradition of government sort of activism in a lot of these areas. So I'll just throw that question open to anybody that wants to jump on that.
Shall I come in then? Oh, no, you go, Heli.
I feel like as a European, I should answer. I think Europeans are very dependent, usually, yes, on government funding, and they always look for all sorts of different government regulations to help and so on. But interestingly, what we see in Europe right now when it comes to cybersecurity is that governments are at very varying levels of providing funds in this field. And it depends also on their overall priorities, because some governments are much more digitalized and they see this as a priority. I come from Estonia, so I guess Estonians understand the need for government providing support. But there are many other nations in Europe where digitalization is still not so widespread, if I should remain diplomatic here, and people kind of still take it very cautiously when it comes to everything digital. So, and the governments have hard time also to prioritize digital and internet and cyber when you have war next door, as right now in Europe. So I think this is our European prioritization issue, if I see this now. The second thing is EU. The Brussels effect is good for Europeans in general, but it also sometimes is not so good because it spoils people, because they are looking for goodies coming out from Brussels. If they have a vaccine problem, Brussels will provide vaccines. If they have some other major crisis, Brussels will do this. Interestingly, in cyber, Brussels hasn't done a lot in terms of providing funds and resources and expertise, because you cannot do cyber from Brussels. You have to do it in your own capital, in your own country. It's like firefighting. You have to have firefighters in your own country, not from Brussels. And I think this kind of Brussels effect has made some of the governments complacent and not paying enough attention. Well, the short answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jen.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Although with the caveat, obviously, that Heli's got a lot more direct experience on this. I also think Eli touched on some of the issues, right? I mean, complexity, I think, is certainly one. It's really hard to kind of wrap your head around some of the stuff that we're talking about if you don't live and breathe it all the time. And one of the things that I've heard in engaging with governments at times is that sometimes it's good when a problem has a clear set of solutions that you can invest in, and then it'll be an initiative and it'll run, and then at the end there'll be results, and you can speak about those results in a positive way, and then you can move your funding on to something else. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about sort of a one and done, oh great, like what have we won, and then move on to the next thing. We're talking about perpetual continued engagement and sponsorship or funding, and that I think is not amazingly palatable as a vision to sell people, particularly when you're looking at situations where often what you're talking about is the work that people can do really to treat the symptoms, not the causes. I think a lot of government's perspective on a lot of the cybersecurity issues is that when you look at what's actually going on, the private sector does own a lot of the activity, and government always has a very uneasy relationship there on what it can and can't say or what it should and shouldn't tell them to do. There's a view that regulation should be the last sort of step on the road, and actually like regulation is where it's gone rather than funding a lot of sort of common good projects and practices. And if you look at something like threat intel, for example, or like shadow servers type work, I think the view is that that work is valuable and lots of people benefit from it, but it's not actually addressing the underlying causes and issues. And so it's just it's a check that you write perpetually forever, and like what are you getting out of it? So I think like that's some of the trouble that we've seen is a sort of combination of all of those factors together make it not amazingly appealing often.
Yeah, Phil or Eli?
I'll kick in a few things. One, I think the complexity or difficulty of understanding problem that both Jen and Eli talked about is pretty critical. It's a lot harder to understand why shadow server is important as opposed to why potholes need to be fixed. It's not nearly as apparent. Two other things I'd flag on government investment is that this infrastructure just became critical so much more quickly than other infrastructures did. Power, transportation, those sorts of things, those moved over a period of, more than decades, right? And the internet became critical, like that. And it was really hard to deal with. The other big problem is it really is a global problem, right? It's possible, much more possible in cyber to be a free rider for a government or a company or anyone really, and sort of say, I'm going to let the people most concerned to deal with this rather than dealing it with myself. And so that it's both hard. So it's harder to understand. Things have moved too quickly, and maybe you don't have to do anything. Maybe somebody will solve the problem for you.
And then to build off that, there are even different flavors of cyber, right? We've been talking a lot about the infrastructure and the value out of groups like Shadow Server. But then there's a whole nother layer, which a lot of the more traditional civil society groups do, right? Which is the research, the education, the policy analysis, the solutions that government and private sector leaders need, given that these are societally significant decisions, right? And there are a whole host of them in the cyber space, whether it's how to count some ransomware from a policy and legal perspective, as opposed to solely technical safeguards to have backups and all of those things. And so that sort of layer of cyber, if you will, is an area that governments traditionally don't fund as much. They do fund research, they do fund think tanks. But I think as those debates have become fraught and oftentimes involve hard trade-offs between different democratic values, it's a space that government has had trouble. And frankly, some groups don't want governments to fund them, right? Like, I'm sure when Ari was back at CDT, if the US government had been one of the largest funders of CDT, that may have raised eyebrows, right? But that all goes to sort of how big of a challenge and how complicated this is, and why I think nonprofit funders, corporate funders, you need a diversified funding pool to fund some of those things, inclusive of technical infrastructure, but also beyond it, to really make sure everybody gets what they need on cyber. So that's just another I think complicating factor.
Yeah, and so I think, Phil, your point about the length of time it took, if you look at like electrification in the United States, right? I mean, it really started getting underway in the 1870s, 1880s in some of the cities. But it wasn't until the 1930s that the United States made a full policy commitment to say, we're going to make sure that even all of the rural areas of the United States get electric power. right? And so that was an enormously long span of time for that infrastructure to develop. And I think this actually starts to get at, and you're right, Eli, there are a lot of different kinds of, the activities that we're talking about here. And so that actually leads us into Jen talked about some of the sources and things, but what are some of the solutions? How can we start to get at, funding this common good cybersecurity that now that the internet is a critical, cyberspace and the internet is a critical function for almost everybody? Phil, you want to start?
Sure. Thanks, Michael. I mean, I think there are a lot of options, all of which take a lot of work and political will, and that's a problem in the current environment. I want to start by dropping a footnote to what Eli said. He's absolutely right, but I will say the funding challenges are much greater outside of the solutioning and research space than they are, because foundations and others will want to pay for solutions. We've talked to a huge number of nonprofits, and the real problem is if you're running a service, for example, that's critical for the internet, and you just want to maintain it, or an open source package, and you just want to maintain it. A foundation, to say, oh, we want to fix potholes on this stretch of roadway, we're going to ask the Hewlett Foundation or Smith Futures to do that. That's no way, to draw an analogy, to run a railroad, right? So what are ways you could get this done? They all require significant infusions of capital. We've got systemic underinvestment. So how do we try to get real investment here? There are things we could consider. Megan Stiefel and then Rob Kanaki talked about some cyber version of a B Corp. So corporations would make, to get some sort of badge or notoriety, would make a percentage donation to sort of keep things going. There are funding models like the ISOC that gets revenue from the .org domain space. There are, people have started to talk about things like a Cyber United way, so that, Jen talked about the challenge all of these smaller nonprofits have, because they can't afford somebody to be their director of foundation giving. So maybe there's a way to sort of knit that all together. And whether it's United Way or not, some sort of cross-government, joint fund. I think the Omidyar network in particular is very interested in trying to drive ways that philanthropy and governments can combine in ways that actually have a much more significant investment. The challenge really is, we need repeatability. We need consistency of funding, especially for those people, whether it's doing open source software or delivering services, that keep the internet running. Because if we don't, then it's not going to run sometime.
Yeah, and I think there are other possible solutions too. You think about like the idea of a universal. There's the universal service fund that goes, that helps support telecommunications connectivity out to rural areas in the United States. So I think there are different approaches, and we're probably going to need a combination of approaches. And it will not eliminate either the desirability or the need for foundations or for additional corporate support, but it's going to take a collection of these activities to make this all work.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that philanthropy and high net worth individuals are going to be the sort of supporting actor, right? Government and the private sector are going to have to come up with the billions of dollars needed to do everything that Phil is talking about and to sustain the broader ecosystem. And we haven't talked a lot about education today, but you think about sort of universities and the talent pipeline shortage and some of those issues that folks have talked about over the course of today. Universities are typically nonprofit. Some community colleges are, obviously a lot of schools are. And so just to say, like, that's also, where does that money come from? And most, schools, at least in this country, are not funded at the level they need to be. So, but I do think that we are leaving some money on the table if we don't make a pitch along the following lines, which was a lot of the, billionaire industrialists who became fabulously wealthy during the Industrial Revolution, which was a period of widespread societal upheaval where there were very clear winners and very clear losers. At least some of them donated some meaningful portion of their accumulated wealth, whether because they actually cared or because it helped, rehabilitate their image, to build libraries, to build universities, to endow certain things that have benefited society in this country. We have not seen a similar movement from the class of individuals who have profited from the internet in a similar way, including all of its insecurities and infrastructure challenges that Phil has rightly highlighted. And so I don't know, honestly, what it will take to find 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 of them who are going to do it at that level. But there are obviously some folks who do have the ability to be the Rockefeller of the internet era, or whatever the analogy is. And so I do think like that is the level that we need, and we're just not there yet from philanthropy.
I'll jump in, and I think actually, Michael, one of the things you talked about in your intro was that there is no sort of clear picture of what the landscape looks like, and it has got incredibly more complex over recent years. It's funny, when you said it, I thought, I bet Eli could draw that for you, because everybody's probably gone to him at some point and asked for money. But actually, probably not, actually, as it turns out, because there are so many, and there are entities that probably don't consider themselves related to security that we might think are, because they make an open source thing that's so widespread and they're not thinking about security, and we'd like them to. So I think actually one of the first steps would be, I don't know what the picture looks like. If a government came to me tomorrow and said, weirdly, we've found ourselves with a couple of extra $1 billion to invest, what should we do with it? I'd be like, there's loads of good stuff you could do with it. Just give me a minute to think about it and come back to you. And then I'd have to try and prioritize what I thought were the most impactful and high criticality projects. And I'd go and talk to Phil, because he's obviously got a point of view on that. But I think that's we need to understand, because it is such a rich and multi-stranded landscape. Like, there are the core infrastructure pieces, there are the sort of research and think tank pieces, there are open source projects, there are all sorts of different things that go into this landscape. And so I think the first step is understanding the landscape and understanding some level of prioritization, and also some level of what is the current level of support that exists, and what are the challenges around that? Where does it need to get to? If we're looking at a core open source project that everybody uses and nobody talks about, what level of funding and support does it currently have? And actually, if it was given more, what would that do to it? Would it have an ability or a desire to scale up? And so I think there needs to be a lot more done to actually understand the ecosystem and where the demand resides and what the potential impact of action is. And then the other point that I think Phil mentioned, and if it wasn't, I apologize, is the sort of global nature of everything. And are we looking at going to multiple governments together and saying hey, you all use this, and we don't want to see the internet balkanized. We do want to see a rich and vibrant global digital economy. You guys should be working together to support that. I mean, is this a thing where we can build a landscape model and then send it to the G7 and say, please read this and come up with a plan? I'm for that. Let's do that.
Yeah, and I think, as we start to bring this to a close here, what I also think about in this space is, and you just raised this by sort of bringing in the global aspect, right? And talking about that transparency and where the greatest need is. And how do we actually ensure that, for example, to the earlier panel that was talking about, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that inclusion part, how do we ensure that as we actually look for these solutions, that we also factor in the equity issues, not just of, sort of race and class here in the United States, for example, but also the global North versus the global South, and sort of all of those aspects of inclusivity and equity, I think, in particular. So our solution set also has to be mindful of that, because there have been people that have also been left out of the explosion of the internet age. And we need to bring those people and their perspectives and their priorities into this conversation as well. So I think what I'll do is kind of do a lightning round to get sort of the last comments here. And Phil, I'll let you go last to talk about some of the work of how we're going to carry this conversation forward. So, Helly, if you would like to, sort of give your final thoughts in this for this conversation.
Yeah, I think on a global level, we are very fragmented still. And there are certainly many nations that need urgently funding for basic cyber security structures, expertise, technical organizational setups. And we don't know where this money should come from, because development assistance is a usual source for funding from the governments. But the development assistance funding is a very peculiar one, because you mostly are not using this for security purposes, and the people who are diverting this funding are not used to cybersecurity or any other security thinking. So I think the governments are trying to convince those entities that are delivering development assistance that cybersecurity is a worthy course, but it's difficult. So the north-south aspect is one of those crucial aspects. And when you look at the United Nations talks on cybersecurity, most of the developing nations are less concerned about offense and defense. They are more concerned about the basic cyber funding that they could get from some international fund in order to just safeguard their own critical assets. And there is not very clear understanding where this funding comes from our global perspective right now. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Helly. Jen.
Okay, so I have two things very quickly. One is my last point. I sort of made it sound as if I thought government were the only source of funding here, and that's absolutely not true. And actually today the private sector does a huge amount, and I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone in the room who represents a private sector organisation that does fund nonprofit entities. You all deserve a really big round of applause. You are awesome. Thank you. Please continue doing it. The second thing I'll say, and this is me being a woolly cyber hippie idealist, but I have this there's like hope that in the long term, one day we might get our act together about SBOM, and it might become a real thing that everybody does. See, I'm already sounding like a woolly cyber hippie. And then if that happened, companies that make software would have a much clearer view of the stuff that they rely on. We'd all have a much clearer view of the open source things that we rely on. And then we'd have a much better view of whether those things are being appropriately supported. And so I'm hoping that one day a benefit that we'll get out of this SBOM conversation that we've been having for what feels like forever is that we will actually get to a point of better supporting the projects that we all rely on in our businesses. Thank you.
Excellent. A nice woolly hippie argument for SBOMs. I like it. So, Eli.
So just to echo Jen, like all the private sector entities, like thank you for all of the nonprofits you fund, and just to encourage you to keep doing that. And if there's ever anything that I or other philanthropic funders can do to empower you, to support you, to co-fund, whatever it is, we helped create the Cyber Peace Institute through a partnership with Microsoft, which was just pure Microsoft corporate, and the Hewlett Foundation. And there are lots of other examples of great organizations in this space where joint funding. And so just to put out that call that as the Hewlett Foundation sort of is approaching its wind down of its cyber funding, we want to do all that we can. And if there's ever anybody that we can be useful to give our perspective, talk to someone on your side, talk to a government entity, whatever the case may be, please view us as a partner, as a philanthropic funder. And so, Microsoft does great work. Google.org putting $20 million into cyber clinics recently, great example. Lots of other companies doing work. And so just to thank you again, to say, we love to collaborate. Please use us. Please deploy us. Find ways where we can build the field together.
Thanks. And Phil, we've got just like a minute left here to finish out the conversation.
So the quick snapshot is, as everyone has just said, right? It's going to take a village of funders here, right? Corporations, companies, governments, other folks. The problem that we've had so far is that we've had sort of a sporadic dialogue about this. We haven't had a dedicated focus about how are we actually going to move forward together to solve this problem. So a coalition of funders, nonprofits, companies, and governments are going to be putting on are starting initiative on what's called common good cyber or common good cybersecurity. How do we fund the common good in cybersecurity? And that's going to be launched at a workshop next year at the National Press Club in DC on February 26th and 27th, followed by some further discussions and likely a second session at the One Conference in The Hague in October of that year. And the goal is to bring a lot of people together to talk about this, to start off by making sure we understand the problem, ideate on solutions, and actually start to develop work plans and continue work plans to try and make some of these things a reality. Because if we don't talk about it, if we don't work on it in a continuing basis, it's just going to continue to be, a sucking chest wound. And what we want to do is we want to solve problems, bring the right people. And so, stand by. We've now sent out a save the date from the coalition, and more information will be coming about that event soon.
Excellent. Well, I just want to thank all of my panelists, from all those in Europe where it's a lot later than it is here. It's well into the evening there. So thank you for taking part of your evenings to chat with us. And this is a great conversation. And with that, we will close out the panel. And I think just a very short break before we move on to our next speaker for those both online and in the room. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce Mark Bohannon, who has been really one of the big contributors to the Cybersecurity Coalition since we set it up. The Red Hat joined about a year in to the Cybersecurity Coalition, and hard to remember a time without Mark being actively engaged. And so, and they have graciously also supported the reception that we're going to be having today too. So I'm going to have Mark introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, Ari. Thanks, Ari. Happy afternoon, everyone. Our next speaker, I think, is well known to everyone here. Eric Goldstein, the Executive Assistant Director of CISA for Cybersecurity. Eric brings deep knowledge from both the research, private sector, and government experience, having been in financial services prior to joining CISA, and actually having been fairly senior in the predecessor to CISA when DHS had its own directorate in this area. So always a pleasure, and given his breadth and tenure, great opportunity to hear what he's observed and learned and taken account of in the last 3 years, and what he envisions the next few years to hold. So please welcome my fellow Hoya, Eric Goldstein.
All right. Hey, everybody. This is a great event. I always really like joining the CyberNext DC event. It often comes right with the start of the new fiscal year. I think this is the third CyberNext DC that I've had the privilege of participating in. And so I actually use it a bit as a benchmark to say, starting a new fiscal year, maybe we'll get a new budget. At least we're still at work. That's a positive. But it's really an opportunity for such a group of trusted partners, and in many cases, friends, just to reflect a little bit at the outset on where we are, where we're going, and then really open it up for a conversation. Because frankly, I really want to hear from all of you, probably more than you want to hear from me. I'll just open though. I really can't be on a stage or a lectern today without first just expressing, our shared sadness and horror at the events in Israel, and for anybody with friends and family in harm's way. My thoughts with all of them. And these horrific events really do just exemplify the environment of uncertainty that all of us live in, both uncertainty geopolitically and frankly uncertainty about our ability to manage the shared risks that we're confronting every day. when I was thinking about the remarks today and reflecting on this being, I think, my third time speaking at CyberNext, Ari can correct me if that's inaccurate. It actually gave me a bit of pause to say, what is it that we've done in the past 3 years? And I'm also hitting somehow, some way, my 3-year mark at CISA here in a couple of months. And where should we go next? And I reflect on it particularly in the context of our partnership really with all of you. Because we have made some really material progress over the past 3 years that we should all be proud of. Even as we don't over-index on that pride to not focus on the extraordinary work yet to come. And of course, we have to ground where we came from with when I joined CISA, I should say rejoined CISA in January of 2021. We were in the throes of the response to the SVR intrusion campaign, colloquially called SolarWinds. And on the back of that campaign, I think collectively the cybersecurity community had a few realizations, and some realizations about some really material gaps that we were confronted by. And I'd phrase those as gaps in visibility, gaps in prioritization, gaps in scale. And we've done some really important work together over the past nearly 3 years to drive down those gaps. If we look first at visibility, one of the takeaways from SolarWinds is we can't address the threats, we can't address the risks that we don't see. And we saw 3 years ago, that at least from the government's point of view, in many ways, we're flying blind. And if we're flying blind, if we are not able to effectively understand the breadth of threat activity or exploitable conditions targeting American networks, everything else we do is going to be for naught, right? Because we are going to be defending against a risk without actually understanding what that risk is trying to accomplish and how. And so we've made some pretty extraordinary investments over the past few years, right? Driving endpoint detection and response capabilities across dozens of federal agencies, and having the ability to actually execute from CISA's headquarters persistent hunt missions across federal agencies, standing up shared services where we're now able to offer common capabilities across the whole federal government, functions like protective DNS, a common vulnerability disclosure platform that are enabling us to not only reduce risks at scale, but also get much better visibility into the breadth of threats targeting government and how our agencies could be exploited. Our federal CDM dashboard, which has been the most banal aspect of federal cybersecurity for 20 years, is actually giving us now for the first time real-time visibility into asset state configuration and vulnerability state across millions of assets across 102 federal agencies. Even though that is just the blocking and tackling of managing the federal government as enterprise, it is pretty darn cool compared to where we were 3 years ago, not to mention 10 years ago. And we're pushing out from there. We're now investing in the infrastructure to be able to take in data from disparate sources and actually understand correlations between threats in a way that, yes, every mature major company does today, but the federal government never has. And also figuring out how we can use our unique visibility into blue space for the government side and mirror that with what the private sector can uniquely see across private networks. And that has to be our next step. That has to be our area of maturation, because we know that it's not in fact the case that we are dealing with an environment of opacity across US networks. We are dealing with an environment of visibility silos where everybody is seeing something. Together, we're seeing everything, but we're not tying the dots together. We're not sharing information about what we are seeing about campaigns before harm arises. Now, we're getting better, right? We now have persistent collaboration channels where we have the ability to communicate and collaborate in a way that, frankly, we simply didn't have 3, 5, 10 years ago. But as a community, we haven't yet fully manifested that culture of collaboration, both on the government side and the industry side, to really focus on saying, let's create a shared goal to say, when an adversary targets an American network, let's make that commitment to ensure shared visibility across government and private networks. That means a co-equal burden on government to say, if we're seeing the leading indicators of an intrusion, we have got to make that available instantaneously to the private sector, and the inverse needs to be true as well. And this doesn't mean simply regulatory incident reporting, for example, under our future CERCIA rule, although that will be very impactful, because really that's a floor. We need to go beyond that to say, let's have a shared sense of mission to make sure that as we improve our visibility in the federal government, that that visibility is used to benefit the country and partners like all of you collectively and as a whole. But that requires cultural shifts, that requires us teeing up risks and tearing them down, and that requires a shared sense of value, such that government's at the table, not as a regulator, not as a demander, but as a co-equal partner, deriving value for all of your firms, your enterprises, and your customers. But of course, visibility only gets us so far, because visibility has to be used for something. And what it has to be used for is actually driving adoption of the controls and security measures that we know actually reduce risk, which is really the second lesson that we've derived over the past 3 years. We know that across organizations, we have systemic misallocation of resources. And that misallocation isn't due to malice or negligence. It's due to a lack of information. It's due to a lack of understanding what our adversaries actually doing. And if I have a finite security budget of $100 this quarter, how can I allocate that budget to reduce the most risk? This is why we at CIS have been so focused on initiatives like the Known Exploited Vulnerabilities Catalog, to say there's lots of vulnerabilities out there, right? 24,000 CVEs in 2022 alone. There's lots of ways you can prioritize them, but at least start by mitigating the ones that we know adversaries are targeting today, and then go from there. We can have a great conversation if folks are interested about where to go from there, but at least start with the ones that our adversaries are targeting in the wild. It's why we focus on our cybersecurity performance goals, which many of you have provided such great input on, which, if you're a Fortune 100 organization, great. You've got a mature risk management program. You might not need these. But if you're an organization with a resource-capped budget and you just need to know, what the heck do I do this quarter to drive down the most risk? Here's a place to start so you can weight your investment by impact, cost, complexity, and at least have confidence that you are doing something that is reducing risk in a meaningful way. It's also why we focus so much on understanding the national attack surface, both through our own native visibility and through partnering with entities, many of whom are in this room, to actually be able to say, how are we doing as a country? Are we actually getting better or worse? We've done almost 500 cybersecurity performance goal assessments throughout the country this year. And we do recurring assessments to say, for example, how many known exploited vulnerabilities are present across sectors? So we can actually say, are we making progress? And that's the biggest gap that we still see in the context of prioritization, is actually measuring progress with real data to say, are we getting better or are we getting worse as a country, across sectors, as organizations? Because that is really our biggest challenge in cybersecurity, to say, we are all looking off towards some North Star over the horizon of perfect security that we know doesn't exist. But we have to be able to say we are making progress towards defined end states, defined goals, and then once we hit those goals, here's what's next. I'll just note, I was really excited this year to launch for the first time our CIS's cybersecurity strategic plan, not because it was in the plan, it was a good plan, it was well written, if I may say so. But it was exciting because it, for the first time, had actual measures of effectiveness to show how is CISA actually going to show that the work that we are doing is yielding security value. And so we might miss those metrics. They're really hard. They're really urgent. But to say that we are not going to say how we're affecting change, that's untenable for our country and for our agency. And the final change that we learned over the past 3 years is a challenge of scale tied to a challenge of accountability. And this really is the big shift in the national cybersecurity strategy, to be able to say that if we focus solely on the need for individual enterprises to do the right thing, to invest in the right security measure every single time, we're going to keep failing, because that solution set we have learned doesn't scale. And so even as we drive investment by enterprises, we also need to focus on ongoing investment by technology providers and in the product ecosystem, because that's where we know that we can see scalable gains, right? If you're a K-12 school, a water utility, a small and medium business, you're not going to succeed on your own against a ransomware actor. You need help from the government, but you also need help in knowing that the products you are using are safe and secure, as we love to say, as I think has become a buzzword, by design and by default. And so what does that mean? It means pushing out guidance, like the guidance that we issued in April, that we will be updating here in the weeks to come, and opening up a process formally to get global feedback to make sure that we are heading in the right direction. It is work that we have been doing, for example, in our secure software attestation, which is a step down a road and an incremental one at that, but still an important measure to ensure that we are adopting the right approaches. And it's a step taken by the FAR Council in the new FAR rules that were put out for public comment, which I hope and expect all of you will comment on, but is also an important step to make sure that we are driving the right security across the ecosystem, maybe starting with federal contractors first, but then broadening from there. But the biggest challenge we face, frankly, is one of incentives. Because we know in every organization producing technology, there are legitimate and reasonable countervailing business decisions being made every day. I came from the private sector, as did our director. We have seen these at work, and they're not unreasonable, right? There are decisions made for time to market, for features, for customer experience, for developer experience, for compliance requirements. These are all reasonable variables to have at the table. But what we have to figure out is how can we shift incentive models such that the easy path business decision is also the pro-security one. And too often historically, that hasn't been the case, but we need to figure out what the right levers are to achieve those goals in a way that enables cyber secure growth, so that the pro-business decision is the pro-security decision, and we can enable American innovation and prosperity even as we produce the next generation of products that are secure by design and by default. I will pause it there for your questions, but again, it is a privilege to be with you all. Looking forward to the conversation.
Eric, that was really great. Thank you. So, one of the reasons we want you as our first choice here is because you are willing to do these questions. So, and give talks like that go into such detail. Well, let me take the prerogative of asking the first question, which is I want to go back to what you're saying about point number one on visibility. And I think there's a feeling from a lot of the companies that CISA does not really know what it's doing with its data, and right, there's sort of like a never been a reporting regime that CISA doesn't love, and then when they get the data, it's not really clear what they're doing with it. And I think on the positive side of that, I think JCDC is a success, and you hear companies say nice things about it because I think they do know what you're doing with the data. And I was wondering if there's some thought given to more on kind of less on the give us more data, and more on here's what we do with data, and here's why we're asking for this particular set of data, and what we think it will give us. Yeah. So
it's a wonderful question, and I think historically that assessment is totally fair. I think historically we have been immature in our ability to use, ingest, analyze data. We frankly have been a startup. And if you look at many startups, there is a journey to actually understand what is the data that you need to achieve your mission or your business purpose. And then how do you do that with the least amount of data possible? We're making a couple of really key moves in this space. First of all, as we've discussed a bit throughout the year, we made a really important decision at CISA over the past 6 months or so, which is to sunset the legacy Einstein program, which is the intrusion detection system that safeguarded federal agencies, but was about 20 years old, shift to commercial shared services for a lot of that intrusion detection and prevention function, and then stand up a new program that we call Cyber Analytics and Data Services system, that is going to actually provide us for the first time with modern, scalable, cloud-based infrastructure to actually ingest, use, and provide value from the data in the first instance that we have ourselves. But we also need to be really humble about the data that we're asking for. And actually, CISA has no aspiration to be the nation's cyber data lake. To the contrary, we really want to be a co-equal partner in exchanging data with many of the companies in this room that, frankly, are going to be much better at analyzing security data to derive insights than the US government is in many cases. And so our goal is to be able to derive meaningful data, value, and insights from the data that we have natively, and that we will receive from activities like CERCIA incident reporting, but also be able to act as a co-equal partner with tech companies and cyber companies to learn from the data that all of you have and then draw connections without us having to be the data lake of first resort.
Hey, so good to see you. I also have a question that kind of goes on the collection of information and information sharing. So I was really excited last year, but also to see the recent joint initiative on the high-risk community protection. I wanted to one, I think that's a really good initiative to make sure that civil society is also getting access to these threats and information. Can you just explain to us, like in theory, like how is this going to work? Are you all going to be sharing just technical information with these communities, or is it also going to be more of just threat information in general?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the, I would say, new starts that we are most excited about at CISA, and actually aligns really well with the prior panel with Michael and team on how do we fund nonprofits in cybersecurity. We've realized really over the past year or so that there are advanced persistent threat nation states that are targeting individuals and groups in our country on American soil that have traditionally been outside of the US government's cybersecurity model, right? We work a lot with critical infrastructure, a lot with federal agencies. We haven't really worked with civil society groups or dissidents or journalists that are being targeted by Chinese or North Korean or Iranian state-based actors every day. And so we saw that gap. And so we had the question, well, this obviously is a problem. What do we do about it? And so we've taken, I think, an approach really grounded in humility here, which we started by standing up a planning effort with some of the most important civil society groups in the country, with many large tech companies, many of whom are represented in this room, to really first ask the question, what's happening today? And where are the gaps? And where are there gaps that government can help fill? And so in the coming weeks, we're going to start rolling out our initial deliverables for this high-risk communities planning efforts, but it's really going to be focused on capacity building. How can we help high-risk communities, high-risk groups, high-risk individuals understand the threat, take steps to protect themselves, and then how can we work side by side with civil society and with tech companies who are already doing such good work in this space today to make sure that we are resourcing and investing in the right way. But we see this really being an enduring effort where it can't just be, let's share some threat info today and walk away. If we're going to be in this space, we have to stand side by side with these communities to help where we can.
Eric, hi. So over the past couple of months, more and more folks from CISA have been talking about the victim notification effort. And I think the count last month was like 700 something. Yeah. So as one of the interested civil society organizations in making sure that effort continues and scales, can you talk a little bit about what kind of the current state of play is and what the implementation plan, where it goes next?
Yeah, we've really been excited about our increasing ability to pivot quickly off of victim information, whether that is about an intrusion or an important vulnerability, and then get out to proverbially knock on a door to drive risk reduction. And really, this is driven in large part both by the trust that CISA has built with the research community and with the private sector, but equally importantly, with our now over 100 regional cybersecurity personnel across the country who are actually the ones who are going out, building relationships, and then getting on the phone or knocking on the door. Sometimes that personal risk to say, you've got a big problem, you need to act. Where we need to go next is we know that this work has been impactful. We know that we have, in fact, been able to get ahead of significant ransomware or other types of intrusions and reduce harm before it occurs. But we also know that the numerator of notifications we are doing isn't scaling to fit the denominator of harm affecting organizations throughout our country. And so we need to think through, if it's possible for CISA to get notifications from researchers and then hand that off to our cybersecurity advisor in Topeka to go help a school district. Well, how do we scale that to ensure that we're benefiting from the visibility from across the private sector, right? So that we are not just relying on the heroism of individual researchers, although that heroism is to be commended, but also making sure that when the companies that are seeing this activity see something suggestive of ransomware command and control connecting to a school district networks, that either we're getting that information or they're making the notification. Because to my opening point, this information is out there, right? Almost every time a ransomware actor is making a connection to a victim, somebody is seeing it, right? It could be a researcher, it could be the government, it could be a private company. Somebody is seeing it. And if we can bring that information together and act on it, that's a way to get that numerator and denominator much closer and make this work actually take an even bigger dent out of the problem space, which again is ideally not only going to help victims, but somewhat shift the cost model for ransomware actors, because if they're seeing a reduced success rate for attempted intrusion, that then bends their cost curve a bit and might guide them to look elsewhere.
Cyber insurance is also a part of the implementation plan, and I wondered if you could speak to CISA's vision for cyber insurance.
Yeah, we remain of the perspective that cyber insurance should be a really impactful driver of strong security controls. It comes down to data, right? And so we are working with partners across the cyber insurance industry to really understand how they are increasingly able to correlate claims data with controls and use that to drive adoption of the right controls that reduce the most risk. I think where we have seen challenges is where, for example, we say, well, let's just use a questionnaire and use that to justify your premium or deductible. And, it's probably not really the case that a questionnaire is fully correlated with actual cyber risk. But we have seen real innovation in the insurance market for entities saying, let's use real data. Let's use real data, not just for external observables, but also for controls inside the network. And let's actually figure out at scale what sort of controls lead to reduction in claims over time. And that is absolute critical work. It is critical work both to use, again, the insurance market as a driver of pro-security investment, but it's also critical work to help us more generally to really understand what controls and investments work, what controls and investments don't work, because that then lets us drive organizations in the right place.
Hi, Eric. My name is Winona. I have a follow-up question to one of the previous ones where you were talking about protecting civil society. As some of these APT actors start targeting members of the hacking community, not just for intelligence value, but also for capability development and theft, is that being taken into that larger plan, especially considering that from a capability building or capacity building perspective, they don't potentially need that, but on the same hand, they're not necessarily affiliated with some of these larger civil society or tech organizations?
Every individual in our country who is being targeted by a malicious cyber actor should have access to the tools, guidance, and services to protect themselves. I think working with individual hackers or researchers, there are challenges of scale. There are challenges of reaching the community in the right way with the right message. I think, frankly, it's one of the reasons why CISA and other agencies have such a big presence at conferences like DEF CON, so we can be out there and meet the community, and we have team members who are of the community, so we can meet folks where they are and figure out what guidance is needed. I do think that's going to be a growth area for us, but absolutely we have the same aspiration.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. And just a quick question on workforce development, because I know that's been a conversation all throughout today about retention, recruitment, burnout. With the implementation of CERCIA coming soon, I know the presidential budget had almost close to $100 million for implementation. I know that number's changed, but as we were talking about data being received through CERCIA, are you confident or worried that the workforce for CISA itself is it going to be ready when that rule goes into effect?
Workforce is a challenge for any cybersecurity organization, public or private. We have been really blessed at CISA with a growing workforce. We've brought nearly 500 team members onto our cyber division in the past couple of years alone. And we have team members who are really there, for the mission. But it remains a challenge, right? It is certainly the case still that the population of candidates is smaller than demand. I think this means a couple of things. It means that we really need to focus on recruiting in places that are not traditional, making sure that we are broadening the breadth of candidates who we are talking to and reaching out to. It means we have to keep evangelizing, frankly, the value of public service and making it very clear that public service is not a 30-year proposition, right? You don't need to go in when you're 20 and retire with a gold pocket watch when you're 60. You can come in for a few years, do some great work, leave, and then maybe even come back. But it also means that we need to think smart about how we do the work. And it's amazing that I've been up here for over 20 minutes and haven't mentioned AI yet, but we do expect that, particularly as we think through how we make best use of large data sets like CERCIA reporting, we will need to leverage, leading AI and ML systems to make sure that, we are relying on human analysts for work that only human analysts can do. We're relying on machines for work that machines can do better. Others? Have we exhausted it? All right. Okay. Easy enough. Thanks all. Really appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Well, I think that we're going to set up for the next panel right now. We're not, we had our break, right? So we're not doing another break right now. We're just going to get the panelists up here right into the next panel, which is
702.
The 702 panel, moderated by Jeff Green.
All right, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us this afternoon. Thanks to CTA and Venable for the opportunity to be here today. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk about one of the easiest, least controversial issues out there right now. So we actually were hoping during our prep call we would come up with a solution that everyone out there had missed that would resolve all the privacy and national security concerns, but the call ended before we could get there. If we'd had a few more minutes, maybe we would have. Obviously, we won't be solving this issue today. We are going to talk a little bit about why it matters in the cyber context. We're also going to do, I think, a little bit of what we talked about as demystify, make sure we can dig into the details of what 702 is, how it works, what it does and doesn't do. And really our goal was to try to help folks become educated consumers of the debate on the back end, whether with regard to how it is going to impact cybersecurity or privacy considerations, potential resolution. So let me go down the line. We're going to do some brief intros and then we're going to jump right in. Jonathan?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Mayer. I'm at Princeton. Most germane to this panel, I worked on the last 702 reauthorization. My heart goes out to everyone working on this reauthorization. I also have done some academic research related to 702 and worked at the FCC and Cal DOJ before that.
Hello, I'm Sarah Lavity. I work at the National Security Agency. I've been there for a little over 19 years now. I've spent more than half of my career as a senior analyst working missions like adversarial foreign governments, counterproliferation, counterterrorism. I'm currently the chief of the Authorities Integration Group and NSA's reauthorization lead. What that means is that I manage the authorities on behalf of the agency. I previously helped start up the Cybersecurity Collaboration Center on behalf of NSA.
Thanks. Megan Stiefel, I'm currently the Chief Strategy Officer at the Institute for Security and Technology, where I also serve as the Executive Director of the Ransomware Task Force. I am going to issue the first caveat of the day, which is to say that the remarks that I might make this afternoon are only mine and not reflective of my organization. Having been, I think I'm with Sarah, I think we're the OG on the panel. So we'll get into that a little bit.
And I am Jeff Green from the Aspen Institute. I run the cybersecurity programs there. And I will offer the second caveat, which is these are also my own opinions to the extent I offer any. My goal is to get their opinions out for the rest of you. Megan, maybe we can start with you. If you can give since you are, as you said, one of the OGs, brief history of 702, when it came into being, how and why, and kind of how you see that evolving into the current cyber landscape.
Sure. And I'm definitely going to exercise the right to phone a friend, including the woman right next to me, as well as others on the panel, since we are all, I think, probably more familiar than we ever imagined we would be with this, although my memory is quite weak. So Section 702, we're referring to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which was implemented under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act Amendments Act way back in 2008. I was in the department at that time and worked on the legislation as an attorney in the National Security Division. I think everyone probably in this room knows that DOJ attorneys represent the government at the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. For a number of years following the attacks of September 11th, it is now public that there were a number of attorneys in that division who were making applications under Title I of FISA, which is generally reserved for agents of where there are cases there's probable cause to believe that someone is acting as an agent of a foreign power against largely counterterrorism targets overseas, including by targeting their email accounts. And as I said, this is all public information that I have printed out the fact sheets for. And the FAA came into place after the FISC highlighted some issues around the way that the government was conducting some of the surveillance. Some of you may remember the Patriot Act, and then we had the Patriot Act, the PAA, Patriot Amendments Act. Patriot Act Amendments Act, maybe it was the P, I can't remember. But long and the short of it is the FAA implemented Section 702, among other titles, sections in Title VII of FISA, to facilitate the government's collection of foreign intelligence overseas. And that is the target here, right? We're talking about foreign intelligence collection. We're not talking about collecting evidence of a crime that has to follow other requirements under the Constitution and statutes. But it has become, it was born out of controversy and has not yet been able to shed that controversy. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I invite Sarah to add on to some of that. But we're now talking about 2008 to 2023, and I can do math. It's 15 years that this authority has been on the books, and I think we're going to get into some of the changes that have happened in that time. But suffice to say, I think it's personal opinion here. It needs to be reauthorized.
Sarah, can you talk a little bit from the operational side how it works to the extent you can through the lens of importance to cyber intelligence, cyber operations? How and why do you determine who to target, how you obtain information, and maybe what the other agencies you work with and what their roles may be?
Sure. So I know a lot of what's out in the news talks about how we are sweeping in data, how we're targeting any and all foreigners, and this is simply not the case. And so I'm happy to walk you through, some facts about how 702 works, and specifically, how Jeff put it, how it relates to cyber. The law dictates that there are specific categories of foreign intelligence that the ISC can use Section 702 to collect, and that's an important distinction. These are called certifications. The Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence submit certifications. They last up to 1 year, and they're approved by the FISC. These three certifications fall under foreign governments, counterproliferation, and counterterrorism. The FISC reviews the certs and the procedures to ensure they comply with both FISA and the Fourth Amendment, taking into account our compliance history across the IC for over that past year prior to the approval. Additional parameters that we have to meet are the national intelligence priorities set by the President of the United States. And so these change every year. But on top of having to link a target to one of those three certifications, we also have to link them to a national intelligence priority. Specific to NSA, 702 contributes to 100% of the national intelligence priorities that we work, which is huge. NSA analysts will typically see in existing 702 data, or let's say data from other authorities or existing reporting, they will see indications and they will look to target based on that information. It's not just like, hey, willy-nilly, I'm going to go target this person because of these things. There's a lot of parameters that you have to walk through. Once extensive research is completed to ensure that target selector of interest, so in this case, selector, think email address or phone number, once they ensure that it belongs to a non-US person located overseas, reasonably likely to collect foreign intelligence, they move forward with that targeting process. They submit a thoughtful and detailed targeting request that goes through multiple layers of approval before collection can be effectuated. And it's important to note that ODNI and DOJ review all of these submissions. Each layer of approval has a specific training requirement, typically annually. So there's 3 eyes on, 3 layers of approval. Each one of those layers of approval has training that comes with it. So it's extremely rigorous. Since the last reauthorization, I just want to note that 99.9% of our NSA's targeting has been compliant, which is also a good metric to notate. Important also is that NSA effectuates 100% of the collection. So we not only effectuate that collection for our agency, but we effectuate collection for FBI, for CIA, and for NCTC. FBI, CIA, NCTC have access to a small portion of that 702 collection based on their own intelligence needs. And so what happens there is they request specific data based on their intelligence needs, and then we route that information to those agencies. And with that, back to you.
Jonathan, I know you've spent time looking at incidental collection. We're definitely going to want to pick your brain on reauthorization so you can tell us how it's going to pan out this time. Can you explain a little bit, Sarah talked about 99.9% compliant in the targeting. Can you talk about what the incidental is, how it happens, and to the extent it's possible, the quantification of it?
Sure. So incidental collection is the sort of jargony terminology for the simple fact that when the government targets someone for surveillance, they're going to talk to other people, and you're going to get their communications to and from other people. That's not unique to FISA Section 702. And in many respects, it's a feature, not a bug of surveillance, right? No pun intended with bug. Right? The government is interested in knowing who the target is talking to and what they're talking about. That's why they're under surveillance. It's the whole point. So what makes incidental collection very controversial, unusually so, under Section 702 are a few factors. First, Section 702 is built around a different level of privacy protection for foreigners who are outside the United States from people who are in the United States or US persons. As Megan touched on, right, there are all sorts of rules associated with conventional law enforcement or even foreign intelligence surveillance of people in the US or US persons. FISA 702 doesn't involve those types of procedures. And so there's an instance of targeting folks under one type of procedure that offers a lower level of protection, collecting communications that are to or from other folks who, if they had been targeted, would have had greater privacy protections. So you have this differing level of privacy protection issue. Another component of incidental collection that's led to concern is just the scale of surveillance under the authority. It's an authority that's used a lot. It's a very effective authority, as others in the panel have already touched on. But if you're going to target a lot of people, then you're going to incidentally collect communications to and from a lot of other people. The third factor that I would highlight is the location of surveillance. So FISA Section 702 is about communications collected inside the United States, most often from communication service providers in the US. Think, webmail provider, for example. The hypothesis goes, if you're going to collect in the US, you may collect a greater volume of communications to or from people in the US based on the nature of the services people are using. So those three factors have led to a lot of concern about incidental collection. And the dimension of incidental collection that has particularly attracted attention in recent years, and I'm sure we'll be talking more about this, is the practice of querying incidentally collected data for people who were not the original targets of surveillance and who are US persons. And there is going to be a lot about that in this year's reauthorization. So let's maybe table the US person query issue for just a moment. I'm sure we're going to come back to it. Jeff touched on how to count how many Americans have incidental collection affect them. This has been a recurring issue. There's actually a provision in the original FISA Section 702 that sort of gives a nudge to NSA to try to count this. The reason being, from a constitutional perspective, it goes to the reasonableness of the program. It also goes to what you might want to do policy-wise with respect to the program. And so that number matters. It's been very difficult for the IC to come up with a number. They've made good faith efforts to try to come up with numbers. And in our academic research, we've proposed a new way of potentially counting incidental collection. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, which is an independent agency, just came out with a report that, among other things, suggested, hey, I see you might want to take a look at what these Princeton people suggested. So that might wind up being a potential path forward. But at least for now, we don't have a specific number.
Must have been nice to see the reference there. On the querying question, Megan, maybe I can turn to you before we talk to specifically about querying Americans. Can you talk a little bit about the distinction? Sarah talked about FBI, CIA, and CTC having access to a subset of the data. Can you explain querying versus targeting? And again, to the extent that, as things have evolved, how you see that being an issue as we're working on more and more cyber-related issues?
I'll do my best. Again, with the caveat that I might phone a friend. So this idea of querying, right? We need to come back and reiterate the point. What we're talking about. Querying is looking into a database of information that's already been collected by the government through the targeting process. So the targeting process is looking to collect foreign intelligence on individuals outside the United States who are non-US persons. 702 does not allow the government to target US persons, even if they're overseas. It does not allow them to target US persons whatsoever. That goes under Title I, traditional ELSER or physical search, et cetera. So through the targeting procedures, and Sarah mentioned this, but just I probably should have in my opening remarks said that there are really kind of 4 parts to 702, that the government, the burden on the government is the certifications that Sarah mentioned. There are also targeting procedures and minimization procedures. And then there's the directive. So the directive goes to the service provider. In most cases, it's a web service provider. There is upstream collection, again, public information now that comes off of the backbone. And then there are post-targeting procedures. So in addition, there are now querying procedures. And so the querying standard, there is a standard that the government has to follow. So if the FBI is seeking to query the access to 702 database that it has, and just to reiterate what Sarah said, which is the FBI does not have access to all of 702 data. It has access to a subset of that data, similarly for the other agencies, as you said. But for the FBI to target that, and we're concerned about the FBI because the FBI is most often touching US person information, I think, of the 702 data, whereas others in the IC may be looking largely at non-US person information because that's their mission, whereas the FBI is looking both at domestic intelligence and foreign intelligence. The standard there is that every query must have an authorized purpose. So looking up what Ari was doing last night for foreign intelligence purposes is, well, there wouldn't be foreign intelligence purposes if you're just looking up what he was doing last night. I can tell you he was at dinner. But so there cannot be random sort of queries of the data. One can't use the querying capability to just willy-nilly dive through the data. The second is that every query must be reasonably designed in light of the purpose, which in other words means the query terms are not overbroad, but instead must be tailored to that authorized purpose. So like the word senator, no bueno. We need to get a little bit more specific than that. Third, that the IC personnel must have a specific factual basis to believe that the query is reasonably likely to retrieve foreign intelligence information, or in the case of FBI, evidence of a crime. And we're talking here about serious crimes that are predicated. And you could call Steve Kelly and ask him about how the FBI can open a case. But again, so the idea here is to say, again, with Jeff's opening remarks in mind, we're trying to help everyone have a common kind of understanding of the bases here. And hopefully that answers a bit of the question. I think there was a second part and Sarah wants to jump in.
Well, so just to piggyback off of that, I don't know about any of you, but I work better with analogies, even lame ones. And so just to kind of compare querying to an analogy, my own real life analogy, and that's I live in a house full of teenage boys. And the house is usually a mess, right? I consistently lose my keys. I lose my keys like every other day. And I finally got smart and I got a fob, right? And so what that allows me to do, I'm only ever searching in my house, right? With my stuff, my things, giant mess again. But it allows me to do is find my keys efficiently and effectively sooner than later, which in the cyber world, you can, kind of relate, right? Like if there's an emergency, if I have to get my kids to school, it's better for me to find those keys as soon as possible and as effectively as possible in order to get to that emergency, in order to get those kids to school. And so that's how I compare querying, right? I'm not looking at someone else's house for it, and I'm not looking, anywhere else outside of what I have in my own home.
Jonathan, anything from the incidental side when we're thinking about this distinction here?
Yeah, so maybe could I try to sort of sketch how these authorities might play out in the cybersecurity context specifically? And I want to emphasize here, I do not have firsthand knowledge of this. So this is just sort of as someone who's investigated data breaches, here's how hypothetically this kind of information might be helpful. One way in which it might be helpful is if you're monitoring a foreign threat actor, looking at the domestic targets that they are attacking. That could be in, hypothetically, a phishing campaign. It could be network traffic, right? And being able to look at that information would give you a sense of who's being attacked, whether there's been a compromise. And then, of course, you could go do a victim notification or help people improve their defenses, hopefully in advance of that. Okay, so that's one way in which incidental collection might be valuable. Taking a step back to the targeting issue, in addition to looking at network activity, right? You could easily imagine threat actors often use compromised or spoofed or compromised domestic email addresses, use domestic servers, like a virtual server that's been spun up, sometimes with a stolen credit card, that type of thing. All of those would, again, I have no firsthand knowledge, but the kinds of things as someone investigating a data breach, it sure would be nice to be able to quickly get your hands on to understand what's going on and hopefully help some potential victims.
Sarah, you don't have to answer this one, but do you have any thoughts on the hypotheticals that Jonathan just offered on the cyber context here?
So I think, yes, I mean, it's important to point out the fact that, we've seen an evolution of 702. Like, I worked it back in 2008 when I was in CT, counterterrorism, and have, worked multiple missions where 702 is vital over the course of the last 15 years. We have certainly seen an evolution in the beauty of this authority, which it's with its agility and the rigor in its oversight and compliance, allowing for that evolution as well. We've seen it go from, unconventional threat to strategic competition, and now to being vital in the emerging threat arena on the cyber side of the house. And it's, like I said, it's a uniquely agile tool for the IC in cyberspace specifically. And it gives us insights that can be shared with industry partners who are at risk of an attack from foreign adversaries. And, that's always best case. We want to be in a situation, as get left of theft. But it's also been helpful with mitigation, and even after a cyber attack, unfortunately, but gives insights gained from 702. In some cases, that can be sanitized and passed on to the affected company so that they can figure out what's next, help assess, help come up with mitigations, but also share that with their sister industry partners. Without FISA Section 702, I think it's safe to say our glimpse into cyberspace is dimmer. At NSA, we like to compare 702 to electricity. Like a storm comes through one night and your lights go out. Usually you have a flashlight. Hopefully it's working. Sometimes it's not. But all you can ever see is what's right in front of you. You can't really see the holistic room until that electricity comes back on. And at NSA, that's what we compare 702 to. It's at electricity. So you have more holistic view of what's actually going on. Companies would be in the dark, not knowing where to look for cyber vulnerabilities from foreign actors. And so we've seen firsthand, specifically at NSA, that 702 has had a huge role in those insights for industry partners and also for other government agencies.
So we've heard a bit about the importance of it historically and now. Jonathan, maybe if you could talk a little bit about what some of the concerns are. Particularly it seems to be you hear it on the query side as much as on the collection. So can you summarize those for us?
Sure. So let me start with the collection side. As I touched on earlier, right? Potentially a large volume of communications to or from Americans getting collected without the conventional protections you would need if those were targeted for collection. So, for example, suppose an American is communicating with a target under Section 702. The standard for targeting under Section 702 doesn't involve individualized judicial review of that surveillance. It doesn't involve a probable cause determination by a judge, right? It's a lower standard, it's executive branch. By contrast, if that person had been targeted for surveillance, there would typically have to be something like a probable cause showing to get a search warrant or a wiretap order in a criminal investigation, or over on the foreign intelligence side, something like a warrant under Title I of FISA. Sometimes called a FISA warrant. So that's sort of the collection concern. Large volume of data that are, it's Americans' communications. The querying concern has generally, though not exclusively, focused on the FBI. And of late, the FBI's use of this data for law enforcement purposes. And so the argument tends to go like this. The government's collected a bunch of data for foreign intelligence purposes on foreigners outside the US. Now it wants to go use that data for domestic law enforcement purposes involving Americans. That's very different from the purposes of this authority. We should think about it differently from a constitutional perspective, from a policy perspective. So broadly, those are kind of the two concerns. Those concerns are undergirded by I think it's fair to say, somewhat inconsistent history of compliance under the program. These days, NSA looks pretty good in comparison to FBI. FBI of late has gotten a lot of scrutiny for non-compliance in U.S. person querying. There was an audit of queries, a sample of queries from 2020 to 2021 that found 18% of the FBI's queries are non-compliant. I don't think folks would be cool with the notion of 18% of instances of collection of Americans' communication content were not playing by the rules for conventional surveillance. 2021 to 2022 follow-on audit found a much better compliance rate. That's 4% non-compliance, owing to a number of changes the FBI made to its internal practices, including things like having folks opt in to searching 702 data instead of opting out of searching it, additional training, and so on. As part of auditing and compliance oversight at the FBI, there have been a number of instances that have not looked great for the Bureau. For instance, folks querying for a senator, a member of the House of Representatives, it's bicameral, looking for a state legislator, a state court judge, searching for communications involving folks who were arrested in the Black Lives Matter protests, searching communications of folks who were suspects in what happened on January 6th. A number of instances where the FBI has not come off looking great. And so ultimately, for purposes of what happens in Congress next, I think the key issue we're going to see, and it's already playing out now in the debate, is do we say the FBI is getting better at this? They've instituted reforms, they're going to keep getting better, and maybe codify the reforms, and that's the trajectory we have? Or is it time for us to step in with things like the traditional procedures you would have for collecting an American's communications, like have a judge involved, have an individualized determination? And let me leave you with this, which I think is a helpful way of framing the issue from the Supreme Court. There's a recent electronic surveillance case, Riley, involving cell phones. And there was a nice turn of phrase from Chief Justice Roberts that the founders did not fight a revolution to gain the right to government agency protocols. So that's kind of the perspective on the reform side, no matter how nice the government agency people are. Okay.
So I may want to dig in a little bit in a minute on the some of the other proposals the FBI has talked about. Sarah, did you want to add?
Just to make a point that, especially with this group from a cyber perspective, that most of NSA's query terms approved for 2022, the U.S. person query terms, were non-human to identify foreign threats to those entities that are non-human. And so it's an important point to notate in the argument.
Megan, as an OG from DOJ, can you talk at all about how you think a warrant requirement, even if only on queries, would play out and the impact it could have, and how, again, as technology evolved, if that changes the perception from maybe what it would have been in 2008 versus now?
That's a lot. So yes, to an extent. So at one point in time, when General Alexander was the director of the National Security Agency, he would talk about speed and agility. And I think the phrase has turned a tiny bit, but one of the concerns and distinctions between the warrant standard and the to collect foreign intelligence, and here in 702, we're talking about targeting persons who may possess, receive, communicate foreign intelligence. So to think about it, you under Title I, you have probable cause to believe that the individual targeted is an agent of a foreign power, as opposed to someone who's talking to an agent of a foreign power. So there's a slightly, as Jonathan and others have said, slightly lower threshold, which means then conversely that one may not be able to reach that probable cause standard to target a non-U.S. person outside the United States under Title I. So that we need 702 and kind of the lower threshold, which then can help illuminate where the government may need to then go back and get a warrant, which is therefore, especially if we're obviously targeting a U.S. person, it's a much more intrusive potential. There's much more potential for intrusion, and which is the case why there's a higher standard under Title I. I mean, I don't think articulating this quite well, but the process to get a Title I FISA is lengthier than it is to put a selector into targeting after you verify that it meets all of the requirements. So when we're thinking about, for example, in the cyber context, if the government is aware that ransomware is, as EAD Goldstein was just describing, there is an incidence of ransomware, the ability for the government to suddenly be able to know all of the potential victims for that ransomware incident through a Title I process could take some, a longer period of time than under 702. There is a process under both and other sections of FISA for there to be emergency collection, and the government then has to go back to the FIS to get that collection approved. Nonetheless, to build a body of probable cause is a higher standard and lengthier process than can be to target someone who may possess, receive, or communicate foreign intelligence. So we're looking at trying to shrink the amount of time the government does not have visibility on this potential foreign intelligence threat. That would be, I think, one significant reason why we're talking about not wanting to, or wanting there to be something below a warrant standard. There was a second part to your question, and now I've lost it already.
The query context, or did you hit that?
Well, so I almost
devil's advocate, if it is purely for a law enforcement purpose, U.S. person.
I'm going to turn it over to the others here, but why don't I turn it over to others? Go ahead.
Anyone want that?
So let me, I guess, start with what the rules are today. So the FBI can query in Section 702 data if, among other things, the query has been designed such that it is reasonably likely to return evidence of a crime or foreign intelligence information. That's the standard now. The debate about querying is a bit separate from the debate around collection in the first instance. Some of the same arguments appear, right? The need for agility, the need for speed. But they have a different flavor in the context of this is data to and from Americans. You're searching specifically because it's to or from Americans. I think come up against the longstanding tradition in the US, and the Supreme Court's written about this many times over the years, that like it's on purpose that we stick judges between law enforcement and people's data. The delay and the lack of agility is the point. We want there to be a second independent look before that data comes into a law enforcement process. And so, in figuring out, should there be a court involved? Should it be when you want to do the query? Should it be if you do a query and you know there's a result to view the results, you need a court involved? Is it you've done the query, you've viewed the results, and at some point, like at the end of the quarter, you have a court involved, or none of the above? That's going to all be on the table for reauthorization. The standard is going to be on the table. So much of what civil society groups have asked for relates to something like a probable cause standard, what you would normally find for a search warrant in querying this data. Recently, the P Club, a majority of the P Club, which is an independent executive agency that looks at surveillance authorities, recommended something in between. So they said essentially take the current FBI procedures, but add a court. So don't change the standard, but a court has to look at the query if you're going to view results from the query. So kind of a middle ground there. At any rate, you could design any combination of these things. Anyway, there's the debate and where things might go on the query side.
So just a few things. For the program is reviewed annually, as we talked about. The compliance of that past year is reviewed. Changes are made almost every year that we have a recertification. And it's important to notate that, I can speak on behalf of NSA, but that there are multiple layers. We have a culture of compliance. There's multiple layers of approvals specific to queries, specific to U.S. person term queries. There are many layers of approval. And so we've built in a lot of rigor and policy around the sensitivity of that. And just to repeat, we're querying into data that has been lawfully acquired in response to the targeting of non-U.S. persons located overseas. And yes, there is an incidental part of that. But when we talk about targeting of, let's say, bad guy located overseas, the only U.S. person communication we're going to get in that instance is that foreign adversary either speaking about or to specifically to that U.S. person. And that's the only communication of that U.S. person that is collected. And it's an important distinction because I think there's a lot of conflation out there. We're not getting the inbox of that U.S. person. We're getting that one communication from that foreign adversary that was either to them or about them. In the cyber context, I think it's important to notate that most foreign cyber actors of interest would, and I'm not a lawyer, so I defer to my friends here, but would not probably meet the probable cause standard as it is defined today. And since cyber threat actors, you are well aware, change their infrastructure very, weekly, daily, what have you, having to go through a system like that would not put us at left to theft. It would most certainly put us at just responding to actual attacks.
Can you you mentioned left to theft a few times, so I guess it is accurate to say that the government generally, NSA, has used these authorities to interrupt or get inside the curve of some cybercrime activities, ransomware or otherwise?
Yeah, so there are unfortunately, a lot of these stories I can't share in this setting, but 702 has been useful in preventing attacks to U.S. networks, and that's like I said, that's exactly where we want to be. But it's also contributed that information has been used to identify multiple foreign ransomware attacks to U.S. critical infrastructure. This intelligence positioned the U.S. government to respond to and mitigate these specific events from foreign adversaries. And in some instances, yes, it has prevented significant attacks to U.S. networks. It's extremely important in the context of the cyber world just because of its agility. And it continues to be lucrative.
Megan, from the ransomware task force context, do you have any thoughts on the usefulness generally?
Yes. So Sarah mentioned what the government has shared, which is the phrase multiple foreign ransomware actors attacks on critical infrastructure have been either thwarted or minimized, meaning reduced harm as a result of 702 collection. But actually this week, there's another conference going on called Cyberbrief, and someone from the FBI Director's Office is there, Mike Harrington, and so I'm quoting from his remarks that greater than half of the FBI's 702 collection is against foreign cyber adversaries. And who are our foreign cyber adversaries? I think we all know this, and we can recite it from sleep. But China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. I may have left one off, but so in most cases in ransomware, we're talking about people believed to be in Russia, in and around Russia, potentially agents of the Russian government. So I think it's fair to say where you have greater than the other piece that he shared was 95% of technically derived cyber intel comes from 702. As Sarah said, I think that's where we want it to be, where we know we have everywhere from, as Deputy National Security Advisor Neuberger was saying today, we have hospitals, school systems, and sort of Main Street targeted by ransomware actors. The utility from an ability to thwart multiple ransomware incidents, although we are obviously not winning all of them because we still keep having these incidents from this collection is, I think, as you said, it's the sweet spot. I think the other piece I would say is, as Sarah also shared, we see ransomware actors changing infrastructure frequently, and there can be gaps when that happens, and the ability to try and follow their steps is critical, and that needs to happen on a timely basis. So the idea of moving quickly under 702 as opposed to the more timely process where we're talking about people overseas who are not U.S. persons is high.
Do you have a sense whether the ransomware actors that you studied through the task force or the nation states, are they watching this debate and the evolution of our laws and likely to try to find these creases that could delay or prevent detection?
Many people think that they are, yes, that they're leveraging that fine point of where there is a gap between what the government knows and what the private sector knows.
Did you, Sarah, anything?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Jonathan, you've talked a little bit about potential reauthorization. If you could maybe give a sense of tying the one you were part of 5 years ago to now, is there a bow tie around a solution you think that could be acceptable to Congress and would still give these agencies the authorities that they're saying they need?
So I think with respect to cybersecurity specifically, I imagine we're going to see a bunch of proposals trying to find some middle ground. And let me try to give a sense of what that might look like. Probably something along the lines of, if there is a protective query, right, the goal is to find a US individual, company, organization, et cetera, that might be a victim of a cyber incident, then here are the guardrails. Something like there's going to have to be some, again, these are what the proposals might look like. Some demonstration of there's a cyber incident, that there is some reason to think this might be a target. Certainly not confidence that this was a target, but a possibility. And then some limits around use and disclosure, right? So if you make this type of query, you can use it, for example, for victim notification, but you can't turn around and use it for example, a law enforcement use against the victim of the incident. I suspect that's the kind of proposal we'll see. And I'll just close in saying, there's already something like this actually on the books in the United States. There was a somewhat recent authority granted to CISA within DHS to do subpoenas for purposes of identifying victims of cyber incidents. And so there's a bit of a template there for what this kind of special victim authority might look like.
I did say I wanted to ask about some of the recent and also future FBI safeguards from perspective of an expert in incidental collection. Do you think those are getting at the root problem? Do you have confidence that that will get us to a higher level of compliance and to the extent they can publicly share to alleviate the concerns that folks have?
Well, there's no doubt that the FBI has made significant efforts in this area. They have gotten much better at compliance. I mean, the numbers are clear. I think there's some stakeholders for whom anything short of a warrant requirement is, in their view, not consistent with the Constitution and the appropriate level of privacy safeguards. There's some folks who are in a middle ground. So as I mentioned, a majority of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board said there should be a court order, but it's sort of like a mini warrant. It's not a full-on search warrant. And again, for reviewing responses, not for making the query in the first place. I don't know where the debate's going to land. Personally, I like the idea of having some form of judicial review in between querying or viewing responses of queries and the querying authority. But I am also very sensitive to the need to move quickly. And so if anything like this happens, I suppose I would suggest it's really important, whatever the language around exigencies is, to get that right. Because there are going to be a lot of circumstances where there's not going to be time to go to a court, and thinking about what those circumstances are when you do eventually have to go back to a court is really important. Those are things that are already written in the law for purposes of for searches, for wiretaps, and so on. So it's not a new issue, but getting it right in this context, I think, is going to be really hard. And at least from my perspective, much of what needs to get figured out. I suspect my panelists do not agree on the notion of necessarily interposing courts on the queries, but at least that's where I am.
Anyone want to throw in or don't have to? Megan, you're looking at me. Jonathan, I'm picking you one last time as our most recent congressional staffer. Do you think it's going to get done? And if so, when?
Let me start with the when. So folks have been widely assuming end of the year. Right? That's when this authority sunsets. So Congress has to get this done before the end of the year, in theory, or not that Congress necessarily gets things done on time. That's not necessarily right. The way the law is currently drafted, and there is an annual certification that goes through the end of the certification. I believe, at least so far, and not the IC has talked about a declassified certification from April, and so that would actually put the deadline not necessarily at the end of this year, at least with respect to a new certification, into April next year. And then if the intelligence community were potentially to get an additional certification at the end of this year, who knows? But if that were to happen, then we could be looking at the end of next year. So we all just have so much to look forward to next year. This extended deadline component actually became a significant issue when a different surveillance authority was expiring, the 215 authority that allowed looking at telephone records. And Congress had been operating under one deadline, and then it moved out, and then eventually the entire program got COVIDed. Okay, I'm happy to say more about the reauthorization.
No, Megan's been nodding a lot, so I want to give her a chance to. Nothing but verbal nod.
No, I think, Jonathan said it exactly right, which is to say that the government couldn't, if absent reauthorization, the government would not be able on January 1st, 2024 to go to the FISC and get a certification approved. But it could, I think in theory, go at December 31st and have authority through 1 year from that time to continue to conduct targeting.
So last question for each panelist. So is there anything you want to leave us with or something you would have learned if I'd been smart enough to ask the right question? So Megan, start with you and work back towards me.
This weekend, certainly the events that are happening bring terrorism back to the table, which is the space that we were in when FAA was first the primary kind of concern at foreign intelligence threat that was on the minds of many at that time. And I think it's we need to remember that this is discussed if you kind of dig into some of the conversation that the government has been having as it seeks reauthorization. It's not just the United States that benefits from intelligence collected under Section 702. There are public references to instances of sharing 702 collected data with both kind of foreign partners outside. I mean, it does not say if it's a Five Eyes country, so we don't know if it was one of the Five Eyes partners, but there is discussion of a European country. So last time I checked, we don't have, the UK is not part of Europe. So it's fair to suspect that it was not a Five Eyes country with whom we shared 702 collection. And so I think it's really, important to keep in mind that in the early days, we were really focused on terrorism, but Sarah's outlined some. Cyber is one that I think was not in many folks' mind when we were beginning to think about the FAA. And there is a timeline actually that's floating out there on the internet right now of what happened this weekend and the inferences and other information that's activities that have occurred, distributed denial of service attacks and the like that happened with the attacks over the weekend. And so I think it's important to keep sort of the terrorism and cyber nexus in mind as we move forward.
Sarah?
So just one metric I wanted to share with you, 59% of the articles in the president's daily brief, so the actual intelligence that our policymakers get, contains 702 reported by NSA in 2022. A very high number. And obviously we talked about the evolution of the authority from CT to more conventional threats to emerging cyber threats. 702 is an extremely valuable authority. I don't know, we've mentioned the PCLOB report, but the President's Intelligence Advisory Board also released a report a couple months ago. I encourage you to check it out. And they write in that report that the cost of failure in this case is real. If Congress fails to reauthorize Section 702, history may judge the lapse of this authority as one of the worst intelligence failures of our time, and I could not agree more. Section 702 FIs is critically important to this nation. It has saved lives. It's protected U.S. interests. It's defended our warfighters overseas and protects us from cyber attacks against our most critical infrastructure. All extremely important in today's world. The weekend shows that threats change on a daily basis now. That's the world that we live in, and we need all the tools in the toolbox that we can have. Obviously within the law, but we need everything that we can use against these threats. At the end of the day, our use of this authority is about protection of both national security, but also American civil liberties. And we are committed to both of those things. Cyberspace is the new battleground. Bottom line, we need Section 702 to help us continue to keep up with cyber challenges and to continue to keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thanks. Jonathan, last word.
That's tall order. Okay, so you'd asked earlier about the when and how of reauthorization. Spoke some on the when. Maybe let me say a little more about the how in closing. I think this authority is going to get reauthorized. I sure hope so. I don't think. I mean, the civil liberties groups, the IC, P Club, President's Advisory Board, everyone agrees this is a useful authority. It should be reauthorized. The question is going to be how and when. And some of the things that have changed since last time are, I'm just saying this purely descriptively, on the Republican side, there are new concerns about FBI and DOJ and FISA specifically. On the Democratic side, Senator Leahy has retired. He was sort of forward-leaning on FISA reform. Representative Schiff is running for the Senate in California, which changes the political dynamics for him and where he might be on FISA reform. So very significant shifts in the parties and where specific individuals in the parties are going to be. Cyber is also a very new component this time around. The P Club came out in a different place this time around, calling for some form of individualized court involvement. So I think the things to watch are, what are the rules going to be for U.S. person queries? And then something we have not talked about thus far, something called a bouts collection, which is a type of collection that's not going on right now and has been suspended for years. And it does not appear it's about to get resumed. But anyway, there's going to be debate about whether to codify that that's not going to get resumed absent new legislation. So those are the two things to watch. And again, my heart goes out to everyone who has to deal with this.
Great. Well, I want to thank all three of you for taking the time and helping to share your thoughts with the group here.
Thank you.
So, as you heard earlier from Eric Goldstein and multiple times today, the age of safe and secure by design has arrived. Or perhaps we should say that the age of just trust us has ended. So, well, it took long enough. Public access to the World Wide Web is turning 30, and it's been a wild, insecure ride, that's for sure. So after a generation of near daily significant cyber incidents, some implicating key critical infrastructure services, the past few years have brought a notable public policy shift from voluntary security efforts to mandatory. The US, EU, and other governments are pursuing a range of security requirements for critical infrastructure systems, consumer connected devices, secure software development, supply chains, cloud services, and incident reporting, to name a few. And many companies are seizing the initiative, and even prior to mandates being finalized. So I'm pleased to have an outstanding panel of experts with me today and to share their thoughts on what's coming next. So I'll introduce my panelists. To my immediate left is Charlie Snyder, Head of Security Policy at Google. Kat Megas, Program Manager for Internet of Things Cybersecurity at NIST. And then Taylor Roberts, Director of Global Security Policy at Intel on the far end. So welcome, Charlie, Kat, and Taylor. So let's start off with a little bit of a trip down memory lane. As we were chatting about this topic, and I've been living this for probably the past year, we didn't just arrive at this day with all of these efforts coming out fully formed. There's been an evolution over the course of the last at least decade. Kat, do you want to take us through some of the origin story of NIST's work on product security?
Sure.
Push the button. Oh, it's on. Okay.
Okay. All right. Sure. So I can kind of start at not way at the beginning, but when NIST first stood up the program on IoT cybersecurity, one of my first charters that they gave me was to go kind of figure out what needed to be done immediately. So when we solicited input from stakeholders, they said, Kat, please do not reinvent the wheel. Start with what we already have, and let's figure out where there's something that might be different and something that might be needed. But please, let's not just start creating something new for IoT. So one of the first things we looked at was the cybersecurity framework. And we said, well, we know a lot of organizations already using the cybersecurity framework. Federal agencies had been directed to also use the cybersecurity framework. So we began to look at how does it impact the organization that's adopting a new technology, in this case, IoT, and how does it impact their use of the cybersecurity framework, and where might they have to change things up? And I still remember at our second workshop, after we kind of kicked off the effort, we brought together community from the producers, community from the organizations that were using IoT technology,
the intent was to help provide for federal agencies and other organizations using the cybersecurity framework to give them some novel approaches as to how they could mitigate some of the risks that arose out of IoT. We all know IoT is a little different. It's a black box. You can't put an antivirus on it. You don't have the visibility. You don't have the ability to make configurations to your need. And what we pretty soon discovered in talking to the room was, on one side of the room, we had the organizations that were using the technology, and they were saying, yeah, we're using IoT devices. We run healthcare organizations. We're using it on our factory floors. And we know we have some unmitigated risks, and we really don't have a good way to mitigate those risks because in some cases, the product itself, the IoT product, does not provide certain basic cybersecurity capabilities that we can leverage to implement cybersecurity controls. At the same time, we had those organizations that were building the products, the producers, and they were saying, well, customers haven't really asked us for those features, so we're not really sure that customers need them. And this was kind of where we started to pivot back in 2018. And we said, well, there's a lot of existing guidance out there for organizations that are using technology. Let's start help the organizations that are building it understand what they can be building into that product to enable the customer. And a lot of that at that time is we purposefully chose the word capability because we felt the product provides the cybersecurity capability that a customer then actually uses to enable their security controls. And from then on, it's, we've got lots of publications along the way that we've been working on product cybersecurity, primarily focused on IoT.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kat. Charlie, pick up the story from there. Any other kind of major incidents that have occurred that kind of informed your thinking of how we ended up where we are?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Steve, and great to be here with you all. So in my mind, I think the series of events in the late 2010s, early 2020s really kicked this off on more the enterprise side, on the critical infrastructure side, with that kind of string of breaches from NotPetya, SolarWinds, Colonial Pipeline. And, I was actually nowhere near kind of government or policy circles at that time. I was in, critical infrastructure for a financial services company, leading vulnerability management there. And I just remember, week in, week out, almost dreading, like, what am I going to wake up to? What like crazy CVE has some like research group, given some fancy branding to, that's going to make our lives hell for the next, 48 hours a week, et cetera. And just kind of thinking like, this is BS. And I suspect that government kind of reached the same conclusion around that time with these string of very high profile, serious breaches, vulnerabilities in products that doesn't matter how good, the incident response, the threat intel, any of those operational pieces are, if the underlying products aren't secure, and the ensuing national security risks that arise from that. And so, from SolarWinds and some of these other breaches, you get an executive order. I know NIST probably was working on this prior to this, but the secure software development framework, and then incorporating that in kind of OMB's work and the DHS follow-on work with the software self-attestation that's really aiming at putting requirements on the producers of the software and services that power .gov, power critical infrastructure, and the like. And I think that has been kind of a huge evolution over the past 5 years.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. So Taylor, previously the message was always from industry, don't regulate us, stand out of the way, let industry innovate. But it seems like maybe not for everybody, but it seems like the narrative has changed a bit, the situation has changed a bit. Why and how did that take place?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not going to say that all regulation is wonderful and that we are welcoming, every single thing that is thrown out from Congress or from any other particular government. But I will say that one, we've sort of, as industry, recognized the direction of travel when it comes to regulation. We had talked in our prep session about, well, do we want to go through all of the different pieces of proposed regulation that we've seen in Europe and in the US? And then we quickly realized that'd be pretty boring for everyone here. I think we're all pretty entrenched on either SSDF efforts or Cyber Resilience Act or a cybersecurity certification scheme in Europe, or the different labeling efforts that we're seeing in Singapore and here. So we know that regulation is on the table, and so we're dealing with state of play. On the other side of that spectrum, though, is there's the opportunity to differentiate our products based on the security provisions that they enable. Intel, in particular, has been doing hardware-enabled and software-enabled security for decades and have a robust process built around this, but it's difficult to sort of make that differentiation when it's outside of the scope of compliance. And so being able to demonstrate that we can enable our companies to meet X requirement puts things into a little bit better scope than maybe could have been done previously. The third piece that I kind of want to draw attention to is that there's a recognition that policy can be a tool for harmonizing industry best practice in this space. A lot of the times there is that incentive to put ourselves separate and distinct from those in our competitors. But when everyone's working towards providing feedback on a piece of policy or regulation or standardization efforts, it really sort of puts together what is the state of industry best practice, and that way we can reflect that to government and build better policy that way. I think that we're in a good place right now to be able to try to come together and provide that insight into government.
Okay, thanks, Taylor. So thank you. A lot of recent focus has been on consumer connected devices, with the White House in July announcing the IoT security labeling program, the U.S. Cyber Trust Mark. Singapore obviously came out with their labeling program, and others are working along those lines as well. So on the consumer side, maybe I'll start with Charlie, and then we can move to Taylor and then Kat. I'm interested in understanding, like, even today, what are companies that are creating consumer products doing differently? Like, is this moving the bubble even right now, where the products that are on the market are materially different because of some of these early moves and push towards safe and secure by design? And even examples of a product that acts differently today.
No, happy to give some examples. So I think there's kind of two drivers of this. First is the need to, try to shape the policy landscape and get some certainty around, the direction that policy making is going. And so by leaning into the direction of travel and showing that through proof points in your products, you can hopefully kind of, I guess a term would be like skate to the puck of where it's going. But I think certainly the way we look at it at Google is also, security now is a differentiator to an extent, and companies we're seeing them start to compete on security. And even if Google in the past was doing great things, and we could name security innovations going back 10, 15 years, we're much more eager to market it, and in some cases to go even further than we would have before, because of again the direction of travel with the policy and regulatory environment. On the consumer product front and IoT and connected devices, I think this is an area where we've seen a ton of change and progress. You're seeing companies, including ourselves, extend support lifetimes. I think just a couple of weeks ago, Pixel, which is our kind of flavor of Android, just announced 7 years of support for all of our new Pixel phones. But the way we're trying to shape kind of best practices, to Taylor's point around harmonization, is trying to work through industry groups to come up with standards and frameworks that governments can plug into, and so doing hard work there. And so we invest a lot in places like CSA, Consumer Technology Association, GSMA, to kind of shape, what the industry view of best practices, standards, guidelines are for a given product. And then the examples I just used are for kind of the connected device space. And I think Google has often, for a long time invested in those bodies, but I think there's a lot more urgency to do so now, to get our perspective out, get these things on the table that governments can then plug into. And if they want to, develop some form of, enforcement or, whatever their regulatory impulses are, pinning it to some of these like internationally inclusive multi-stakeholder bodies is both easier for governments and easier for the companies who have plugged into it. I could name a bunch of other areas where we do so to protect our users, but we also want to communicate that more and perhaps do more than ever before. Like, an example would be memory safety, which is a really, hot topic for policymakers now. Our shifts towards greater and greater adoption of, for instance, Rust in the Android code base has been a huge priority for us. And I don't want to say that's coming directly from kind of policymaker attention on it, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and I'll ask an unscripted question on top of this. I remember from our conversations in advance of the U.S. Cyber Trust Mark launch, research from Carnegie Mellon indicating that your average consumer is willing to pay more for security, and I believe their conclusion was at least 20% for some of these kind of more routine consumer products. I'm curious as to whether we're seeing that yet. That not only do you want to have the ability to differentiate your product in the marketplace, but you can actually start to charge a slight premium and to recapture that. So I'm curious as we have this conversation whether we're seeing that come to bear or maybe it's too early.
I'll just say most of our products are free, but we'll pull the data on our paid product lines and we'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, so Taylor, I know that Intel is a chip maker,
Right.
so you're not creating.
Yeah, I don't have that data on either because we're not the ones really developing a lot of the IoT products that are consumer facing, but we are trying to enable our customers to be able to then meet that sort of cyber trust mark or cyber labeling effort. One of the other things that I would be remiss to mention is that the contribution to the international standards and domestic standards development space, the fact that we're starting to see a lot of legislation, even in its earlier draft phase, not try to specify specific security requirements within the body of the text, but rather say NIST and the IoT Enhancement Act say, will you please go develop a baseline for IoT security? That was fantastic because NIST has always been a wonderful proponent of open industry engagement to develop out those more robust standards that then underpin a lot of the product security policies and regulations that we're seeing around. So I think that the fact that we're relying on the more technical experts, those that are more geared to receive industry input, has built more robust policy and enabled this environment over time. I'll also say that from a hardware perspective, since we were talking about that a moment ago, Intel just had our Intel Innovation Summit a couple of weeks ago and have drawn a lot more attention to what we're calling Intel Trust Authority, but it's attestation down at the hardware level, that you're able to use things around confidential computing to build trusted execution environments outside of an operating system, things that policymakers may not have traditionally had a lot of attention to. Intel is trying to drive more into the forefront that you can encrypt data in use as well as data in transit and at rest, and that these are capabilities that are available to any government to enable those policy efforts.
Okay, Kat, what have you been observing? And I'm also curious about and work this in anywhere within the conversation. Governments are taking different approaches. Even the U.S. approach and the European approach is going to be turning towards a standards body to implement the details. But just what are you seeing in this space?
Yeah. So I'd like to start. But I'm loud enough that I don't really need the mic. I've seen the area. I've seen the space evolve over the last 6 or 7 years. When we started out the effort, I have to say we weren't the first. ANISA had put out a publication. At that time, they were called ANISA. I'm not sure, what their acronym is now since they've been rechartered. The UK had put out their code of practice. One of the things we heard very early on was please no fragmentation. So typically when NIST starts off their work, we do start by doing a survey. We always look at what's already out there. We do look for where there is consensus. Where does it seem like we're already hearing that there are themes around certain areas? And then we use that as our starting point when we go through our very robust stakeholder process, where we then start engaging with our stakeholders. And sometimes we evolve that to be tailored for the US market. But I think ultimately what you'll see, Steve, is that there's a lot of common agreement. We may not be using the same words, but if you look at the CRA, and if you look at kind of the NIST cybersecurity outcomes, and if you start looking at Singapore, and if you're looking at the UK, even at their very early code of practice, you see that there's a lot of commonality there. There are some differences, and I think we have to expect that there will be differences, because I think every jurisdiction may have their own priorities. They may have their own political priorities. You will see that reflected in the requirements that they put out, but at the core, I think there's a lot of consensus internationally. I know that the NIST process, the S in NIST is for standards. So when we did approach our work, we did talk about putting out recommendations as cybersecurity outcomes, because we always felt standards and standards bodies were the best place to actually work through the implementation of those cybersecurity outcomes. We felt that SDOs really bring together the best of representation and actually working through those standards. So what we tried to do more was kind of paint a picture and say, here's what we think are good cybersecurity outcomes. But we're waiting for like the standards to come in and backfill that and describe more of what we think that implementation looks like. I do want to say I do think that we are seeing the EU also looking at standards bodies. They do have a different approach in that they direct the work versus here in kind of the US, we tend to adopt what is already out there. But I also think one of the differences is that when we do our pre-standardization research, it is always with the intent of then following up and participating in standards development, because we want to see our research adopted or used in that standards development as much as possible. We don't always get our way, but we do try to bring that to the SDOs. And I think this is something that I'm trying to carry to a lot of my peers to say, where are you all? I've seen the UK take kind of a similar approach. The US does, but I think there's lots of other jurisdictions that we need to start getting into the standards development conversation.
Okay, thanks, Kat. And actually, I'm going to stick with you. We spent a fair amount of time here talking about the consumer technology space, but certainly product security needs extend well beyond that into enterprise, government procurement, cloud and operational technology types of use cases. So how would you frame the difference between the work that you and the team did on NIST Internal Report 8425 on a consumer IoT baseline, and where we want things to go in the industrial space or government procurement space, cloud for government procurement, and some of these higher order use cases, and maybe even tying back to some of the concerns that came up in the earlier panel, where Josh and others were talking about, hospitals and, must not fail types of critical services.
Yeah. So 8425, just, I do want to highlight, 8425 was built on an existing baseline, a core baseline that we actually worked with private sector and other stakeholders for about 2 years to come up with 8259. So 8259 was our core. The core baseline is intended to apply to medical devices, to apply to your industrial IoT, to apply to all market kind of situations for IoT. What we did under the executive order was we took that baseline and we adapted it to kind of the consumer market. Mm-hmm. And what that meant for us was when we adapted 8259 to the government use case in support of the IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act, we understood that as a enterprise customer, you have certain, you're a little bit more of a sophisticated user. You probably have an infrastructure. You probably understand what your risks are. You probably want to manage your own risks. You have tools that you're using. you can probably make a bit of a more informed decision about the products that you're acquiring. The difference we saw with your average consumer is, I hope that someday we get there and that cybersecurity is as tangible to the consumer, or you could argue that we don't want consumers to have to worry about cybersecurity. They should just get it without worrying about it. But either way, we adapted 84-25 to the consumer because we thought the consumer as a customer is not going to really be able to do very complex risk-based decisions. They're not going to be able to evaluate and understand that, hey, this might be just a front door lock that I'm putting and it's connected, but I'm not really all that worried about it. They may not understand what a lateral attack is. They may not understand that what they're actually doing is they're opening up their home, desktop, which houses the last 10 years of their tax returns, to a possible incursion. So we really had to change it up. Whereas when you look at kind of the enterprise use case, we put a lot of the onus on federal agencies. We gave the federal agencies some broad guidelines. We said, hey, when you're thinking about IoT risk, this is what you should think about. Here's how you should be thinking about it. And here's a catalog. And we did some mapping for them to help them understand how to map 800-53 to the IoT, but we really put the tools in the hand of the enterprise customer, and we feel that the transparency, I heard some people talk about visibility earlier, we think that that is more important in the enterprise use case because the enterprise customer needs to understand what capabilities they're getting so that they can then understand how to secure it.
Yeah. So Charlie, I know Google has a lot of enterprise customers is active in the space. Ann Neuberger earlier talked about some of the possible shortcomings in the FedRAMP in terms of key management requirements. What are your thoughts about how all of this applies to the enterprise space?
Yeah. Well, first of all, and I think we were talking about this a little bit in our prep call. At a basic level, totally agree with Kat's point about consumers. There's probably relatively less that they can do with that transparency, and really we would want those products to be more kind of secure out of the box for consumers. We haven't given up on that as well for enterprise, though. We think for the most part, end user enterprises should also be using software or product services that keep them secure out of the box from most forms of common attacks. I think picking up on Ann's comments, I think there's kind of two ways to look at it for both consumer and enterprise. From a government perspective, like, do you want to set that baseline? And I think if you look at what the UK did, for example, with their product security bill, back on kind of IoT and connected devices, where they're setting like 3, can't miss, have to have these practices. I don't think anyone could disagree with them. Go with that approach and just slowly kind of lift the baseline for everybody. As an aside, industry is trying to do that as well. There's an industry initiative called Minimum Viable Secure Products, which Google participates in. That's basically like a list of kind of low-hanging fruit controls. And we're not going to buy any of your products if you don't meet all of these to begin with. So it's worked into all of our contracts and things like that. That's one approach to take care of, basically the entire market for software. At the other end of the spectrum, I think to Ann's point is the kind of high assurance use cases. And for those, I think there's a couple different pieces. One, I agree. I think transparency is lacking, and I think it's a very attractive approach because you don't need to necessarily, create mandates, create, enforcement regimes. If you have transparency, you'll have the information to make informed choices about, which products you want to be allowing into that high assurance, can't fail environment. And so, from an industry perspective, I think that's pretty attractive. Whether or not it comes with all the other knock-on regulatory things like enforcement regimes and the like. Then for the certifications and the standards, FedRAMP is I think a problem, and it hasn't kept pace with kind of modern software development techniques and cloud security. It's interesting to me, the latest FAR RFI is kind of doubling down on things like data localization, which are kind of in direct contrast to another push from government on zero trust principles. And I think, government needs to figure that out and figure out how to keep FedRAMP and other pieces of this, more current with the times. The other piece is, the procurement itself. I think right now, if you, the way you can look at it is if you pass FedRAMP, then, any kind of security consideration as the part of the procurement process is kind of over at that point. And you're more just competing on kind of, lowest cost and past performance and things like that. I think, moving forward, I think governments should start to think more about the performance of the product from a security perspective over time, and start to work that in as well. But again, that's at the high end of the spectrum. Equally kind of low-hanging fruits also hang out there of setting low baselines. And I think both of them have merits that I think should be considered.
So I'll editorialize here a little bit, and picking up on what Josh Corman said earlier about in the hospital sector, 85% of hospitals don't even have an IT security team or person. So I think that the difference between an individual customer kind of in the household kind of context and your small, medium-sized businesses, there's not a lot of difference. These are not very capable folks, and I think we do need to have a baseline for them that takes them up. And it's only the most mature organizations that are able to make use of the transparency, make risk decisions. I think the rest of it just needs to be safe and secure by design.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the vast majority of businesses in the country, certainly if you're a business of like 5 or 10 employees, none of those employees should be managing a mail server, right? And outsourcing that as well comes with risks. And I just think increasingly, like, we should look towards products that kind of relieve that burden for most of these businesses. Again, for .gov and some of these very large companies, that's kind of a different conversation. But we should definitely hold ourselves to a higher kind of standard to provide products that work for the vast majority of businesses in the country.
Great point.
One thing I wanted to add on that was that a lot of the time we were talking about product security in the context of transparency that enables trust. And I think that we've seen that term trust in a lot of the different policies that we've seen develop. But trust really depends on sort of, are you talking about trust in the context of I, as a consumer, trust that this product is going to be developed as secure and as intended? Am I government trusting that there's no specific malicious actor that is within the supply chain of this product that I am procuring? Are we talking more at a lower level about, do I trust that the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of that product remains to a specific baseline or standard? And too often I see that a lot of these things are kind of clumped together. And so if we're able to make that differentiation, as I think you were pointing out about, like, well, some of this trust is in, okay, there's a baseline level of security that is provided by that product that we can trust that the CIA of that product is up to a certain minimum viable, I think you call it minimum viable product. But then there's that other level of trust, that more higher level of assurance that transparency can enable, that you're able to actually sort of provide that context around that decision making, and being able to be clear about that when you're developing the policies, I think is important.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Taylor.
Just to add, I think in an ideal world, we could have what we'd like to see as a profile for every type of product. We could say this is the baseline for this type of product. But I think realistically, that's not going to happen. So I think we need your approach until we can get there.
Okay. So I'd like to ask for your kind of quick thoughts on hits or misses of the various governmental efforts, standards, industry efforts. What do you think is working and what is not? And so feel free to criticize or compliment. And let me start, Taylor, with you.
Are the gloves on or off?
They're off. I think folks
right.
need a little entertainment here.
Well, look, Jim earlier today drew attention to the one particular policy initiative that gives me the most heartburn around product security, and that is the coordinated vulnerability disclosure requirements within the Cyber Resilience Act. Right now, not only does that not achieve, the real foundational product security level that they're trying to achieve, but it actively undermines the relationships that security or that product providers are trying to build with their security researchers. If security researchers believe that the second that they approach us with a actively exploited vulnerability, and that depends on how they choose to define actively exploited vulnerability, if they assume that then we as product providers are going to turn that information over to ENISA or over to a government who will then share it with the rest of the member states, it will seriously undermine and erode the trust that we have with the security research community. There's only one version of the 3 different versions of that text right now that even has a carve out for security researchers. Same thing with the offensive utility of those vulnerabilities that are then reported. Only one version of the text has that carved out. And it's a serious concern. And again, the Cyber Luminaries letter that was provided draws attention not just from industry players, but from civil society and others that are not traditionally heard in this space.
Yeah, that starts to rhyme with the Chinese approach, frankly. A good one. Kat, we'll go to you.
Yeah, I guess I'll be a little bit more reserved in my comments at this point.
Either criticize another government,
or you can compliment somebody.
I'd love to say, I think our cybersecurity outcome approach. I'd love to say that I think that was a success, but I think it's too early to tell. Realistically, a little known tidbit is under the NDA of 2021, Department of Commerce and the Secretary was directed to stand up an IoT FACA and an IoT Federal Working Group. We are both on the hook.
Let folks know what a FACA is. You might have somebody in here that doesn't know what that means.
Okay, it is a federal advisory committee who is responsible for advising the U.S. federal government. It consists of non-governmental participants only, and because they're advising the U.S. federal government, there's very stringent rules around kind of all their meetings must be transparent and public. So they are an FACA, a Federal Advisory Committee Act is the act, and we refer to them as FACAs. So both the FACA as well as the IoT Federal Interagency Working Group are on the hook to deliver reports to Congress. We are looking at IoT adoption. And while the scope is really looking across the U.S. economy and understanding what do we need to be doing to ensure that the U.S. can adopt IoT to the best we can, understanding that artificial intelligence is going to be reliant on IoT. IoT is the eyes and ears and the arms and legs for AI. Understanding all the social and economic benefits that IoT can bring. What do we need to be doing as a country? And of course, what can the U.S. government do to help? And trust is coming up as the number one pillar that gets mentioned over and over again, that either we get trust right or we can get trust wrong. But trust is very complicated. Trust is not just about cybersecurity. Trust covers not just even privacy. There are concerns amongst industrial customers around where's my data going? How do I know how my data is getting used? There are national security concerns around data and where is data flowing and who has access to U.S. citizen data. There are issues around supply chain. Can I trust my supply chain? So trust is emerging as probably one of the most critical areas that we have to address, because what we are hearing from our FACA is that right now, aside from workforce, there's 6 pillars. There's a white paper out there if you're interested in hearing kind of where we currently are in our report to Congress. But trust, if we don't get trust right, it is likely that people will hold back both industrial as well as consumers as far as adopting IoT.
Okay. Charlie.
My turn. I'll have both a hit and a miss.
Okay, good.
First of all, of course, NIST and the inclusive process that they always run is very welcome. And I also, that might have been shameless pandering, but I don't see I think the UK government people might have left, but since they're gone, this isn't shameless pandering. I really like the approach that they've taken on kind of the code of practices and the kind of term they use that resonates, which is co-design. They want to co-design these with industry and civil society and the like. And I think that, you may not always get the outcome you want, but, they're at least bringing you along kind of throughout the journey versus, sometimes we just get from on high kind of what a given government thinks should be the best practices. And you're not really even sure where it came from. So I wanted to call that out. this isn't necessarily singling out any specific miss, but I would just say in the U.S. right now, and I'm sure that many of the people here can relate. There are just a huge unsustainable amount of requests for comments and input from various parts of the U.S. government. And every single one of them is important. There's good reasons for doing every single one. And maybe some of them even are asking the right questions. But
wouldn't that be refreshing?
Yes. But when they're all going on at the same time, you are just absolutely not going to get the best input. You can't. And certainly no one is going to shed any tears for Google. Like, we are large, we are well resourced, we have lots of policy people, but we feel the strain. And I can't even imagine companies, smaller companies that are really passionate about cybersecurity, that are trying to right now, I think there's 4 or 5 that are just like absolutely critical on topics related to cybersecurity and product security. And when you just run them all at the same time, you just cannot get the best input. And so I would encourage any government to consider that.
Okay.
Do you have any potential solutions that we can consider?
I think there should. I don't want to endorse like a central office in the White House who's supposed to coordinate things. I know even that is like politically charged. I do think there is a way to take everything that different federal agencies want to accomplish in this space and perhaps merge them all into one. Perhaps prioritize, although maybe that's too much to expect. Really, it would just literally be easier if they were just all put in one. Even if it was like 200 questions long, that would at least be slightly easier. And then if you could actually narrow down the areas that you really want feedback, that would be, cherry on top.
That was what, not to get flashbacks to EO 14028, but that was actually one of the better outcomes of that particular piece of executive order, was that we knew exactly what we were in for going into that. It was long, it was arduous, but it was cohesive. It was these are all of the things, and we will have deadlines, and they will be in this particular order in this particular time frame, and that let us prepare and let those that don't have the resources of our companies prepare for providing feedback, and that level of transparency is helpful.
Yeah, and on top of the U.S. government's rulemaking, comment periods, RFIs, everyone else is also asking questions. So I can see that that's putting a huge burden on folks. Okay, so we're running towards the end of our time, and I have to ask the obligatory question of the age, which is, how does AI figure into product security? How might it make products more secure or more vulnerable, or how might product security regimes be adjusted to account for it? So any AI nexus, or is that just a red herring? Charlie?
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk about AI. Not to sound too much like a venture capitalist or something, but AI is going to eat software. It's going to eat the world. It's going to be used for every possible generative AI, at least.
It'll run this panel next year.
It will run this panel next year. It'll run policy people and corporations. We're all on the way out. No, but seriously, that's a joke. It is going to feature into product security the same way it's going to feature into software development and every other form of kind of technology. People are going to use it. And so, there's already plenty of experimentation in the code generation space. And as well as for, applications of defense and defending products from attacks. Every possible place that it can be used, companies are going to use it if they can. And so, in a lot of ways, I think, securing products from AI or the product security AI nexus is not so different for something like code generation as it is for dealing with developers. You need to put constraints around AI the same way you put around developers. At Google, our entire development process is set up to eliminate the chance for developer error and introducing errors into the code base. So we should be doing and thinking about, as we're rushing to have AI write code for us and configure systems for us. And so we really need that kind of second level of thought. On the flip side, I think there's amazing things that AI, already does and will continue to do. for cybersecurity, from detecting threats to making people more efficient, to training people better, to perform their roles in security, that I think are really going to help. And one thing that we we are really focused on is, as we also know, attackers are going to be using these technologies. There's some frankly amazing experimentation going on in the open source space about attackers finding ways to incorporate these, and we just know that's going to come. And so it's really important that we make sure that we get these tools into the hands of defenders as well to use them. And so that plays into the broader kind of regulatory conversation we've been having as governments and critical infrastructure kind of grapple with how to use these technologies in a safe way. They need to make sure that they're capturing the opportunity that they provide as well.
Well, thanks, Charlie. And actually, Kat and Taylor, do either of you want to add anything to Charlie's pretty complete response?
I was just going to add that, you kind of hit on the AI for security and AI against security. I think the other two slight nuances are the security of those algorithms specifically, and that's a little bit more towards the traditional sort of product security. If you view AI as a product specifically, right, and the algorithm is the IP of that product, the security of that is paramount. The other part of that is the security of the data that underpins and underrides those algorithms. And that's where, frankly, we're gonna be up against some challenges, right? Data poisoning attacks on the surface area as broad as the internet is going to make the security of what that algorithm produces more challenging. And I think that as time progresses, we're going to see a lot more innovation and nuance around that.
Okay, thanks, Taylor.
Yeah, I'll just add, more and more coming out of this FACA work that we're doing, we are talking about the relationship between IoT and AI, but we are talking even about the products, and you mentioned safety, which harkens back to a public workshop that CPSC did. And they said, and I still remember it, and it was on IoT products, and they were also talking about AI, and they were saying, ultimately, we just want the product to be safe. We don't necessarily need to know about the technology that's in the product. We just ultimately want it to be safe. But they said when we do need to understand what's in the product is in the event when something goes wrong, because usually you need to understand, was it the AI algorithm? And is that why somebody was harmed? Was it a cybersecurity failure? And is that why somebody was harmed? So it's more about the root cause analysis and why we will have to understand, because in order to put that product back on the market, you have to be able to know what went wrong and that it actually was fixed, and how do you fix it? So, I think that's going to be interesting. And when you're talking about an age where there's so much, regulation and things are conflicting, and I'm just looking at how are we going to approach this? There are these products that are on the market, and in that product are so many technologies. And how are we going to resolve all that overlap? And I imagine we're going to be having the same conversation next year.
Great. Well, thank you to our panel. Help me to thank Charlie Snyder, Kat Megas, and Taylor Roberts. And if you have any questions, you're welcome to come up and ask us afterwards, because I believe we're on a beeline for cocktail hour. So we're not going to open it up for questions now, but thank you so much.
All right. So we are almost at the happy hour, and worse than standing between people in lunch is standing between people in drinks. So I will keep this very short. But I did want to just say, I'm Michael Daniel. I'm the president and CEO of the Cyber Threat Alliance, one of the sponsors of this event, along with the Cybersecurity Coalition, which we've had a longstanding and really excellent partnership with. One of the things that I wanted to do for my remarks today is really draw out sort of 5 themes that you heard, I think, that cut across all of the panels and speakers that we had today. And interesting to me, they're all about and all sort of revolve around this idea of changing how we think about cybersecurity, and changing our mindset about how we approach cybersecurity and how we deal with cybersecurity. And the first one of which I would point out is, if you look at all of these panels and discussions, there was not an emphasis on technology as the solution. And that's because cybersecurity involves many different disciplines. Yes, technology is a big part of it, and technology will play a role. We will use AI to improve certain aspects of security, for sure. But cybersecurity is also an economics problem. You heard a lot today about incentive structures. It's a human psychology problem. How do the bad guys often get in? Through phishing, which is essentially a con artist's job that people have been doing for the last probably 80,000 years. And this is just the modern version of it. So cybersecurity is much more than just a technical problem. We've heard a lot about actually reshaping how we think about the burden of cybersecurity, that we have pushed that burden all the way out to the edge, to every person in this room, to every organization, to my mom, right? And that's not a very efficient way to do our cybersecurity. And so, in fact, a lot of what we've been talking about in the policy space is how do we actually realign that burden? Not all of it. How do we realign pieces of that burden to the more capable entities in the internet? How do we do secure by design and secure by default? How do we actually change the way that we approach cybersecurity from the traditional way that we've done it? We've talked a lot about the third way that you've heard changing our mindset is how do we restructure the market? Right now, the market actually drives insecurity, right? We've got an opt-out, or we've got an opt-in version of security, right? Rather than an opt-in, we've got an opt-in version of security rather than an opt-out version of security, which would be much more effective based on everything that we know about how humans work and think. If you look at retirement systems, right? If you have an opt-in retirement system in your company, you will get basically about a 50% take rate. If you have an opt-out retirement system in your company, you will have a 96 or 97% take rate. Why? Because people are lazy. And you make that work for you rather than against you. How do you actually develop standards of care for how do we know when a company is doing enough cybersecurity? All of these things are about restructuring the market and changing the incentive structures to favor cybersecurity rather than the other way around. We also talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion, changing our way of thinking about that, I think, not just as a nice to have, and not even just as the morally right thing to do, which it is, but also that it's the smart thing to do. And also changing our mindset about DEI from just being a philosophy to actually being something that you engage in and that you make choices about and that you actually take action upon. That is one of the things that I would say that I have learned about that particular issue is that it's not just about having a philosophy of inclusion, but it's actually doing stuff to make that a reality. And that's hard, but it's something that you actually have to do. And then lastly, I would say it's about redefining our terms of success. If we continue to think of success as keeping the bad guys out of good guy networks, we will always fail. But if we actually define success as preventing the bad guys from achieving their objective, whether that's stealing money, stealing information, causing destruction, and anything that we do that prohibits them, inhibits them, makes that more difficult, if we define that as a success, then we have a lot more opportunities to impose costs and actually achieve success against the bad guys. So those were the 5 themes that I think we can draw out from the discussions, the wonderful discussions across 8 different panels and speakers today. So I just want to say thank you to all of our panelists and speakers. It was great to have you, and we appreciate you taking the time and effort out of your busy schedules to be with us and provide your thoughts and input today. I also want to definitely recognize Bree Law and the folks at Glen Echo and all of the Venable team that have actually made this event possible. So we should give them a round of applause. And then, of course, I just want to say thank you to all of the attendees, both in person and online. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a great discussion. I've really enjoyed it. I always get a lot out of CyberNext DC. And I really appreciate it. And then finally, as you head out the door to the wonderful reception that we have after this, there are a bunch of swag bags around the corner that you should definitely get and take with you, because I'm sure they've got lots of great goodies in them. Anything else that I'm forgetting, Bree? Okay. All right. With that, I will close. Thank you very much. And please enjoy the reception.